We live paddle, and of course, we live paddle wonderfully right here, Caracas, Venezuela. Look at that beautiful stadium there, and that the stadium of the Metropolitan University right here in Caracas, and a beautiful setting, the city of Caracas in Venezuela in your background there, and of course, the city of Caracas, not just known as the city of Caracas, in fact, Caracas, just the nickname, the official name of the city, Santiago de Leon de Caracas. And that's your fun fact for the day today. Of course, a very large name. So Caracas, the popular name for this capital city, the largest city and the industrial and urban hub of Venezuela. And that the venue for the A1 Paddle Venezuela Master Final. All the tournaments of the year culminating in bringing together the top 16 players on this A1 Paddle Global Ranking. In fact, 17, as we hold a substitute in case of player injury. And these players fighting out to be the best of the best. Different system, of course, as opposed to the normal Masters and Open tournaments throughout the season. This a different, the 16 players, a team split into two groups, Group A and Group B, all playing each other in the first group stages in a round-robin fashion, accumulating points for wins, and then the top two in Groups A and B will then face off each other in the semi-finals. The winners of those going on to the finals on Sunday right here in Caracas, and that final will be played for a massive chunk of the $100,000 prize money available here at this A1 Paddle Venezuela Master Finals. On your court right now, on center court, and we can see that the weather has improved dramatically from what was yesterday. A very, very, very humid and very, very hot situation, and that has improved tremendously. The clouds have moved past. We still have a temperature of 22 degrees outside, and those 22 degrees are followed with a humidity level of 80%. That is very high humidity. The wind speed a little lower than yesterday, where it sat at 6 kilometers an hour. It's now sitting at 5 kilometers an hour. There is a little bit of cloud cover, which will hopefully cool down things without bringing in a lot of precipitation. On who goes through where, and that is your lineup for this morning. Maxi Sanchez and Federico Chosri taking on Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral. That'll be followed straight away by Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, the second favorites and second highest ranked team on the A1 Paddle Tour, taking on Ramiro Pereira and Juan Di Pascual, the number 3 seed. So a humdinger of a match there on Central Court, and that after that will be followed by Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni taking on Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez. There is the schedule for this evening, and you see there Goni and Alemande taking on then the Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, and the full lineup there on your screen. We'll keep you up to date with that lineup and any changes that come along. Players have been on court and done the toss of the ball. They're going through their regulatory warm-up with those new balls. Those new balls, of course, Knox Titaniums. Knox, the official ball provider for the 2021-2024 A1 Paddle Global season. There's Leonardo Yob, ranked 18 on the A1 Paddle Global Tour. And a young man, 22 years of age, from San Francisco Argentina. 1 meter 90, quite tall for a player playing on the right-hand side of the court in the reverse, in the drive position. But how athletic he is. And there we have Matias de Moral, a little shorter than him, or a little taller, in fact, 186. He looks a little shorter, but he isn't. And he's number 16 on the A1 Padel global ranking. Both these players don't usually play together. Your has played the entire 2024 season alongside Danny Martinez. Matias de Moral has had a variety of partners. There's Federico Chiostri, also known as Superman, on your screen, number 10 ranked player, former number 2 in the early and in the 2022 season. Also from Argentina, from San Nicolas de Los Angeles. And also very adept with a football, not just a paddle racket and a ball. And they're one of the great young talents on the A1 Paddle Tour. Maxi Sanchez, co-ranked number 10 with Freddy Chiostri. Just recently turned 22 years of age. A really good young player, solid, not just power on the reverse position, but able to control and defend like very few behind them. There's the coach who will be sitting on their bench alongside them. Some of these players not traveling with their coaches for this master final. Sebastian Mokoroa, who will be guiding Maxi Sanchez and Federico Chiostri through this match. Ivan Fuentes, the other coach on the benches, and will be using all his vast expertise to try and coax a win for Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral. Slight favorites here, Maxi Sanchez and Federico Chiostri, based on ranking. There's our umpire, as it was yesterday, Nuno Moreira, hailing all the way from Portugal. Vastly experienced umpire, many years in the great paddle courts and coliseums around the world is Nuno Moreira. And he was the umpire who took the gutsy and very correct decision of suspending play yesterday. Look at that wonderful view, high elevation. So Caracas, of course, there's the weather conditions. Humidity level seems to have dropped from the 80% I just told you about to 68%. And that is good news for the players. Very good news, as the conditions certainly affect play. And these conditions are the 900 meters of altitude, high altitude playing here in Caracas in Venezuela. So these balls are going to bounce, and that's going to suit some players and not others. So a lot of the players who are hard hitters, the ball tending to overcarry on the lobs, dropping on the volleys into the net, overcarrying slightly into the back walls. And the more tempered players will be the ones who are going to benefit from these conditions. Very bouncy balls. You'd think a lot of out-of-court smashes, but that certainly wasn't the case yesterday. We'll see what happens today, but I'm going to be making a prediction. But Leonardo Yob and Federico Chiostri, playing on the reverse side, are going to own this match, and they're going to be major contributors. Players finish their warm-up. They'll go outside the court for final last-minute preparations with equipment, last final chat with their coaches, and they'll be back on court to get this match underway.
Vale, a ver.
Yo voy a decir que estamos.
Dos cositas solo, ¿vale? Sacando un poquito lo que es la parte de la táctica, que creo que está bastante clara, ¿vale? La sensación que tengo que tener, ahora según entremos ahí, nos tenemos que quitar estos 2 días de en medio que hemos tenido. Ahora ya esto ya se me parece un poquito más a lo que estamos buscando, así que ahora ya la actitud también tiene que cambiar.
Bien.
Vale,
Sí,
ya
sí,
tiene
sí,
que
anda.
ser otro lugar, otra cosa, ¿vale?
Torneo,
Tenemos que morder
viene torneo.
otra historia, ya el chip ya cambia, ¿vale? Ya cambiamos el chip.
Players back on court, and toss was won by Matias de Moral, who's elected to serve. So de Moral will get us underway and serve to Federico Chiostri. Not quite that way. That one goes straight into the net. It'll come back for his second one, which he goes slightly softer and gets it down there. There goes, of Federico Chostri leaves that lob a little on the short side, and Leonardo Job, Leto as he's known to his friends, with the emphatic finish. Matias de Moral goes big, gets the kick. Not enough. Freddie Chostri into the ground on the swivel and out of the court. Moral goes into the corner. Chostri straight down the middle. Job, a lot of control. It's going to be about who resists temptations on those short shots and who doesn't go for power. Other thinks about precision during this match, and later Job does exactly that. Precision volley straight down the middle, down what amateurs call the divorce line, and first blood goes the way of Freddie Chostri. And apologies, first blood goes the way of Leonardo Job and Matias de Moral. Thirty love as Sanchez goes to later Job. Controls himself with the power there. Makes later Job defend. This time Chostri at the net. Finds it short. Goes into the ground and back to his side of the court. 40 love. That's the game. One apiece. Honors even. And we'll see later Job now serving to Freddie Chostri. As we mentioned earlier, completely different format here for these matches, for this tournament. Playing a round-robin tournament. And both of these players, of course, both of these teams played in round one. And Freddie Chostri and Maxi Sanchez not having the best of times, having lost to Maxi Arsene Franco del Bianco 6-2 and 6-1. Struggled with the conditions, struggled with consistency, and a little bit of a walkover there from Maxi Arsene Franco del Bianco. So they'll be looking to rectify that situation here against later Job and Matias de Moral. Later Job and Matias de Moral didn't win their first round match either, but certainly put up a fight as they took on Pereira and Juan de Pascual. Also going down 2 sets, but a hard fought 7-5, 7-6. In fact, losing that second set only in the tiebreak, and could have gone either way. Could have easily have forced a third set and put up a fight. So very arduous game there in the conditions. The heat was on day one that day. Wasn't what is now the 24 degrees. It was just over 26. The humidity was well above 80%. So they did really, really well there. Took the fight to Rama Pereira and Juan de Pascual. So you could argue that they had a more arduous task than Maxi Sanchez and Freddie Chostri, who may perhaps be a little fresher, but congruently they may also be less adapted to the conditions. Maxi Sanchez with the lob, and there's Maxi Sanchez with block, ball not quite getting over the net, and 40-15 is the scoreline. This, of course, Group B matches. There's that beautiful slice shot straight down the middle from Leto Yob. And Maxi Sanchez trying to get it up, go straight into the net. Players go off court. Look at beautiful setting behind this wonderful stadium at the Metropolitan University here in Caracas. We're going to take a brief commercial break. We'll be right back. Players back on court. Freddy Chostri will be the one serving, and you can see there as he hits the ball against the glass how these balls are bouncing, and these balls will continue to bounce as the new as new balls get introduced after 9 games, and subsequently to that after the next 11. So fresh balls will be in use practically throughout this match, and that is something else for players to contend with. But good players contend with any conditions, be they indoor, outdoor, be they high altitude, low altitude. If Freddy Chostri punishes that low and softly into the ground there, later Yob can't really get anywhere near that. There's a little dink. There he goes, almost bouncing twice before it reaches the glass. Very clever, intelligent play there from Freddy Chostri. And later Yob with a little bit of a show-off shot there, going in between his legs into the glass. And Maxi Sanchez, you can see the expression on his face. There we go, later Yob, what are you doing? And Maxi Sanchez says, thank you very much. I'll take some of that. 40 level line. Chostri lets it bounce. Now goes sky high with the lob. Stays in. Demoral into the glass and out. And that's 2 games apiece. 2-2. Matias Demoral will now serve.
40-30.
No, yo digo que el de Mati. El mío Mati, ahora me siento más cómodo que tirando el cruzado.
Claro, por eso digo que piénsenlo. Vos lo estás
Porque él desarma más, claro.
Cuando entras, él nunca descomprime para el lado de Maxi.
Sí, yo lo había
Siempre
dicho.
descomprime para tu lado. Entonces,
Tocando.
cuando te le entras, salís como una trompa para adelante. Como te saque con globo, mismo que hacemos.
¿Vale? Y ahora, ahora en el momento de que si tenemos para coger un poquito de tiempo, si nos vemos que estamos un poco apurados y tenemos que tirar algo pinchero, tiramos, ¿eh? No pasa nada. Y que venga con la pegada de ese
Sí.
¿vale?
Pero no dudamos para adelante, seguimos rompiendo.
No, que este por ejemplo nos ha quedado para pegar, que no lo hemos ganado, pero había que pegarle. ¿Vale? En la última, no pasa nada. Está bien pegado, ¿de acuerdo? Vale, aquí con más confianza, no falta convicción en esa. Te has pegado como a media, pégale. Vale, pégale duro porque levanta, ¿de acuerdo? Pégale plano, dale duro. ¿Sí? ¿Lo tenemos? Vamos con esto, ¿eh? ¿De acuerdo? Vamos, Leo. Sí, sí, pero vamos, pero sobre todo tienes que primero pensar en dónde estás. ¿En dónde
Suelta el brazo, a mí si me la tira afuera me da igual, ¿eh?
Dale,
Por eso.
¿va?
Vamos.
Sí, vamos. Dale.
Maxi Sanchez serving to Matias de Moral. Exchanging blows. Matias de Moral says, enough of you, Maxi Sanchez. I'll change direction. There's a straight bajada from Chiostri, straight at de Moral. Flying, as they say. Bounces are real. You can see by the amount of first serves that some of these players are making errors on. Just a change of direction there on that backhand volley. High it goes. Yob looks for the corner, trying to use the double wall there. Chiostri. Well returned. There's the bajada. Well defended, Federico Chiostri. And as he goes for the change of direction, Matias de Moral cuts across at the net. Perhaps the wrong decision there. And goes into the net. 30-15 is the scoreline. Bad decision there from Matias de Moral. Found himself in the drive position, trying to cut across there at the net. Not ideal. He'll be disappointed with himself. To be missing a volley at such proximity to the net. Specifically when he's out of position. That there, what Maxi Sanchez did, is exactly what de Moral had been looking to do. This time, that slap straight down the middle, out of the court. Later, Yob almost reaching it, but not quite enough. You can see here, into the corner. That's what de Moral was trying to do the previous shot. There's the power from Maxi Sanchez. Later, Yob runs out, anticipates well, he waits for it, but just out of reach. High. That's behind de Moral. Well played shot, almost off balanced. And that drops the pace. Comes a little shorter on the bounce, Maxi Sanchez, and gets on the board. 4-2 the score, or 2-4 rather, as later Yob will serve. And the advantage pressed here by Chiostri and Sanchez. They'll want to keep this pressure up. They'll want to put this first set on the board. It'll be their first set of the tournament win, should they go on to win this. In fact, either of these teams will be their first set win, should they win the first set. And at this stage, it's going to be about who wants it more. Slight advantage to Sanchez and Chiostri. $15 love. It's just one break. One break is all it takes. 15 apiece is now the scoreline. We spoke earlier about this wonderful city of Venezuela that's hosting this fantastic tournament that we've got running here, this A1 Padel Masters tournament. And here's the master final, the best of the best playing against each other. And being hosted here by Caracas, the commercial and cultural center of Venezuela. It's located in the northern mountain valley, and you saw those mountains there just behind on the aerial shot of this Metropolitan University Stadium. And 3.4 million people inhabit this city of Caracas. It is said that actually 5 million people live in Caracas, but audited numbers show only 3.4 million, and that was of 2022. And the city founded in the 1500s.
¡Ay, qué bolón ahora de Adrián Tito Alemán!
Sale la que recupera Tito Alemandi. La que recuperó Tito.
¡Qué locura de punto! ¡Qué locura de punto! ¡Puntaco, amigo!
Espectáculo el de Tito Alemandi.
Swinging through the street light, blessings coming down, that's for me, right? Doing what I want, it's a me night. I just gotta tell them what it be like, baby. I hope you ain't thinking it's a free ride. I'm the A, you know it's a fee type. 10 toes down, it's some G nights. I just gotta tell them what it be like.
Vaya definición, qué barbaridad. Puntaco, amigo.
Tripping cause I'm on the finer thing. Playing CC's, globe, try the games. Foreign water, chilling, check the stock exchange.
And we're back, just as I was telling you all about Caracas, which was founded in the 1500s. That is, to be exact, the 25th of July, 1567. And the most famous of Venezuelans, one Simon Bolivar. Simon Bolivar, however you want to call him, the father of the independence of South America. Not just Venezuela, but many other South American countries. A revolutionary thinker, warrior, statesman, and certainly the father of the independence movement for many South American states way back when. And of course, he's honored by being buried at the National Pantheon of Venezuela, which was established in the 19th century in the city's old town. Simon Bolivar, a historic figure in these parts. Historic figures in these parts are also these paddle players on your screens. And why are they historic? Because for the very first time, the A1 Padel Global Tour comes to hold its master final right here in Caracas in Venezuela. Lots of challenges have been over the last few days. Court not ready on day one. Center court had to be matches that we played on a secondary court. Then the weather conditions, we've had one disqualification in a match yesterday, so lots of drama. The telenovela unfolds here on the A1 Padel Global Tour Venezuela Master Final. But the protagonists of this, the main protagonists of this telenovela are indeed the players on court. And right now, the four main ones are Maxi Sanchez and Freddy Giostri, Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral, and Giostri and Sanchez having a slight edge. 4-3 up, with 15 all being the scoreline. Giostri gets that back. Later, Yob looks for the corner. Sanchez buying Giostri some time to allow him to get back on court. Demoral, this time with a finish, prepares, leans back, textbook kick smash straight down the line, gets the points on the board. 15-30, the scoreline. Untako, banga banga. Watch here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that preparation. Perfect execution. Press pause, rewind, and you can use that as a training video. How to smash straight down the parallel by Matias de Moral. Excellent coaching trip. And as we praise him, he goes for a little dink, finds the gap cross court, but the ball just over carrying into the back of the glass. 30 all, hands on hips, completely disappointed with himself, is Matias de Moral, particularly after such a good finish in the previous point. But that is how it goes. Chicken today, feathers tomorrow. And certainly a case there of with Matias de Moral. Chicken with the previous point, feathers as he goes into the glass. Leonardo Yob showing a preference for those feathers again, sends that return into the net, and Chiostri and Sanchez go 40-30 up. The Morale with a drop shot, well handled there by Chiostri. Yob into the glass. Chiostri, very, very, very good defending. Federico Chiostri, of course, one of the better defenders. And there's the Morale again, struggling to get enough kick on these smashes, perhaps going from too far back on the court. And there's Maxi Sanchez imperfect. There he goes. Should be by time. Should be patient, getting the ball over the net, waiting for the ball to be closer before he goes for a big hit like that. And Maxi Sanchez in position, big swivel into the ground, out of court, and goes 5-3 up, where potentially they could have forced a break. Later, Job and Matias de Moral, and you can see them there on the bottom center of your screen, and you can see how later Job is vocal talking to Matias de Moral. He's going to be disappointed with himself, de Moral. Later Job, a fighter. 3-5 as they look to stay in this first set. Starting to look a little difficult for them. Later Job a little bit fortunate with that finish, getting the awkward bounce off the top fence. 15 love. High in Diego Sanchez. There goes De Moral again. Can't resist the temptation and makes the same mistake now for the third time. He's too far back. He's beyond the baseline. He goes high. And there is the finish. Well managed there by Chiostri. 15 all. Matias De Moral has really got to think about these shots. The execution is not the best. And although the balls are flying, it doesn't mean you can perform those shots from so far back on the court. And that, of course, brings the confidence down. So little backhand flips like that one at the net, traditionally really easy to get, tend to go a little wrong. Yob finish. The bounce is no good. Chiostri gets it. And this time Maxi Sanchez says, this is how you do it. Into the ground, out of the court, 15-40. 3 break and set winning opportunities here for Maxi Sanchez and Matias de Moral. Hands in the air, and then later Yob. He knows he should have finished the previous point. Yes, he got an awkward bounce off the fence, but that's no excuse. It should have been over. It wasn't. And Maxi Sanchez finishes it the way it should be finished. A little better now from later Yob. Straight into the corner. Gets the kick. Running. Freddy Chiostri can only keep running. 30-40. Still 2 break opportunities here for Sanchez and Chiostri. Will they be able to take advantage? Seal this first set. Get onto the benches and reset for the second set of the match. High into the clouds goes Chustri. Well handled there. Later Yob goes again. Lower. And there's Matias de Moral with the unforced error once again into the net. First set, 6-3 with the break. Sanchez Chustri over Yob and de Moral. Players will go off court. We'll be right back. And you can see there, too much reflex. The body language all wrong. Matias de Moral into the net.
I miss that magic. Don't think you understand. I'm just trying to be a better man. I am. I swear it every time. But I can't break this habit.
That was the end of the first set. You can see there your match stats on screen, and you can see their total points 127-20, and importantly, break points 2 out of the 3, 0 for Yob and Demoral. Players quickly back on court. Chiostri with ball in hand. They've got to be feeling confident, Sanchez and Chiostri, that they can pull this off. They've won the first set 6-3. Compliments perhaps of the regular play of Matias de Moral. Lots of unforced errors from him, particularly with that smash from the back of the court. And with the serve in hand now, Chiostri and Sanchez will be thinking and feeling quietly confident that they can go on and take the second set and wrap this up early. Get into the masseuse's chair, get into the hotel room, get some rest, because they'll be back on just later for their third and final group stage game when they take on what will be a partnership of Rama Pereira and Juanito Pascual. That'll be later this evening. We'll keep you up to date with what is happening in terms of timing and order of play. But you can always visit our website, www.a1paddleglobal.com, or follow any of our social media platforms, and that could be Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, or LinkedIn, where lots of updates are posted regularly by our team, and you can go there and like, subscribe, follow, whatever is applicable to the specific platform that you choose to use, and they can be kept up to date with not just the goings on later today, but the goings on of the A1 Paddle Global Group as we finish the 2024 season and get ready for what is looking to be a phenomenal 2025 season. Lots of new tournaments, lots of new countries, lots of new territories, some exciting new players on board, and it's just going to be more and more magic as the A1 Paddle Global Tour lives more and more to its mantra of "We Live Paddle," and follows on trying to take paddle to all corners of the globe. Demoral finds the middle there. Sanchez with the pickup, and Yob bamboozled as the ball goes straight to his head. Look here, goes down the middle. Great pickup here from Sanchez, and later Yob missing the ball hitting his body. Swing of the bat a little too fast. 40-15 is the scoreline. This is the first game of the second set. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo de Carmo, and I'll be keeping you company with commentary in English right here on the A1 Padel Global YouTube channel, as our various broadcasting partnerships around the world where the English commentary is shown. And boom, goes Freddie Chiostri with his fourth swivel at the net, into the ground and out of the court in this match. 1-0 is Sanchez and Chiostri, and there'll be a quick turnaround here as players go quickly to the benches, a quick drying of the racket handles, quick toweling, a few words from their respective coaches, and they'll be back on court really shortly. Ivan Fuentes, a big task on his hands here as he tries to get Mati Demoral and Leito Job back into this game, particularly Matias Demoral, who has been perhaps a little bit out of sorts in that first set. So Ivan Fuentes will be looking for him to dig deep and become more consistent in his play in the second set. Sanchez comes across, now in the right-hand position. Chiostri buys him some time to allow him to get back into his revers slot, which he does extremely well. He goes for the big hit and out of court. Love 15. Apologies there for the lack of sound. time. Straight at the feet of Leto Yob goes Maxi Sanchez, 30 love. $40 is the scoreline. That's the game. Sanchez Chia Street, 2-1. As players go out, we're going to take a brief commercial break. We'll come back and tell you all about what's to come.
Apúntelo, Polidoro, que se viene. Locura total. Un puntazo, amigo.
And players back on court there. You saw some commercial highlights there of our technical sponsors for the A1 Padel Global Tour for 2024. And you saw there Knox, the official ball, Knox Titanium, fantastic balls that are available on the A1 Padel shop. And you can either visit the physical store in Spain or go to a1paddleshop.com. Also available through your normal retailer who stocks Knox products. And what a fantastic ball that. Also, you saw an insert on the brand new official Slam shoe. And that is a well-designed paddle shoe for maximum stability and grip on the court using some amazing technologies. Reactive ball cushioning technology, enhanced stability, and a paddle-specific outsole which has been designed with durability rubber in an omni pattern. That's a structure that is formed by circular studs to improve the resistance on hard surfaces. And what a shoe that is. Probably one of the most advanced technological paddle shoes on the market out there. Arguably one of the best. And co-branded with the A1 Padel Global Tour. Go out there to your local stockist and get some A1 Padel Joma shoes. And the big finish there after a wonderful session of Taka goes Maxi Sanchez with the power straight down the line. You see their big exchanges here at the net. Matias de Moral with a big save, leaves it short. Maxi Sanchez says, thank you very much. I'll take some of that. He with the power straight down the glass. And love 30 is the scoreline. Yob to serve. Later Yob, you can see his face there, starting to take some pain in the heat. Perspiration is big. We mentioned earlier on that the temperature was 22 degrees. It has risen to 24. That's Celsius, of course. Humidity levels sitting around the 68-70% mark. So not easy for these players. And what warriors they are. Not only playing at their best, high intensity levels, 15-30 as later Yob finishes into the ground and out of the court. with emphasis. Waiting for the court marshal to bring back the ball, which he does. There was a let. Now, match at the net, swiveling on the backhand into the ground and out of the court. That he does that so well. And he does it so well because the opposing players are providing service for it. That is his fifth of the match. Almost action replays, each and every single one of them. And 15-40 is the scoreline. Break opportunity. Good. Second set. And it's an opportunity not to be rude. One of those recovered as Jostri bends down on his knees but can't flick the ball over the net. Still two opportunities here for them. No need to panic as later Job serves to Maxi Sanchez. The Morel this time contains himself, doesn't go for power, goes for positioning. The Morel high in the air. Maxi Sanchez controls. Later Job with the height once again. Once, twice, and that little flick goes over the head of Later Job, but has a double bounce. So we have a golden point. Well recovered there. Later Job, Matias de Morel from 15-40 down, forcing the golden point. The risk is still there that Sanchez and Jostri can break, but at least they have come back. Fred Jostri immediately puts his hand up, and to no avail. Well held, Mr. Job and Mr. Del Moral, as the score goes 2-2, and Jostri and Sanchez, Jostri in particular, will know that this was an opportunity lost of a break. You can see there he's walking around very dejected, big smiles on the other side of the court for De Moral and Job. Could this be a turning point? Often there are these critical points in a match, and the pendulum swings at those points. Could this be one of those? Time will tell, as we have Freddie Chossi serving to Later Job. Maxi Sanchez says thank you very much. Chossi lets that go. Bajada down the middle, low paced, well controlled. And Job in the middle, a little bit of confusion there between Jostri and Sanchez. Leads to Sanchez sticking out a racket and almost pulling out at the same time. Half a shot, ball clipping the edge of the racket and going into the net. And Jostri into the ground court again. 30 all. There's that racket in the air there from Matias de Moral. Pancake lob. You can see there, it lifts it a little too high, straight into the back of the glass. 40-30. This time a little better there from the Moral. Ball just stays in. He goes for the big hit again. Matias de Moral can't control himself. The temptation is too big. Goes into the net. 2-3. We're going to listen to what they have to say on the benches, and then we'll pick it up straight after that.
Me reiría de mí mismo, te lo juro por Dios, bro. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. Quiere el globo ese de mierda y se lo sigo comprando hace...
Nos cagamos, sí, yo también,
una hora.
Dame.
Pásame agua. Hace una hora que me tire el globo ese de mierda y no le tiro la mague, boludo, pero no puedo pensar, Iván, no puedo pensar.
No te preocupes. Escucha, vamos a jugar con lo que tenemos, ¿verdad? Pues,
estamos jugando gratis, Leo, ya por izquierda recién.
Pero escucha, hay que aprender a ganar, estamos jugando mal.
Sí.
¿Vale? Eso no podemos estar jugando mal y coger y dejarlo, ¿vale?
Mira. Ese game, dentro de todo, lo único que hay que corregir es para mí. El smash, tipo no pegarle. Lo otro que dijimos de te aprieta, esa aprieta que viene difícil, él se pega, le sacás el globo rápido porque se pegan los dos.
Cada vez que Fede entra con
el camino del saque, está perfecto, y estamos condicionando el saque de ellos. Maxi, la están pinchando, está perfecto como está jugando arriba. Estás amagando, como te quedó, le pegaste perfecto, entonces que la tienes que la pinchen. Ahora, como en el anterior, pensamos ya mal edito y tuvimos la chance. Realmente, lo que te digo es que
amagar como si fuera tía para abajo. Y le rompes un poquito con el globo y hacemos.
Claro. Entonces, que la que tiraste que los pasaste, tampoco nos volvamos locos. Ahora, lo que planteo es, cuando estamos atrás, tengamos la paciencia suficiente para tirar bien los globos y nada más. Vos, si le tenés el globo acá, que juegan una de revés que nos la dan si quieres. Está claro, pero nosotros recuerden que bloqueamos. Sí, en eso yo, cuando él clava bien el globo, yo dudo, lo hago dudar a él, porque no voy a ganar. Claro. Yo en esa sí tengo que adelante de él. Exactamente. Exacto, vos tenés cerrado. Claro. Lo que digo es que tampoco te preocupes por cubrir mucho al medio. No, está pero ponele, si yo tiro un paso adelante, él ya se despreocupa un poco porque yo meto la paleta y ya está. Acordate que la que arrasa estás así. Acordate de entrar con la cara más abierta. Ahí con un bloqueo que pase ya complicamos. ¿Estamos buscando el dedito? A no ser que estemos cómodos para clavarlo en la mano. Oye, en alguna, si le tenés fe, amagás al globo y te metete. Por favor.
Players are now back on court. Or at least 3 of the 4. Fourth one strolling in. That is Maxi Sanchez. Taking a little bit more time. Taking some coaching there from Sebastian Mokoroa. And that first serve from Matias de Moral, not getting quite there. Job trying to exploit this middle of the court. This time he changes, goes for the tin, back into the middle, trying to move Freddy Chosti around. There he looks for the middle again. And this time that swivel return from Maxi Sanchez, flying all the way to the back of the glass. 15 love. All. The Moral goes to Chostri. Up down the middle once, twice. That second one over carrying. 15-30. All. Maxi Sanchez. Second time in a row. First one, he couldn't get it over the net. Second one, he's gotten over the net and straight into the back glass. 40-30. Down the tee goes De Moral. De Moral there looking for the double wall. Gets the game on the board. 3 games apiece. Maxi Sanchez to serve. This time, Chiostri is the one overheating. Lots of overheat. Very topsy-turvy, up and down game. No real flow to it at this stage. Players are tired. Players are taking strain in the conditions. They're struggling to play the ball. Awkward bounces. High altitude certainly taking its toll. And Sanchez, well commanded, well led from the front there at the net. Sending later Yob left and right. And as well as later Yob tried, eventually was too much. 15 all. There's the Morale getting in the middle there, pushing later Yob out of the way, almost forcing motion. Fortunately, later Yob was able to retrieve that. And there's the interjection by Maxi Sanchez, the kick. And no one's going to get that. Brilliantly executed there by Maxi Sanchez. There's the war cry from Freddie Chiostri. Off the back foot, both feet up in the air, reaching deep. And tremendous shot there from Maxi Sanchez. Chiostri, Yob gets a fortunate bounce off the top of the net there. Sanchez with a kick, 40-15. Building in confidence. Second one off the back of his toes. On his heels. There's the game. 4 games to 3. We're going to take a little commercial break. When we come back, we're going to tell you what the permutations are and how later Yob and Matias de Moral can possibly get back into this game. It's possible. They can do it. Will they do it is the very big question. We'll see you in a jiffy.
I ain't trying to bring you down, but for real, you might as well give up now.
Oh, and what an amazing flashback there. Some highlights, some taka-taka moments, best puntacos of the Monaco Masters earlier on in the season. And what spectacular points. One of my favorite points there from Alvaro Sola. And what a wonderful highlight to be able to review at this late stage of the season. Love 15. Job goes to Sanchez. Both Job and Morale at the net looking for power. Giostri and Sanchez defending like their lives depend on it. That last lob just over carrying into the glass. 15 all is the scoreline. Players calling the court martial there to wipe off some of those wet patches off the glass. Those wet patches, of course, no good. When the ball hits those wet patches, it slides down automatically. And how does that glass get wet? Players are perspiring. They lean against the glass and leave behind wet patches. Later, Job showing Matias de Moral how it's done. This is how we do it, partner. There we go over the ball into the back glass and wait for it to come back high and precisely. 30-15. Later, Job taking control here for the second time. 40-15. We told you just before that commercial break how we were going to tell you how later Job and Matias de Moral could turn this game around, stay in it, and force a third and decisive set. You remember when this first set started, we mentioned that Sanchez and Giostri would have been feeling quietly positive. They ran away with that first set, 6-3, and were now with upper hand serving, about to go 1-0 up. Well, that pendulum has since stagnated in terms of its swing, and no breaks have been achieved. Later, Job is serving 3-4 down, 40-15, looking to take this to 4-all, and the pressure is on. Matias de Moral seems to be a little bit more consistent, and later Job is starting to shine out of his skin. And there you go, look at that classy, beautiful shot as he angles himself on that return, clips it into the left-hand side and out of the side of the court. 4 games apiece. Matias de Moral allowing later Job to dictate, to take control of the game, and that could potentially lead to the necessary break. It's all it takes is one break. Should they be able to break at this particular juncture, this game could go 5-4 the way of Job and de Moral, with de Moral then trying to serve out the set and force a third and final one. Then it's anyone's game. And de Moral has really got to control himself, and so he does. Resist the temptation to go for power, goes softly. Sanchez with a block, ball carries straight into the glass, and the result is love 15 as Giostri goes to serve to de Moral. Goes straight down the line. That looked like it was exactly on the line. No contestation by either of the 4 players. There he goes, forcing Sanchez into the corner. He goes for the big hit. This time he gets it right. He's first in 6 that he gets right. And the timing couldn't be better. Love 30. Later Job on his knees there, getting out of the way. Apologies, the scoreboard there. It was love 30, not love 15. It's now been corrected. There's Maxi Sanchez big, and de Moral with a jump. Can't quite get there. Maxi Sanchez, one of the big power hitters of the A1 Padel Global Tour team. Not just a power hitter, but a strategic, well-calculated hitter of the ball. Such a prodigious young talent. 21, just recently turned 22. That lob there from the Morale not making it over the net. And Freddie Chostri, who was in position, a little disappointed the ball didn't make it under the net. He wanted to punish that emphatically. Big smile on his face, hugs his partner, walks back. 30 all is the scoreline. Later Yob with a sky-high lob. So sky-high, the ball clears the court. The minute he hit that, I think later Yob decided to hold on to his crucifix around his neck and pray. There was no way that that ball was going to stay anywhere near the inside of that court. Up 30 down, 40, 30 up. Last opportunity for a break here. For Yob and Demoral. Straight control whatsoever. No game management whatsoever. And 5-4 is the score. Sanchez Jostri over Yob.
Ya está. Hemos hecho el nuestro. El nuestro lo hemos hecho bien. Nos hemos animado con 2 pegadas. Vamos a buscar el lado positivo. Vale, hemos ganado 2 pegadas. Llevábamos 4 juegos sin pegarle una. Toma. Vale, vamos agarrando por ahí un poquito. Vamos a ir poco a poco agarrando confianza. ¿De acuerdo? Venga, ya el nuestro lo hemos sacado con más facilidad. Y ahora hemos tenido 0.30 también. Mala suerte.
Entonces concéntrense en el globo ahí. ¿Eh? Vamos. Escúchame, que no lo ganen, pero que no lo ganen bien. Vamos, que no le quede como de acá arriba, que le tenga que cuidar de acá atrás y hacerle por 3. No que me la pegue ahí. No.
Vamos, pendejo. Vamos a jugar bien estos 4 poquitos. Vamos a jugar bien estos 4, ¿eh?
Ey. Tenemos la primera. Vamos. El que es mi dedito por ahí es más fácil para pelotear, pero el de Mati nos da. Siempre nos da. Vamos nosotros. Llegamos al fondo, le tenemos para arriba. Ahí va. Tirémosla para arriba. Concéntrense solamente que no sea atrás de la línea. Ya ni me importa que vaya al medio. Listo. Con la salida de puerta tampoco me está volviendo loco. No. Tratemos de ganar. Fíjate que le ganás con la volea, con el cambio de volea con el globo. Sí. El globazo. Fíjate que siempre viene en el ataque como el bombero. Entonces ahora, y una vez que estamos delante de nosotros, trabajemos nosotros. Trabajemos y esperemos. ¿Cuál está?
That big high lob there from Chiostri over carrying straight into the glass. 15 love is the scoreline. Yob and Demoral cannot afford to be broken here. They've got to hold on, got to stay in the game, try and get another break opportunity. Later on, Yob understands that, finishes that point the way it should be finished. 30 love. Yob drops the pace, looks for the middle gap. Morale a little fortunate there with that vibro. Ball bouncing just before the corner with the glass. 40 love. Very fortunate indeed. Hit. Morale finds the middle. Later, Job changes direction. Sanchez covers. There's the Morale. Can't help himself. Goes for the big hit. Pushes later Job out of the way. Horrendous game management there from Matias de Morale. Easy hit back for later Job. Matias de Morale pushes him out of the way. Goes for the big hit. There is what we've seen for 7 times during this. Freddie Chostri waiting at the net to bang it into the ground and out of the court. Why does he continue to do what he's doing? Matias de Morale is beyond me. Coach Ivan Fuentes must be putting his hair out with what Matias de Morale is doing right now. And there's the big lob there from Later Job, overcarrying. And of course, as we know in the game of paddle, when you make a unforced error, usually that's followed by a fortunate incident from the other team or a good shot from the other team, and all of a sudden your advantage disappears. Matias de Morale can yet save himself some blushes here. Still 40-30 up as Chiostri and Sanchez call on the court marshals to come on court and wipe off some wet patches off the glass. Both sides of the court. The court marshals hard at work, trying to get the glass. And then straight after that, Matias de Morale will serve to Maxi Sanchez. 40-30 up, 4-5 down in the second set after having dropped the first by 3 games to 6. This, of course, the second game of day 2 being played here on day 3 morning because of the suspension of matches late last night due to inclement weather. There we go. Matias de Morale again, unable to control himself, comes across, goes for the big hit, straight into the net, and a golden point has been forced from a 40-love advantage. Golden point, and Sanchez and Chiostri will be licking their lips at what potentially could be a game, set, and match golden point opportunity right now. De Morale to Chiostri. Into the corner. Chiostri returns. Looks for the middle. Goes into the air. De Morale this time fakes a smash. Takes a pace. Later Job looks for the corner. Sanchez high. And this time the ball bounces and just nicks the bottom end of the glass. You can see there Maxi Sanchez is desolate with disappointment, and Matias de Morale and later Job are walking off the court thinking they've got to buy some scratch cards, maybe play the lottery, because the shining stars in the sky have just given them an incredible second chance. Not through their playing, but absolute fortune has given them a 5-5 scoreline as opposed to them losing the game, the set, and the match. Well, you got to ride your luck, and that's hopefully what they'll do. Sanchez will be looking to dig deep into his character after that lob that disappointed him so much. He is on the serve. He has just gone 15-love up. See what transpires here. Chiostri with a gancho. Goes high again over the head of De Morale. De Morale goes for the high lob, and he gets it right. Maxi Sanchez not able to deal with that. Gets the timing wrong. Goes straight into the net. 15-all. There's Freddie Chiostri into the glass, cross court, later Job reaching, can't touch, can't touch this. That's a song in the background there as Freddie Chiostri cries out for that point. 30-15. An excellent backhand volley there from Maxi Sanchez, using the double wall, ball dipping so low it didn't get a second bounce. 40-15. There's Maxi Sanchez from the back of the court into the corner. Awkward bounce. No chance, Job and Demoral. They'll come back fighting to stay in this game. They've been fortunate. They're going to be fortunate twice. Always hard work and persistence going to do the trick.
Cuando toquen quitar la bola, ellos dudan. Cuando nosotros nos queda acá en el paso atrás. Y ahí donde nosotros no tenemos que comprar el globo, ¿me entendés? Fíjate que Fede o Max te la ponen en el juego, vos vas hacia atrás con la bola en la mano, el globo, le pegan.
Escucha, entonces vos decís, la pasamos limpio. Cuando toca vidrio, venga como venga,
es globo, escucha, y acá
globo,
para mí que
globo,
toca abajo.
Globo a bulear,
Sí,
o sea, lo que hemos dicho, a tirarlo pero alto,
Sí,
no es alto, es muy alto.
Sí, muy alto.
es que la que me aprieta,
Está más difícil para ellos que para nosotros para la volea.
Sí, claro.
Vamos,
Ahí corte muy bien, ¿eh?
Sí.
Tú te saques el hombro alto, acordate del hombro alto y por el medio que te la ganen. Está claro que se tenga que meter a torar. Escuchen esto. Vamos, compitamos. Compitamos, lo único que les pido. Vamos. Vamos a ganar nosotros. Teniendo con la evolución que nos prepara. Oye, Maxi, acordate que el globo cruzado, no te ajustes a tirárselo a Leo. El globo se atrás. Al caso de tirárselo que es tu globo cómodo. Si estás cómodo acá, te quedas seguro, ¿eh? El último quiere tirar por tres.
Eso, si la trae la línea,
por tres.
vos también la traes. Sabemos que la pelota vuelve.
Vos salís rápido por ahí. El último ha sido que la marcó por primera salís. Oye, cuando entras en el sobrepique, acordate bien a meterla. Dásela adentro que te la vuelve una más. O sea, que te la ganen esa. ¿Entendés? No saques, no se un tiro demasiado ganador de abajo. Ey, vamos a la evolución. Vamos por bien este año. Vamos por bien. Condiciones.
Sebastian Mokoroa with a message. Forget the portres, forget the kick smash, and go down the line. Freddy Chostri in agreement. Maxi Sanchez listening carefully. Let's see if they follow suit. 5-6 is the scoreline. Later you're observing. You'll be looking to hold and force the second set into a tiebreak. Hanging on to this match on a thread. There's the morale. Can't help himself. This time he gets it right. Perhaps that's what's wrong with his game today, is that he does get those. He does do them so well, but they just haven't been consistent. And that gives him the courage to continue to try them. And the statistics are saying 10 attempts, 8 misses, 2. Really confident. They want to break here, they don't want to tie break, but they're happy to go into third set to play. I'll play better. Sanchez. Love. Apologies, 40 love is the scoreline. Don't look at that scoreboard. It's temptation of the Bajada. Matias de Moral doesn't. Fred Chostri with the save, and then with the parallel hit, straight down the line with that flat smash. All the way back to his court, and it's now 40-30. Later job. Tries to go down the man advantage out of the door. Again, from 40 love to golden point. Compliments of the inconsistent play by these two. Later job, Matthias de Moral, specifically slightly more the pendulum weighing down on Matthias de Moral's side. Of course, this is a team sport, so both guilty of this inconsistency. And this could be a game, set, and match moment here for de Moral. He goes for the big one again. There's Freddie Chostri again. This time, he falls over the net. But why does Matthias de Moral insist on these type of shots? Fortuitous once again, riding their luck. They rode their luck on the first one, rides his luck on the second one, as Freddie Chostri, athletic as he is, he gets there, falls on top of the net. Big tumble. That's, of course, a common occurrence for Freddie Chostri. That's why he's nicknamed Superman on circuit. He's always flying around. And once again, twice fortunate on golden points to go 5-5, now to go 6-6. Job and de Moral riding their luck. Tiebreaker we have, for those unfamiliar with it, standard tiebreak is run at 6-6 with the first to 7 points winner by 2. And there's the first point for the way of Chostri and Sanchez, as later Job goes straight into the back glass. Love 1, de Moral will now serve 2. Freddie Chostri served 1 from his side of the court. Matthias de Moral will now serve 2 from his side of the court. He'll serve first to Maxi Sanchez and then follow the routing from there. As I said before, first to 7, win by 2. So let's see where this tiebreak gets us. And if Matthias de Moral and later Job continue with their fortune streak, riding their luck, and perhaps get a third lucky effort into this game, stay in the set and stay in the match. Or is Sanchez and Chostri going to finally put this to bed, as that block there from later Job goes straight into the glass? Love 2. Little mini break there. The way of Sanchez and Chostri. De Moral will go now to Chostri. Both teams in conference with each other in the center of the court. Later Job trying to get him behind Chostri. He goes once, twice. Chostri manages to cut through the middle. There's the big hit from Maxi Sanchez. Later Job out of court. He does connect with the ball. Can't quite get it back. He has to apply the brakes not to go over the fence. Watch here. Anticipates well. He's out of court. It's slightly off your screen there. But he does reach it. He does clip it. Just not enough with the momentum to get back on court. And has to contain himself not to go over the side railing. Not worse for wear. He's back on court. Maxi Sanchez about to serve. Early advantage here. 2 little early break points here to let them lead by 3-0. Maxi Sanchez to Matthias de Moral. High in the air goes Chostri. There's the fake smash. Chostri equal to the task. Moral this time goes for power. Once again, he doesn't get it right. And once again, rides his luck. as Chiostri goes into the net with that lift off the back glass. Scratching his head. This was deliberate. Look at how Sanchez is able to get that back. Instinctive defense there, De Moral. Why does he keep doing this? Why does he keep going for those types of shots? It's now 12, of which 10 have gone wrong. There's a lob there from De Moral. 4 games to 1. 1-4 as Job picks up the balls. He'll serve one now from that side of the court. Switch ends. So the second is two serves. Closest to you, the side of the court. Close to your screen. Refreshment, quick drive with the towel. Back on the team. And later Job will serve the second of his loaded serves. 2-4 down in this time break. And you'll be serving that to Freddie Chiostri. Up. And there's De Moral again. Into the glass he goes. 5-2. Chiostri to serve. Chiostri down the tee to De Moral, who goes high. Ball stays in court. It's for the middle. De Moral flat-footed there. Sanchez takes the score. 6-2. Freddie Chiostri serving here. He has 5 game, set, and match advantage points on his hands. He has 1 serve left. He's serving to Leto Job. And Leto Job's return goes straight into the glass. And Freddie Chiostri celebrates, taking that ball that has bounced so much all over the court and hits it out of the court. Maxi Sanchez, Freddie Chiostri, 6-3, 7-6, win their first set, first 3 points on the leaderboard for Chiostri and Sanchez, trying to stay in touch, perhaps for a semi-final spot of this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. And later, Job, Matias de Moral, still without a win in this tournament, and they'll be scratching their heads as to how they let that go. What went wrong? Matias de Moral, totally inconsistent. Later, partly inconsistent, but lots of work to be done there if they are going to get anywhere in their third and final match later today, when they take on none other than the inform. They take on the inform Juan Di Pascual and Ramiro Pereira. Not going to be an easy task for them. And Rama Pereira and Juan Di Pascual already with points on the board. We're going to take a brief break. We leave you with these pictures here. Our on-course presenter, Claudia Navarro, will do an interview with the winners. And there's the set summary. You can see their total points, 145-33. Unforced errors. Incredibly, 20 apiece, but 24 winners versus 13 for Sanchez and Chiostri. A lot of those reverse swivels at the net off the weak kick smashes from Matias de Moral. Smashes won 19-19 for Sanchez, Blasco, and Chiostri, and only 10 out of 15 for Job and Del Moral. There's the tail of the tape. Incredibly, they won 3 golden points versus 1 of Sanchez and Chiostri, and yet didn't take advantage of that luck ride that they got, those opportunities that they got when they won those golden points. There it is, 6-3, 7-6, Sanchez Chostri over Yob and Del Moral. We're going to leave you with these pictures. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you for what will be the second match of yesterday's Day 2 schedule, and that puts together the very exciting Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco against Rama Pereira and Juan Di Pascual. Number 2 seeds playing number 3 seeds, and what a humdinger that promises to be. Welcome back, and here we are on our screens, the second match of this second round of matches in day 2. And day 2, you might be scratching your head and wondering, why is it day 2 when we know it's definitely day 3? It's day 2 because yesterday inclement weather prevented everyone from finalizing their matches. So we are this morning finalizing all the day 2 round matches of this group stage of the A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. And once we've done that, then later this evening we'll get underway with the group matches. So lots of credit go here to the players, some of which have agreed to play 2 matches in one day, morning and evening session. And on your screens there, we have to your left, as they're all wearing dark colors, we have to the left of your screen, or closest to you, on the left-hand side, Martin Abud in the all black white socks, and then in the more colorful attire with a cap. Now, Santiago Roda, the two-tone top, black and grey with shorts, and dry position. There's the ring from Lopez. Here's the results. Here's the match right now, the third one. Roda. And straight after this, we have second attraction. It's 12, number 2 seats, number 3. To track that from what you have currently on screen, I'm on Monday trying a few favorites, Gonzalo Pozo, qualified, they were 3-0 in that third set. And then the match we just saw earlier on, where Freddie Chiostri and his partner Maxi Sanchez took on Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral, winning that 6-3 and 7-6 in the tiebreaker in the last. Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral rode their luck, didn't take advantage of their chances to turn the game around, and eventually succumbed to a much more solid and consistent matches and Federico Chiostri. Those are the matches on your screen that will come up this evening. Mountain to climb. Not one game so far. Last match in the evening later tonight. Costa Rica, Sanchez and Dave. Well, that night, we now focus on what's in your screens, what's in you. He evens the pair with perhaps the umpire with the edge. There's Santiago Rola on your screens there, 23 years of age. From Buenos Aires in Argentina, 1.78 m, playing on the drive position. And what an improved player he is as well. Been on circuit with the A1 Padel for a couple of years now, and he's improved tremendously. And next to him, his partner, Facundo Lopez. What a interesting young man this is. So talented. Look at him, there he is on your screen. Great temperament he has, and 20 years of age. From Misiones, also in Argentina, 1.90 m tall, and tremendous control for a player that tall and with so much power. Intelligent player, and you're going to see lots of that on your screen. There is the ever present Santiago Frugoni. Santiago Frugoni, 29, number 9 on the A1 Padel global ranking. Also from Argentina, from Resistencia, and that makes it 3 Argentines and 1 Panamanian Martin Abud is the Panamanian on court. There he is. Played most of the early part of the season in partnership with Tito Alemandi, and recently the partnership broke up. Young, dynamic, and very, very, very promising player. 21 years of age, from Encarnacion in Paraguay. Apologies, not from Panama, from Paraguay. The number one player in Paraguay is Martin Abud. And here he is on the A1 Padel Global Tour, high ranking, and with his partner, Santiago Frugoni, the slight favorites. There is the ever-present Zeus Sanchez, coach. And looks like the other team doesn't have a coach on the side. Quite a few teams on in this tournament do not have a coach courtside. There's the sheriff in town, the umpire for the match, Josep Azuaga. He was the man doing the hard work yesterday with Gonzalo Alfonso and Torito Aguirre. And Josep Azuaga, very experienced umpire who will be keeping the law and order. And part of that law and order is the match format, best of 3 sets with golden points to be played at deuce, tiebreakers at 6-all, and those tiebreakers best of first to 7, win by 2. If you're unfamiliar with golden points, when at deuce there is a sudden death point with the receiving team electing who will receive, almost the penalty shootout of the sport of paddle. And Mr. Josep Azuaga will be making sure that they're doing all of that right. The other thing he'll be making sure of is that new balls are introduced at 9 games and every 11 subsequent to that. And those balls, Knox Titaniums, the official ball sponsor of the A1 Padel Global Tour. And boy, are those balls bouncy. 900 meters in altitude is Caracas, our host city for this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. In fact, that host city is called really Santiago de León de Caracas, CCS, known in short as Caracas. They are hosts here at Stadio Caracas.
Ese planazo tuyo de siempre. Yo
creo
que
vale
claro.
Game. Those conditions that we were saying, 900 meters. That is in this city of Caracas. Plus, add to that the 22, now 24, apologies, we're just looking at the thermometer, 24 degrees Celsius with close, just over 70% of humidity and climbing. So these Knox Titanium balls, really, really bouncy. And as we mentioned earlier in the previous match, players having to adapt, and usually the key is in how quickly they can adapt to those conditions and how they can deal with them. Big hitters tend to struggle. More precise, more strategic hitters tend to benefit. We'll see what happens now as it unfolds. Players have finished all their warm-ups. They've done last-minute preparations. The toss was won by Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, and it looks like Santiago Frugoni will take us away, serving to Santiago Rola. And off we go. Love, love. Santiago Rola with the bandeja straight to the feet of Frugoni, who can't lift it high. Goes into the net. Love 15. His next serve also goes to the net. Quick early affinity with the net for Santiago Frugoni. This time he clears the net. The third time of asking. And seems the focus is at the moment on Facundo Lopez. And as the ball switches direction, Santiago Rola, Santiago's backhand volley into the net. 15-all is the scoreline. There goes Martin Abud into the corner, getting the best of Facundo Lopez. 30-15. Frugoni this time down the center. Facundo Lopez dealing with it admirably. These players will have been watching how the other players in the earlier match would have been dealing with the bounce and with the conditions. They would have learned from that. And as they do that gently, no big hits thus far. Players really biding their time, sort of feeling each other out, looking for placement and control rather than power and finalization. And Frugoni goes 40-15 up on his serve, adds a little bit more power there to that last one, uses the double wall, puts the first score point on the board, and they'll switch sides really, really quickly. You'll see them back on court in instants. There's the first little bit of power. Facundo Lopez still manages to clip it, just doesn't get a rise to the ball, so the ball doesn't clear the net. And as they come back with sides switched, it is 1-0 for Abud and Frugoni early on in the first set of the second match, day 2, allotment of matches at the A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. This the last tournament on the A1 Padel Global Tour calendar for 2025, and this the best of the best, the 16 best players on the A1 Padel ranking, fighting it out in a completely different format. And what is that format, you say? Round robin. 8 teams, 4 in each group, Group A and B. They all play each other in a round robin format, accumulating points for wins. And those players, those teams, the top 2 in each group will face off with each other in the semi-finals on Saturday. The winners of those matches will then go to the final on Sunday, and all of that for a big chunk of the $100,000 prize money on offer for this Master Final tournament held here in Caracas. Love 30, Facundo Lopez serving to Frugoni. First one goes into the net. Facundo Lopez got to be a little bit careful, yeah? Don't want to be giving Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud the advantage or a break of service so early on in the first set. Love 40 is the scoreline. 4 opportunities for a break here so early on in the game for Abud and Frugoni. We were just moments ago singing the praises of Facundo Lopez, and here he is about to be broke. First serve of the match. This time, however, he goes into the ground and out of the court. 15-40, one of those redeemed. Those break points. There's Zeus Sanchez hard at work making notes. He's already noticing things that can be improved with these charges. Great coach, Zeus coaches. Zeus Sanchez works closely with a lot of the younger players on the A1 Padel Global Tour, and a lot of them at the Monte Carlo Sports International Academy in Beausoleil. He's in France, bordering on of the A1 Padel Global Tour, and in fact of Padel worldwide, also the major sponsor of the Fabrice Pastor Cups, Monte Carlo International Sports. He has a president and co-founder and founder, which is common with the A1 Padel Global Tour. That is Mr. Fabrice Pastor. Mr. Fabrice Pastor, a stalwart of the paddle, sport of paddle globally and for many, many, many a year. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is the break. First break of the match. 2-love up, Martin Abud to serve. Earlier on, in the first day, in these group stages, Facundo Lopez and Santiago Rola played Aymar Goni and Tito Alemandi and took those two into a 3-setter, winning the first set 6-3, and then letting the next 2 sets go 6-4 in that third set. Very, very close. It was just one break and either both of those second and third sets. At one stage, it looked like it could have gone the other way. So putting up a huge fight. I'll be hoping that that huge 3-setter match against Goni and Alemandi didn't take it all out of them. They look no worse for wear. However, they are love 2 down in this first set here. Their opposition here, Martin Wood and Santiago Frugoni, also did not win their first round match. They instead went down 7-5 and 6-2 to Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. Put up a fight in the first set. Second set, really a procession for Aguirre and Alfonso. No real challenge put up. So they'll be looking to set this record straight. Both of these teams looking for a win. Perhaps Frugoni and Abud, although marginal favorites in terms of ranking, perhaps had a lot less to do against Aguirre and Alfonso than what Rola and Lopez did in that mammoth 3-setter against Alemandi and Goni. There's the kick smash, well anticipated there by Martin Abud, but he couldn't get it back onto court. 15-all is the scoreline. Trying to nip it just into the feet of Martin Abud there with a chiquita. Lob from Frugoni stays just in, hugs the edge of the glass. There's the kick from Martin Abud off the back foot, on his heels, brilliantly executed. Great end result, 30-15. All. Three love, Abud and Frugoni go up. This is a good early advantage here. And Santiago Rola will come out with ball in hand. In the meantime, we're going to take a brief commercial break. We'll come back and tell you why Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez look a little out of depth, a little bit out of sorts in this early part of the first set.
I ain't trying to bring you down, but for real, you might as well give up now. Think you got a chance, but I don't see how. Got a real tight grip when I hold that crown. My life been good.
Dejadita y la saca por la puerta. Maxi Arce.
Even when it bleeds just a little. Give it to you strong, heavy metal. I don't make a sound when I strike. You better just run for your life.
Lo define así. No, no. Maxi Arce para cerrar de esta manera.
Run for your life.
Vale. Si querés probamos esa corta primero, arrancamos con eso y después nos queda todo.
Bueno, va.
players back on court. And Santiago with the ball in hand, serving to Santiago Fragoni. Abud well defended there. Frugoni not able to do the same thing. 15-love is the scoreline. Both these teams coming into both this match and the Master Final tournament itself have really got nothing to lose. These are players that teams that have gotten in here through their hard work during the season, reaching lots of semi-finals, quarterfinals. These are players of great caliber and great skill, and of course these are players that are in this almost for nothing to lose. They'll be looking to really get things up and going and get the tournament's best results possible, because they want to be recognized as part of the top 16 players on the A1 Padel Global Tour. They want to make sure that they are delivering on their promise. Three very young players on court. Of course, Santiago Frugoni already 29, but all three of the others, young, dynamic players in their early 20s, and lots of promise, lots of their career ahead of them, and what careers they can really be if these guys can do well in a tournament such as these. These are really top-class, talented prospects. You know, all three of them, Martin Abud, Facundo Lopez, and Santiago Rola. These are youngsters that have really come to the fore in the last 2 years, not just on the A1 Padel Global Tour events, but all round in their paddle. They play a lot of regional tournaments. They play a lot of home crowd tournaments in their regional hubs, wherever they operate out of, whether it be in Spain, in Paraguay, in Argentina. They play a lot of those regional tournaments, and how they've improved and how they have set the tone. Santiago Rola, Facundo Lopez on the board. First game of the match, they've won. See there, Facundo Lopez in particular bouncing on his toes, starting to find his feet in this match, as Frugoni goes to serve 3-1 up. Sometimes these youngsters take a little longer to get going. Beautiful lob there from Facundo Lopez, just overreaching, just clipping the bottom corner of the glass there at the back behind Martin Abud. A little fortunate for Martin Abud. He could have found himself in a little bit of trouble backtracking. Goes for the big kick, and he gets it right. He gets enough lift on it. 30-love is the scoreline. Another big hit, Martin Abud, to secure the 40-love. (40-15). Martin Abud ranked number 8 on the A1 Padel Global Tour. Just at 21 years of age. How amazing is that? 40-30. 2 points clawed back there by Lopez and Facundo Lopez and Santiago Rola. And we spoke earlier about our friend Martin Abud and what a season he's had in 2024. He started off, as I said to you, teamed up with a variety of different partners, reached several quarterfinals in his first 7 tournaments. He reached 5 quarterfinals. Broke up that partnership. Still reached quarterfinals.
No me siento mal.
Había un par de puntos que hemos hecho 4 por abajo.
y en el punto que nos regala Rola.
Porque tenemos que pensar en todo, porque ponerle.
The last
¿De
8
qué lado
of the
puede
main
quedar más
draw of
tranqui?
either the Master or the Open tournament in which he was
Entonces
playing.
tenemos que darle
Martin
más
Abud,
volumen
21
Y últimamente
years
sí
of
nos podemos
age.
intentar arriesgar un poco más con el globo. En la primera, en la segunda ya tirar.
Es el único Martín que te diría.
Nosotros defensa tenemos que mantener por abajo.
Si la pelota
Pero dale que lo tenemos, ¿eh?
¿Vamos a hacer el nuestro?
Dale, vamos a mi saque, solito.
Vamos sólido acá. Sólido en este
Vale.
Si yo me paro atrás, lo voy a defender y lo ayudo mucho a Martín a mejor.
Eso es. Yo solo digo que cada vez que nosotros lo hemos
Vamos a tratar de sacársela de ahí.
Eso es.
Una vez
Sacársela de
podemos
ahí.
sacar el globo.
Sí, y el globo es paralelo. Es como ya intenta jugarte una paralela de tirar 3/4. Ya no sé dónde tirarla. Ahora va a empezar a jugarla al medio, a lo mejor.
Sí, que la juegue.
Que la juegue, ¿vale? Apretarme cuando la bola se nos quede. Si la baja el compañero, el otro acompaña un poquito. Hablaros. Muy bien. Vamos a romperlo. Vamos. Ya con orden ahora, ¿eh? Dale.
Players coming back on court. That beautiful setting. It is early in the morning, so no crowds expected because it is right now just past midday, lunchtime. So people at work. And remember, these are catch-up games from last evening when inclement weather forced the matches to be suspended. But these expected a capacity crowd for this evening's matches. All 4 of them here on the center court. And what exciting matches those 4 are going to be. Here's Facundo Lopez, ball eye in the air. And Martin Abud goes for the bajada. Angled one, goes straight into the net. 15 all. Facundo Lopez serving 1-4 down in this first set as he looks to start to find his feet. You can see the body language is starting to be a little bit more active from Rola and Lopez. They're starting to bounce a little, becoming a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active. Into the corner he goes with that backhand volley. To the feet he goes. Facundo Lopez of Frugoni, 30-15. Great finish there from Facundo Lopez. As for the big hit, Facundo Lopez does. Martin Abud unable to run forward. Stuck, tries to the block. Ball comes back. You can see there. Look at that body language. What a tremendous young man is this Facundo Lopez. Great paddle player. Great human being. The almost drop shot there. Santirola getting it back. Tries to go high, gets it into the corner there. Frugoni with a swivel. Saved by Facundo Lopez once, twice. Oh, he just missed that. He was in position. Tries to be a little too clever. Tries it, almost looked like he was looking for a Dormilona there. But she follows it all the way and it just reaches out. That was millimeters that he didn't touch that ball. Credit to Santiago Frugoni who put that away. But young Lopez, very unfortunate not to get a clip on that. 40-30. Into the corner goes Rola. Off the glass, the boast goes from Martin Abud. And that's what we're talking about, the ball over carrying. Carries all the way to the other glass. And Rola and Lopez get another notch on the scoreboard. Martin Abud will serve. the lob from Facundo Lopez into the glass again. They've got to be really careful with these lob players. Be careful with the powerful hits. Anything that's going range that they're having to put a full swing into is going to be risky. Lopez forcing Martin Abud down. Both Roller and Facundo Lopez going for the same ball there, getting confused, rackets colliding. Big smiles on Santiago Frugoni's face because he knows he was in trouble there. He knows that wasn't going to go his way. And confusion reigns there. Look at that. Here's the lob. Both players going up for the same shot. Rackets colliding. Martin Abud off balance. Frugoni nowhere near it. And this time, Martin Abud with straight at the feet of Facundo Lopez. 40 love. And into the net goes Martin Abud, or rather the side fence. 40-15. There's the big finish there from Santiago Frugoni, taking the score to 5-2. Uphill battle in this first set. Not impossible, but certainly difficult. Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, 2-5 down when they back to serve. And the positivity in the hands of Abud and Frugoni. Oh, and in that break, another wonderful walk down memory lane for this year's 2024 France Open. And the three puntacos, the three banger points of top three of that tournament. And guess who was winning one of those? Number 3, Facundo Lopez. And if you missed that France Open, you've got him on your screen right now. The progenitor of one of the top 3 points at the France Open in 2024. Facundo Lopez on the top right-hand side of your screen in the black and white. He reaches out, goes for the high lob. That's Facundo Lopez. Abud controls it well. There's a swivel from Facundo Lopez straight into the net. Love 15. There's a big finish from Santirola. Straight into the glass though. Frustration setting in here for Rola and Lopez. That's the end of this first set. Love 30. Love 40 now. As Santiago goes into that net after that fantastic return. Cross court, well angled, dipping like a chiquita just past the net to the feet of Santiago from Frugoni. Facu Lopez over the head of Martin Abud. The swivel return stays low. Facu Lopez goes for the kick smash, goes into the net instead, and it's set one. Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, 6-2 over Rola and Lopez. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, 6-2 as Abud and Frugoni look to get their first points of this Venezuela Master Final.
La salida de Padel, de Juan y de Pascual. Remate bárbaro de Juan y de Pascual. Apúntelo, Polidoro, que se viene. Locura total. Un tremendo puntazo, amigo.
Incredibly, umpire Josep Azuaga asking the crowd for some patience and for no noise. And as little crowd as it is here at this time of the day, they are making a noise. Possibly in the VIP section. No idea, but that's why umpire Azuaga is here. Not just to keep the law and order amongst the players, but also in the whole precinct. Excellent play there, Santiago Rola. Exchanges with Santiago Frugoni. Left and right. Rola coming out on top. Brilliant point there. You can see there the block off that smash. Going down the side. Going to Frugoni once, twice. And then Frugoni with an unforced error. There's Facu outing. Fantastic point there, Santiago Rola. Abud with the bandeja into the corner. And Facundo Lopez underneath his racket. Beautiful. Facu Lopez. Abud goes high. Facu Lopez equal to the task, into the ground, out of the court. 15-40. 3 break opportunities here for Rola and Lopez. Good way to start this first set. Second set, excuse me. Oof, he does touch the net just ever so slightly. Does he get away with it? He doesn't. 30 all. Umpire Zwaga, as we said, that's why he's here, to keep the law and order in place. Rather unfortunate there from Facu Lopez. Off the glass, in the air. Well dealt with. Martin Abud. Goes to the feet of Facu Lopez. Finishes the point well, 40-30. A little fortunate there for Abud and Frugoni. Nevertheless, good effort by the two young men, Rolo and Lopez. They need to stay positive. Not let a decision like that get them down. 40-30. Beautiful defending. Martin Abud, Puntaco, banger point. Big finish there from Facu Lopez. And on the reverse, you can watch here. There's the lob. Big finish there from Abud, followed by another big finish there from Facu Lopez. And then the swivel, the little clip down, reduction in pace. Get in the second bounce ball. Santi Rola nowhere near it. Excellent point. Martin Abud, doff your cap, ladies and gentlemen. That was a well-held serve of Santiago Frugoni's. 1-0 in the second set for Abud and Frugoni. Quick turnaround. You can see there, look at Martin Abud. He's pleased with himself. Big smile on his face. Ready to do some more. Santi Rola to serve. $15. Beautiful drop shot there from Facu Lopez. Catching up Frugoni flat-footed at the back of the court. Almost instinctive, that shot. But we didn't see a replay. Goes again, this time nips the side of the fence door. 30-15. Santiago Rola with a big hit there. Unusual for him. On the run. 40-15. There's a finish into the corner by Facu Lopez. One apiece. As the serve changes hands to Martin Abud. We're going through the gears really quickly here through the games. One game all. It is in the players' interest to get games going really quick. And on the clock, they are playing later on in the evening today. So they want to get through these games as quick as possible. Also, as the temperature rises at lunchtime now, they want to make sure that they're not overexerting themselves and not getting themselves too exposed to the conditions. Martin Abud with a relentless finish there. Big hit down the parallel. Hard, major kick. Straight back to his side of the court. 30-love. $40-love. Oh, very fortunate clip of the net there. Ball hitting the top edge and just dropping over. Santiago Frugoni, even though in proximity, not able to reach it. You can see just clips and falls. Catches Frugoni unawares. So he reaches down. It's a little too late. By the time he gets down, balls will bounce 3 times. But still a clear advantage, 40-15. Martin Abud changes his mind there, decides he's too far back, the ball is too close to the glass. It's not going to go for the big hit. And this time it's Martin Abud with the error, trying to go find the gap to the left-hand side of Facu Lopez. and goes into the fence instead. 40-30. Lopez getting in behind Martin Abud and finishing it into the ground, out of the court. Martin Abud going for a big hit from so far back on the court. We saw what happened to Matias de Moral early in the game before that, attempting shots from so far back. He got punished time and time again by Felix Chiostri. And although Martin Abud has not done too many of those, should he continue in this vein, he will be punished. Fakulop is an athletic young man. And here we have a golden point, first one of the second set. Martin Abud on serve and an opportunity to break here for Roland Lopez. But that opportunity is not about to be let go as Martin Abud goes with a big finish, puts the points on the board, and takes a seat on the rest bench. Goes in this coach. While he does that, we're going to take a brief commercial break. We'll be right back as we take you through the middle stages of the second set of the second match, day 2, A1 Padel Venezuela Master Finals. As players waltz back on court, and yet another reminiscent walk down memory lane there as we saw the top 3 puntacos, the top 3 bangers of the Marbella Masters. What a wonderful tournament that was. And did you see that point number 2 from Jesus Ruiz? What an incredible point. One for the highlights reel, one of the most watched highlight points on social media in 2024. And of course, puntaco number 3 and puntaco number 1. Waves of the magic wand from the magician, the alien, the extraterrestrial Tolito Aguirre. That number 1 puntaco, certainly something out of this world, a worldly, as we would call it in footballing terms, from Tolito Aguirre. Tremendous points, and what fantastic effort here by our production team to provide those highlights, and as we reminisce down memory lane on this last of the A1 Padel Global Tours events for the 2024 season. As the players go taka-taka in the middle of the court, Frugoni drops the pace, finds the gap, goes slowly down the middle. Facu Lopez and Santirola just merely watching. You can see, yeah, they're hitting it away at each other, and there's Frugoni. Finds the gap, drops the pace. No answers here from Rola and Lopez. 30 love. Love 30 is the scoreline. And love 40 it becomes. With Santiago Rola going into the net. 4 break opportunities to get an early advantage in the second set. And one's got to say, if they do get this advantage, if they do get this break, Abud and Frugoni will go from slight favorites to major favorites to take this match in this group stage of this Master Final tournament. And they do indeed go 3-1 up. See there, with a great return swivel off the back glass. Santiago not aware, not concentrated enough. Ball edges the side of his racket straight into the fence. Not what he was expecting, not what these two young kids were looking towards as they got up this morning and made their way onto the center court here at the Metropolitan University in Caracas. There's an excellent finish. Santiago Frugoni changes direction again, dropping the pace. You heard us talk about this before the match. That's a team that adapts to the conditions is going to prevail. The one that adapts fastest and most intelligently, and that's exactly, particularly what a player like Santiago Frugoni, who's a big power hitter, has done in this match. Big finish there from Martin Abud. And there's Facu Lopez touching the net once again. 40 love is the scoreline. There's that return into the top end of the fence. 4-1. Santiago Rola will serve 1-4 down in the second set after having dropped the first by 2-6 to Abud and Frugoni. We're going to listen to what the coaches have to say, or at least the one coach who's on attendance, Zeus Sanchez. But he is on the side of the players with the advantage. So he's looking to tell them to do what you're doing now and seal off the game. Let's see what he has to say.
Nos plantamos. No, sí.
Me planto, avanzo.
Sí, sencillo, me dijo.
Claro,
No, pero es que yo me la merecía, o sea, si te pegan a vos, yo me tiran frente tuyo para que me vean a mí por culpa mía.
Claro, pero simplemente es activaros bien ahí y vais los dos para adelante como si fuese dos leones.
Lo mismo, peloteamos. Apoyate en fondo y pelotea.
Sí.
Y si la vas a pinchar, pincharlo por la mitad de la cancha, porque la pelota se baja. Escucha, ten en cuenta, cada vez que puedas, vamos a jugar por el medio porque Falco con el revés se tira para todos lados.
Totalmente, de derecha lo sabe.
Yo le digo a Martín, no le voy a sacar al revés porque vamos a un fichaje. Le saqué al revés y tiro un gol.
Vale.
Vamos a
¿Vale? ¿Otro? ¿Vamos otro?
Sí, igual.
Venga, son patas, esta vez aquí, Sí, otra cosa, Confianza. Con 0-15 confianza, Martín. Sacan ellos.
Keep doing more of the same. Hit the same way. You have the advantage. You're 4-1 up. They serve it. They hold. No problem. You just keep plugging away, doing what you're doing now. The match will be in the bag. And you can go back to the hotel and rest up for tonight's proceedings. Of course, those tonight proceedings will have Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola getting ready to take on in their last match none other than Gonz Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. So hard task for them, should they lose this match, to then recover for a last game in the group stages against those two, the tournament favorites. And on the other side, Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni will be taking on Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande later on today. So either way, a tough match for both of these teams in the second round, but you want to go into those having at least one game in this group stage. And the way it's looking right now is that it's going to be Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, who go now in this game at 15-40 with 3 break opportunities to really press the advantage and run the gauntlet down in a very massive way. Roller goes to Frugoni. The serve is a foul serve. It'll go again. Santiago Frugoni down the middle. Facu Lopez tries to take the pace off it. Roller looks for the corner. Ball stays in, off the glass. Martin Abud keeping his eye on it. Goes for the big hit instead of looking for the middle with slower pace. And finds the glass instead. Often players get carried away with looking for the big finish. 30-40. So one of those break points saved. Is it enough? Soon see. Looks for the double wall. Does Santi Roller. High lob. Facu Lopez lets it bounce. Goes for the big hit. And no answers there. Frugoni and Abud. And Abud must be now scratching his head and saying, why did I not think about that previous shot a little more before I unleashed straight back into the glass? Golden point rescued. And Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola now looking to hold. Still a break opportunity for Abud and Frugoni. And they hold as Abud goes with the backhand and wastes 3 break opportunities. They are, however, serving. Martin Abud will serve 4-2 up. He'll look to push this to 5-2 and get a foothold in the second set. The time will show us. That's exactly what Martin Abud should have done, where instead he went for the wild swing from the back straight into the back glass earlier on. Second last point before the golden point was forced in the previous game. But easier said than done here from the commentator's chair and from being back home. That's excellent kick off his heels from Martin Abud. He does that so well, and he's done 2 or 3 in this match already. It's tremendous height, it's tremendous reach. He lets the ball drop in just behind him. And it's a big swing. Frugoni into the ground, out of the court. 30 love. Abud doesn't quite get the kick. The defense there from Frugoni in showman style. Abud opts this time not to go big. Goes low, waits for a better opportunity. The next one is the proper one. He goes straight down the line, gets the kick. 5-2, the score line. Facu Lopez will serve 2-5 down. We're going to go and perhaps take another trip down memory lane. Perhaps look at how our commercial partners do their business. Here we are, the players back. Apologies for that shortness there in the last 2 points. 15 all, on as even, as Facundo Lopez is serving 2-5 down in the second set. And Martin Abud and Santiago Fragoni as their coach, Zeus Sanchez, is telling them, just serve it out, ride it out, keep doing what you're doing, keep playing the way you're playing. You have a very strong advantage, strong foothold in this match. Just ride it out. Don't do anything silly, and you will get those 3 points on the board. And no panics are needed here. 40-15 as Facu Lopez serves to Santiago Frugoni. Great chiquita there, well dealt with Facu Lopez. Santiago Rola tries to get behind Frugoni. Another tall player playing on the right-hand side in the drive position. There, Abud trying to get a little clever, going in behind Facu Lopez. Doesn't quite get it right. And Santiago Frugoni will now serve 5-3 up, second set. Looking to serve this match out in the second set. Of course, Santiago Rola and Facu Lopez will be doing their damnedest to break the service and put up a fight, stay in the game as long as possible. Can they do it, though? Frugoni, the look on his face is of visible nervousness. Martin Abud, cool as a cucumber, and first blood goes the way of Facu Lopez, who aggressively looks for the corner of Frugoni. He's seen something there. It's the second time he's done that in the last few points. Love 15 is the scoreline. High in the air goes Santiago Rola. Martin Abud controlling himself with his high balls. He tries to be, again, a little clever. Changing direction, goes into the net. You can see he's disappointed with himself. He shouldn't be doing that type of thing. Not at this stage of the game. And Santi Rola. What a phenomenal point. Ladies and gentlemen, take your hat off. That's a banger return. Look at that. Watch Santi Rola here. Whoa! Tolito. There is a gentleman called Santi Rola in the house doing what you do. Perhaps borrowed the magic wand. Just like that. Martin Abud goes into the fence. Santi Frugoni, instead of serving out the game and the set and the match, drops his serve. And Santi Rola and Facundo Lopez breathe an air of hope.
Vamos vuelta, tranqui, olvídate. ¿Sabes cuál fue tu problema? Que te ponía a pensar mucho. Ese es el único problema. No pensé, tirarnos. Vamos vuelta. Ey, lo quebramos ahora. Vamos bien, lo quebramos ahora. Vamos bien, lo quebramos, dale, tranqui. Escuchá. Empecemos vuelta, tranquilo.
Tiro, queda tiempo, tranquilidad. No entra nadie.
¿Cómo que lo único hicieron tirar el globo nada más? Lo único hicieron tirar el globo.
Se mueve como así se mueve la bola ahí, de este lado.
Vale, entonces si ahora vuelve a pasar, si nosotros cogemos la red, que pique. Dale. Pique tranquilo. La única solución que tienen ellos es eso, buscar el globo alto.
Nosotros seguimos contundentes en lo nuestro. Vamos. Ahora, si te tiran el globo, te canto todo lo que hacen, ¿eh?
Dale.
Se viene Santi,
si me viene a mí,
¿Qué pasó?
Tiempo. Sin dudas. Vamos.
Dale, vamos al pie, vamos amigo.
There we go. A turn up for the book. Santiago Facu Lopez making a late effort to get back into this game as Santiago Frugoni was about to serve for the game, the set, and the match. He got broken to love by these two young boys who turned the clock around, and all of a sudden the score is 4-5. Ball in hand, 15 love up, putting up a fight. How long is that fight going to last? At this rate, it's going to look quite a while because it's 30 love now. Santiago Rola goes to serve, and you can see, look at that. Look at Facu Lopez springing his step all of a sudden, walking around lazily just a few minutes ago, and now all of a sudden, look at that stance, look at that movement of the feet. And as I praise him, he makes a mistake. Commentator's curse. 30-15. Frugoni off the back glass. And Lopez goes for the big hit, mistimes it into the net, 30 all. And here Martin Abud there telling Frugoni, vamos, vamos. We got this, 30 all. We can break them just the way they broke us. Got this. First serve there from Santirola into the net. Here we go again. Taking the pace off that. Well defended Facu Lopez. And the finish there, Martin Abud. Facu Lopez just millimeters off that. The height wasn't there. It was the distance this time. Couldn't quite get to it. 30-40. And yeah, it's the two break opportunities Frugoni and Abud need to try and finalize this. You see the ball here. It's low enough, but Facu Lopez just doesn't get there. Needed another inch. Falls badly. All good. 30-40. There's the lift. Roller into the corner. And the lob there from Martin Abud clips the bottom end of the glass. Martin Abud with critical errors at critical stages of the match. He did 3 of those in the service drop by Frugoni earlier on. And now at a break point to win the set and the match. He goes high again into the glass. Golden point, still an opportunity for a break and for the set and the match here for Frugoni and Abud. Facu Lopez is having none of that. And he punishes into the back wall. Look at the smile on his face. He knows what he's just done. It's 5 all. It's going to make Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni work really hard if they want the second set. They're going to work hard. And if they go into a third set, the psychology is certainly in the hands of Rola and Lopez. Big hit there, Frugoni. Effective. 15 love. Love now. Martin Abud gets ready to go to Santiago Rola, who walks away from the baseline to go and have a quick strategic discussion with Facu Lopez. And that stays in. Martin Abud, double walls all around, and Facu Lopez, after all that hard work, goes into the net. 40 love. He'll be so disappointed with himself there. There's the first one. He comes across, saves the wall, and then when he's got a finish at his mercy, he goes into the net. And once again, into the glass. 6-5, Abud Frugoni. Facu Lopez will come with his destiny in his hand in the form of a Knox Titanium paddle ball. Did you see that beautiful shoe? That's the official slam shoe by Joma, offering maximum stability and grip on the court, including total improvement in design and technology, maintaining maximum grip protection, stability, and cushioning. Lots of new technology in that shoe, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's a phenomenal piece of footwear. What is phenomenal as well is how this set is about to come to a close, and that is with Facundo Lopez serving. And this great rally building up. The ball hitting the back of the glass and just dropping down. You see there's Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud looking at the glass to see if it's wet. It's not wet. It's just a well-played shot with a lot of backspin from Santiago Rolla. And it's 15 love. Frugoni goes for the middle there. Doesn't find the gap. Well blocked. Down the middle. Frugoni equal to the task. Some taka by both of them. Looks for the corner. Does Martin Abud. Back into the middle. Santiago Rolla now really covering on the court. Martin Abud will have none of that. He's going to be finishing that. You cannot leave too many balls short, too many balls hanging, especially close to the second quadrant near the net for Martin Abud. He will punish you. And he is just fine with these conditions. He is from Paraguay, after all, used to this high altitude, high humidity playing. So he's going to deal with it emphatically, and he's going to leave you behind. 15-all. Facu Lopez to serve to Santiago Frugoni. And that there from Facu Lopez. A little bit mistimed. Straight into the back glass, 15-30. First one there from Facu Lopez. Great preparation there. Takes that backhand into the middle, and Facu Lopez with yet another error. So much talent, so much eagerness, so much inconsistency. We have 3 break points at match point. 5-6, second set, 15-40 is the scoreline. And Facu Lopez will serve to Santiago Frugoni. 3 match points available here. Change of direction. Abud with the left. Facu Lopez hits hard and finishes well. 3 match points become 2. Big vamos shouts there from Facu Lopez. He'll now have a chance to serve to Martin Abud. Still 2 match points available here. Lopez goes down the corner. Abud with a return straight into the glass. Boom! We have golden point and only 1 match point left available here. This is not the first time Martin Abud and Frugoni have been there in this game. They could have wrapped this up a long time ago. They've had 2 similar opportunities at 5-4 and not taken advantage of them. They want to make sure now. Are they going to make sure, or is Santiago Rolla and Facu Lopez going to really get under their skin and force some real hard work into a third and final set, or tiebreak at least? This is a battle of attrition. Who's going to win it? Abud trying to keep calm, trying to resist temptation. Goes for the bajada, well blocked, Santirola. Got to resist temptation of going for the wild shot here. Abud goes cross court, and the block from Facu Lopez finally goes into the net. And you can see the size of relief there on the face of Santiago Frugoni. Frugoni and Abud finally get the job done, 7-5. Final score, 6-2, 7-5. Abud and Frugoni over Facu Lopez and Santirola, who left the challenge perhaps a little too late in this second of the day 2 matches, group stages still of this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. Congratulations all round. There's Coach Zeus telling him, you gave me a heart attack. This should have been finished a long time ago. Well done anyway. Final words in the ears of Martin Abud and Santiago Fragoni. And what a match this was. What a particularly exciting second set this was. Topsy-turvy, a real challenge mounted by Rola and Facundo Lopez, who have only lack of consistency to blame for this loss. And Martin Abud and Santiago Fragoni are now on the board on the classification table. There we go. There's that block. You're going to see it right now. That ball goes deep and goes in there. There's the post. There's the cross court from Martin Abud. Well blocked by Facu Lopez. He moves forward. He goes to block the bajada. It doesn't come his way. It goes the way of Rola. Rola again to Abud. Abud now changes direction. There's the block from Facu Lopez. Straight into the net. And there is the set and the match. On the board, and later on tonight, they've got a tremendously tough match when they take on Ayman Goni and Adrian Tito Alemande, Martin Abud's ex-partner. There you see the set summary on your screen, and total points won, of course, big advantage, but potentially the big differentiator here were the break points. That made them really work. They got 2 of them, 4 out of 12. Not too many breakpoints available in the general run of play for Rola and Lopez. And then the unforced errors, 26-14 for Rola and Lopez. Not the advantage you want to stat when you are playing in a master final. Not a good stat at all. An hour and 14 minutes is all it took. And there's going to be an interview with our on-court presenter, Claudia Navarro. We're going to leave you with those pictures and come back to you a little later with Game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final, held here in Caracas, Venezuela, at the Metropolitan University and the Sports Stadium. Look at that wonderful, beautiful backdrop there, and those mountains you see right there form the edges of the Caracas Valley and the Venezuelan coastal mountain range, also known as the Cordillera de la Costa. This is a valley very close to the Caribbean Sea, separated from the coast by a steep 2,200 meter high. That's 7,200 feet. If you think about feet, mountain range called the Cerro El Avila. To the south, there are more hills and mountains, but the metropolitan region of Caracas has an estimated population of almost 5 million inhabitants, all living around these mountains. And that is something truly, truly spectacular. There's the players taking the toss with umpire Nuno Moreira, very experienced umpire who's going to take charge here and make sure that things are kept running smoothly. It seems that Maxi Arce has won the toss. We'll see if he has chosen to serve. Apologies, not Maxi Arce, but Rama Pereira. We'll see if he has chosen to serve, but players will now go through their regulatory warm-up with the new balls. Umpire Nuno Pereira calling the players back to the center stage. This umpire was, of course, the umpire who made the very controversial decision yesterday to suspend all games due to health and safety of the players due to the humidity conditions. Of course, we had 26 degrees Fahrenheit and 80% humidity at the time. Currently, we're sitting on 24 degrees and humidity much lower, only sitting at around the 68-70% mark. And this, of course, the last game of the schedule from yesterday, day 2 of the group stages of this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. These are the results so far. There's the last game at the bottom of your screen. Maxi Arce Franco del Bianco, the number 2 seeded team for this tournament, taking on the number 3 seeded team, Rama Pereira and Juan de Pascual. That schedule on your screen right now is the actual schedule for today. Group stages, Central Court, day 3. Those are the matches that are going to be played later on this evening. In fact, they will follow from this match. There'll be a brief gap and they'll follow straight away. Credit to all these players, true professionals, agreeing to play 2 matches in a day so as we can catch up the delays from yesterday that were weather induced. Closer to your screen in the red on the left-hand side of your screen is Rama Pereira, and to the right is Juan de Pascual. There on your screen, these are the number 3 seeded players in the tournament. There's on your screen Juan de Pascual, his birthday just a couple of days ago on Monday when he turned 20 years of age. What a talent this man is. And from Pergamino in Argentina. In fact, this an all-Argentinian group match. And Juan de Pascual with his partner Ramiro Pereira, the winners of the San Juan Open. Juan de Pascual's first win of 2024. And that was just this past weekend. What a wonderful birthday present to have. And having been present, both his father, his coach, and his mother, as well as the rest of his family in the crowd. That was in San Juan, Argentina. Rama Pereira, his first tournament win ever on the A1 Padel Global Tour. That was in that San Juan Open, and also tremendous talent, having played most of the season in partnership with Tito Alamandi, having come from a ranking of 38 on the A1 Padel Global Tour ranking system to a current number 6 ranking. What an achievement there by Ramiro Pereira. Tremendous player, MVP in a couple of tournaments this year, and playing with extreme confidence and ability, out of his skin. Very positive playing player, Ramiro Pereira. On the other side, of course, they need no introduction. There's Nuno Pereira giving us a wave, getting his equipment sorted out so to officiate this match. They're in the grey uniforms. They're very professional, very well matched all the time. Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, former number ones throughout the whole of the 2023 season and the latter parts of 2022, and started off 2024 as the number one pairing. And these players, they did lose that spot to Gonzalo Alfonso and Torito Aguirre. Not by any means a disappointing season. It is disappointing by their standards. They set a new record of tournament wins in 2023, having won 10 major tournaments. That has been equaled this year by Gonzalo Alfonso and Torito Aguirre. But nevertheless, they have won between them Maxi Arce 4 tournaments, Franco Del Bianco 3. And the reason Maxi Arce won 4 is because he played in the Madrid Open with Pablo Dijo, as opposed to Franco Del Bianco, who had a injury and could not play. So still 4 tournament wins for these two, for 4 and 3, not too shabby at all. Yet the number 2. There's an interesting thing about Maxi Arce, the sport ambassador in Salta, his hometown in Argentina, and the longest streak as number ones from the 15th of March 2022 to the 16th of June 2024. That's 876 days holding the number one spot on the A1 Padel ranking, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. So the credentials are established. There is the some nice statistics for Rama Pereira. The most important of all, not right there, that he has won the first career title at the San Juan Open with Juan Di Pascual. That was just this past weekend. So in the form of his life is Ramiro Pereira, and we expect this match to be a humdinger of the highest order. There's Franco Del Bianco, the youngest number one player ever at 22 years and 10 days. He reached that at Asuncion in 2022. That's quite fantastic. And yeah, the youngest champion in history, Juan Di Pascual, that was when he won the Cape Town Masters when he was 18 years of age and 2 months old. He played that tournament with Gonzalo Alfonso, the current number one. Tremendous statistic in tie breaks, 25 to 42. And one of the best on tour. And these players certainly the top of the tops here. The number 2 and number 3 seeded teams in the tournament, as we said. Going through the motions in their warm-up, the regulatory warm-up with the new balls. Those new balls, as you keep hearing me talk about them, Nox Titanium is the official ball of the A1 Padel Global Tour for the year of 2024. And players will now come off, do final adjustments, and umpire Nuno Moreira will call on them to be ready. And once he calls on them, they'll come out and get this match underway. And we are going to get some popcorn and rub our hands, because this is going to be a true humdinger of a match. There's Caracas in your backdrop once again, the valley, beautiful valley there, the Caracas Valley. And you've heard me talk about it, not Caracas, but Santiago de Leon de Caracas. Caracas, the popular name, but the true name of the city, Santiago de Leon de Caracas, and the capital and biggest city of Venezuela, which is one of the most highly urbanized countries in Latin America. It has some of the world's largest proven oil deposits, as well as huge quantities of coal, iron ore, bauxite, and gold, which is a bit of an oxymoron when you look at the status of the Venezuelan economy in the last decade or two. The big thing here when it comes to paddle, though, which is the most important thing, and the reason why we're here, is that Venezuela, Caracas, 900 meters in altitude. How it may influence this match.
Vamos, venga, vamos a echarle huevos, te grito, dale,
Tiempo.
That was Ivan Fuentes, popular coach. Coaches more than one team, filling in for the usual of Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. And he'll be sitting courtside to guide them through this match. See if Mr. Di Pascual, Juani's father, who's usually at the side of Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual, whether he was present. But if he isn't, he would have spoken to both Juani and Rama Pereira pre-match. As Rama Pereira gets us underway, and Maxi Arce's first lob goes straight into the back glass. 15-love is the scoreline. Pereira cross-court into the fence, and 30-love is the scoreline. We spoke about the 900 meters of altitude. That's 3,000 feet, if you believe in feet more than meters. And that, coupled with the just on 70% humidity that we currently have, plus a temperature of 24 degrees, is going to create very difficult conditions for these players. And as we've said before in previous games, the team to adjust quickest to the prevailing conditions will be the one to come out on top. Rama Pereira with a fake smash there. Maxi Arce saw that, responds with a lob. Fibra there from Juan Pascual, followed by Bajada. Well defended Maxi Arce. This time he goes over that Maxi Arce's head, who goes high in the air. Rama Pereira at low pace. With El Bianco into the corner. Well defended there. Both teams feeding each other out. Nobody really doing anything wild and careless. Soft touches. Very experienced. Both of these teams, they know what goes wrong in these conditions. Maxi Arce into the net. And first blood. Rama Pereira, Juan de Pascual, 1-0. Quick turnaround. They'll be back on court really shortly. When they come back, as we get into the second game, which Maxi Arce will probably begin the serve on, talk about their results in the first round of these group stages. You might be asking yourself, what is this man talking about? Group stages? Of course, group stages. This is a master final, of course, not one of the normal master tournaments or opens, so a completely different format. There are 16 players in 8 teams. They've been split up into 2 groups, Group A and B, 4 teams a group. They'll be playing round robin, playing each other for points. And at the end of the group stages, the 2 teams with the highest number of points will qualify for semifinals with either side of the groups. Winners will then go through to a final, and all of this for not just the glory of being the A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final winners, but also the biggest chunk of the $100,000 prize pool that is on offer here in this tournament. Maxi Arce and Juan Pascual exchanging pleasantries, and this time Juan Pascual gets the kick almost effortlessly out of the court. Arce chases, doesn't get, and 15-all is the scoreline. So when the tournament started, day before yesterday, that would have been Wednesday, and we saw Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco play their very first match, where they took on Maxi Sanchez and Federico Chiostri, which you saw earlier on, win their respective match and dispatch them with ease 6-2 and 6-1. On the other hand, Rama Pereira and Juani de Pascual played their first match against Leo Yob and Matias de Moral. Got a little bit of a challenge, 7-5 the first set, got taken to a tie break in the second, 7-6. Nevertheless, only a 2-setter, a little bit harder work than the 6-2 and 6-1 of Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. Only the 2 sets, so both teams topping their log of Group B with 3 points. So important who the winner is here, because they'll go top of that log by themselves. At the moment, they have been joined at the top of that log by Maxi Sanchez and Federico Chiostri, who beat Leo Yob and Matias de Moral earlier on today. And they also have 3 points. In fact, also they are top of the log. So the winner here will go a clear top with 6 points. And so lots at stake here. And we can't wait as this mouth-watering event begins to take shape. 40-30. Drop there from Arce. High in the air goes Rama Pereira. Arce being cautious. Juan de Pascual looking for the corner of Arce. The drop shot from Rama Pereira. Arce recovers, but forces the movement between Arce and Del Bianco. A gap opens up. Rama Pereira goes into the corner, forces the golden point. Here we go. There's Maxi Arce. Franco Del Bianco comes across the middle to cover and leaves the gap open on the other side. And Rama Pereira intelligently into that open gap. Golden point, second game of the first set, first golden point of the match. Arce serves to Rama Pereira. High in the air. Sniper Franco Del Bianco lines up, decides to change his mind, goes soft instead. Pascual just looping that over the net. This time he goes high. And this time a big error at a golden point there from Juan Indy Pascual. He goes for the volley straight down the parallel, a little bit too much power, straight into the grass. You can see there he's got his hands in his mouth. He knows he should have taken it a little bit easier. It was a golden point. You know, it's an error that a lot of players make. They forget the crucial nature of the golden point, the penalty shootout of global paddle, and they forget and they tend to go a little bit harder, not knowing that there is no chance to come back. One apiece, Juan de Pascual serving to Maxi Arce. Pereira attempting a ruler there, doesn't quite come off. And this time off the lob into the net. Love 15. In the air goes Maxi Arce. And beautiful block there, Franco Del Bianco, after a heated exchange between all four players as they cross sides. Beautiful block there for Franco Del Bianco. Out. Arce with a high lob. And Juan de Pascual going big, going long. Not good enough. Love 40. 4 break points available here for Arce and Del Bianco. And they'll be rubbing their hands with the potential of an early break in the first set. $15.40. Arce well controlled around the glass. Beautiful hit there from Rama Pereira. Caught Franco Del Bianco completely flat-footed. Wasn't expecting that. You see here Rama Pereira lines himself up, goes straight down the line. The bounce comes off that fence. Franco Del Bianco completely unprepared, expecting something completely different from Rama Pereira. Bounce out of court, and from love 40 down, Juan de Pascual has recovered the game to a golden point. Still the pressure is on for the break. A little fortunate there with a bounce off the fence on that ball. Still the risk of a break early on. But certainly in a better position than they were just 3 points ago at love 40. Decides to take it easy, resist temptation, going for power. On the center he goes. Makes Arce go to the corner again. Juan de Pascual pushes Franco Del Bianco high. Switch of positions here between Pascual and Pereira. The ruler from Del Bianco. And this time it's Rama Pereira with a swivel who goes straight back into the glass. There's the break. 2-1. Arce del Bianco. Ramon Pereira hangs his head in shame as we take a commercial break. He knows
Bueno, bien,
he
agradecemos a los
created the trouble. He knows this wasn't expected.
de Ley One Padel. Por supuesto, a la gente.
¡Ay, qué bolón ahora de Adrián Tito Alemán!
Sale la que recupera Tito Alemandi. La que recuperó Tito.
Qué locura de punto, qué locura de punto. Puntaco, amigo.
Espectáculo el de Tito Alemandi.
Swinging through the street light. Blessings coming down, that's for me, right? Doing what I want, it's a me night. I just gotta tell them what it be like, baby. I hope you ain't thinking it's a free ride. I'm the A, you know it's a free type. 10 toes down and some G nights. I just gotta tell them what it be like.
Vaya definición, qué barbaridad. Puntaco, amigo.
Tripping cause I'm on the finer thing. Playing CC's, globe, try the games. Foreign water, chilling, check the stock exchange.
Players are back. Franco Del Bianco has the ball in his hand. It's 2-1 up. They've got an early break. What can they do with that? Oh, Franco Del Bianco tries the drop shot. Doesn't get it over the net. Love 15. Arce picks it up. Shrugs it off. The audacious effort. And begins to power up into the corners. That's Maxi Arce. 15 all. Arce and Del Bianco looking for redemption for the season coming into this tournament. They lost their number one status. Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso have equaled their record of 10 tournament wins. And although they have won 3 and 4 tournaments, they're looking for redemption. This is, of course, the best of the best tournament. 16 best teams fighting it out in a completely different format to decide who is the Master Final winner. And that Master Final winner is going to be crowned right here at the Metropolitan University of Caracas. Beautiful facility, wonderful stadium. Saw the air shots earlier on. Ramon Pereira into the net there, 40-15. That one carrying over. We've seen this over and over again as the boats off the back glass carry so deep they'll end up on the other glass. We spoke about these conditions, so we're not going to speak again. We've been over and over with them. If you've just joined us, that is the game for Arce and Del Bianco as they go 3-1 up. Pereira will serve 1-3. And if you've joined us now, my name is Paulo de Como. I'll be here for this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. These are the group stages. This is the last match of the weather-affected matches of yesterday, so day 2. And they will be finished at the end of this game. And immediately after that, we will carry on with the scheduled matches for day 3, which is today. And credit to these players who have agreed to play 2 games in one day. So as they finish, they get some rest. The schedule's been adjusted to let these players play with bigger gaps in between. And these gentlemen will be keeping us entertained for quite some time as we go late into the evening. And of course, the beneficiaries of us are us spectators, both those that are in the live arena as well as those who are keeping me company on this live stream as we taste some champagne padel of the highest order here in Caracas, Venezuela. Oh, intelligent play there. Juan de Pascual fakes the left shot. Both players, Arsene Del Bianco, move left, curls it into the right, and no answers whatsoever there. 40-15. Pereira and Juan de Pascual look to stay in this game after having been broken in the third game of the set. And they do indeed. They stay in the game. We're going to go to the benches, listen to what Ivan Fuentes has to say and what Rama Pereira and Juan de Pascual are up to. We'll be back with Maxi Arce serving at 3-2.
Una Franco y yo una Maxi, y ninguno de los dos hicieron grandes cosas.
Yo la primera que me quede, ese segundo saque que me queda ahí, yo lo tiro para arriba. La próxima. Lo tiro para arriba, encima la tiro fuerte. Maxi está esperando.
Bien, vamos a esta. Vamos partido,
No, sin duda, ahí estamos atentos ahí nomás. Eso es. Lo que tenemos que conseguir es que el tiro nuestro sea bueno, que vaya bien tocado para que la bola no venga dura, ¿vale? Para que nos permita a nosotros poder manejar el juego. Esa es la diferencia, ¿vale? Si nosotros conseguimos calidad en nuestros golpes, no nos van a poder generar. Si nosotros conseguimos un golpe por aquí, por esta zona que sea buena, ¿vale? Si el globo es bueno, ¿vale? Aquí nos van a dar los chances, aquí vamos a tener la opción de poder hacer los contraataques, de poder entrar. A eso es lo que tenemos que ir buscando, ¿vale? Si sentimos que durante el juego nos están, que no tenemos la sensación esa de control, limpiamos, intentamos, reiniciamos otra vez.
Exactamente.
Exacto, ¿vale? Y reiniciamos otra vez. ¿De acuerdo?
Pero está que se agrada.
Dale, dale. Vamos a trabajar, ¿eh? Vamos a trabajar y correr.
Dentro de los campos, yo te canto fuerte, solo yo canto para que muy bien en el primer saque, viste que le baja un poco la velocidad y igual no hace nada.
Bien.
Players are back on court. Maxi Arce goes into the corner, then follows that up into the middle. Juan de Pascual, equal to the task, goes up in the air. We were correct. There is no coach on Juan de Pascual and Rama Pereira's bench. But no doubt, Mr. there to guide them. Brilliant shot there, Juan de Pascual. Changes direction, changes pace. Look at this here. Fakes it to go down the middle. Changes direction gently, just in behind Maxi Arce as he's moving left. And split step, unable to turn around. And he does remarkably well. Good block there, Rama Pereira. Soft shot from Arce. Del Bianco recovers well. Block off the backhand, and Juan de Pascual against the glass, unable to deal with that. 15-30. The pace is starting to pick up. The game is getting more and more exciting as it goes on. Franco into the corner of Ramo Pereira. Fortunate bounce there. Ramo Pereira gets off the glass. Doesn't quite finish that as he tries. And the pickup straight into the back. 30 all. Well played, Franco Del Bianco. Not only a double bounce, but almost an impossible retrieval there from Ramo Pereira. And Juan Pascual into the net off the serve, 40-30. Del Bianco lines up, doesn't fire, goes for the softer touch, ball bounces high, and Ramo Pereira can't control, but the drive off the topspin straight into the net. 2-4 is the scoreline. Juan Pascual will serve. Venezuela, of course, famous for its sports, lots of famous sporting personalities, and we expect some of them here perhaps over the weekend in the finals and semi-finals of this tournament. And there's the cheeky drop shot from Juan Pascual. 15 love. None more so than Jose Altuve, who is a baseball player. He won the American League batting title, and he was voted the Baseball League's MVP. Also, the Sports Illustrated Sports Person of the Year in 2017, and elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame in the USA. Of course, Serge Blanco, very famous rugby player who represented France, because Venezuela doesn't really play rugby. That's the extent of the thing. And Ramon Rodriguez, champion jockey, Hall of Famer in the USA. And Carlos Bravo, an Olympic fencer, gold medal winner. Just some of the famous sports people that hail from Venezuela. Venezuela now one of the South American epicenters of paddle as well. It's only a question of time before we see a Venezuelan player on the A1 Paddle Tour and competing at the highest of levels. 15 all is the scoreline here. Juan Pascual looks to press Arce and Del Bianco, who hold their position at the net. Force Juan Pascual into a lot of movement, and 15-30 is the result as Juan Pascual goes into the net off balance. Del Bianco and Arce calling on the court marshals to come and wipe some moist patches off the glass. Juan Pascual equally on his side of the court. For those of you unfamiliar out there listening, this causes a lot of interference. The wet patches on the glass cause the ball to just die and fall flat once it hits it and not really bounce in its truest shape or form. So important to keep the glass dry. This, of course, doesn't happen in the old traditional stone or brick-walled courts, but in modern days where the back and the sides are glass for viewership, and so that we can film you and you can see this wonderful streaming product. They are glass, and that glass, when wet, is slippery. So important to keep it dry and for the court marshals to come and do their job. 30 all. Ramo Pereira goes into the net. 30-40. Yet another break opportunity here for Arce and Del Bianco. Were they to do this, they will be in the firm pound seats to move forward and take an advantage in this first set. There's the fake smash from Ramo Pereira. Rulo. Del Bianco defending brilliantly. This time, that Rulo to the feet of Del Bianco, who can do nothing more than parry it, and the rebound takes it out of the court. Golden point is forced. Still a break opportunity. Still the risk of being broken here for Pereira and Pascual. So let's see how this unfolds. Golden point with Franco Del Bianco raising his hands immediately after that last error. there. There's the post. And this time, once again, that post carries all the way to the other side on the glass. And Pereira and Di Pasquale hold on and hold their serve. 4-3 when we come back after this commercial break.
Tiempo.
Players back on court with the umpire asking the crowd to not make a noise as the crowd starts to come in. Of course, they would come in, particularly in the VIP sections, to come and watch this best of matches on the day. The highlight of the day, morning's matches at least, Maxi Arce and Del Bianco against Pereira and Di Pasquale, number 2 and number 3 seeds. And you saw there Franco Del Bianco for the very first time lock and loading his rifle, the sniper as he's known, firing away, getting to 15 love. And now the mistake there from Roma Pereira straight into the glass, causing the 30 love. Not with his rifle, but powering was 40 love. Del Bianco wide awake, goes down the line with the backhand. Juan Pascual not expectant, goes into the net with it. 5-3. Quick was that match, that game. Roma Pereira will serve 3-5 first set. And a little, not a mountain, but a little hill to climb. It is the first set. And Maxi Arce with that returning to the net. 15 love. Franco Del Bianco high. Juan Pascual controls himself, resists the temptation to go powerful. Pereira into the corner with those vibras. And this time, Juan Pascual, cool as a cucumber, soft and easy, into the top third of glass number 2 and out of the court. You'll watch here. Look at that. Easy peasy. No big power needed. Just pure, excellent technique. Out of court. No answer there from any of either Arce or Del Bianco. 30 love. Goes for the kick again. This time doesn't quite get it out of court. Excellent reflexes there from Arce. High it goes. Good control there. And this time it's Arce who goes hard. Out of reach from Juan de Pascual. Excellent point there. You can watch that. Press, pause, rewind. Watch that whole point again. Excellent point. Well done. Good finish. Arce goes good block. Juan de Pascual down the middle. Pascual fence. Arce finishes straight up. High lob there. Franco Del Bianco. Roma Pereira lets it bounce. Attacks the ball. Del Bianco with a block. All over carries into the glass. 40-15. Into the glass that one goes from. Del Bianco, 5-4. We're going to listen to what the coaches have to say. When we come back, Maxi Arce serving for potentially the first set in the bag. 5-4, the current score.
Para mí Max, o sea, le damos volumen de fondo. Capaz que no erra, pero tampoco va a hacer nada. Además se puede llegar a atrapar mucho más.
Sí. Vamos a plantar un poco más a Maxi.
Sí, yo. Quiero que me quede el pinchado. Sí. Tampoco lo quiero tirar por tirar. Sí. Porque me gustaría tirárselo un poco más a Maxi. Pero el globo alto igual para mí a cualquiera de los dos. Si se mueve un poco, listo, que le pegue, pero que le pegue una pelota que...
Si no voy a decir que sea vos. No, era esa, la misma. Para mí el globo está perfecto, está defendiendo un huevo. Sí. Un poquitito más. ¿Empujar un poco más? Sí. Pero tú no estás haciendo. Ahí la verdad te está picando para el ojete también. Eso es verdad. Sí. Ya está.
Y la clavaba esto.
Yo que se fue mala,
Y otra cosa, y si ves que no te queda y le quieres dar un pelín más de altura, te puedes dar porque Juani no viene a agarrarla aquí, ¿vale? O sea, te da para poder tirarle un poquito de globo más natural,
sí.
No hace falta que le cuelgues tan rápido, ¿vale? Le puedes jugar todas las alturas, ¿vale? Y alguno alto me he hecho en falta también.
¿Alguno alto?
Perfecto. Porque me da un poquito algún clavado. Eso. Dos que tiramos altos y le fuimos a presionar, la falló. Dale, venga, vamos.
Por las nuevas. Con bolas nuevas, Maximiliano.
Arce serving, Love 30 down now. Going against script. Looking to be serving to win the first set. You can see the look on Franco Del Bianco's face there. Not one of happiness. Disappointed that the last 2 points have gone. Coming to have a word with Maxi Arce. Unfortunately going back, bouncing on his toes. Wants Maxi Arce back onto the wavelength. It is Love 30. Want to wrap up the first set. They've got to play later on tonight. Don't want to be wasting time. They want this master final. As we said earlier, they see Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco see this as a redemption tournament for their season. So they'll be looking to put this away as quick as possible. Maxi Arce Cometh the man, cometh the hour, and off he goes into the corner. Look at that beautiful bajada. We don't call him the king of bajadas for nothing. It's because he delivers, and he delivered that into the corner with no answer possible from Rama Pereira. 15:30 once again. Umpire Nuno Moreira asking the crowd to settle down. A lot of movement and a lot of noise. You can't see that on your screen right now because in front of you the grandstands are empty, but to the left and right, VIP areas on the left and right are completely full. And certainly where the camera is just behind Maxi Arce, which is out of character. Also, lots of young school kids come to watch this game, part of the social responsibility program of the A1 Padel Global Tour around the world is to, in group stages or in rounds of 32 and 16, to provide children with tickets to come and watch the paddle. Maxi Arce with power up. Vibra 1-2 in the corner there from Arce. Del Bianco comes across, and as it looks like he's going to change direction, he gets a double bounce dying on the back wall, and Juan de Pascual couldn't do much about it. He's expecting Arce to come again. He doesn't. It's Del Bianco, and gets in behind him. Double bounce off the wall. You can see here from this angle even better. One bounce, the second one is on the ground. And Juan de Pascual can do very little about that. 40-30 is the scoreline. Del Bianco spraying left and right. Drop of pace there from Franco Del Bianco. Pereira does very well with that. And that block there from Juan de Pascual into the back glass. First set, Arce Del Bianco, 6-4 over Pereira and de Pascual. Players will go out, get some refreshments, last-minute preparation, some drying off, rethinking, and we'll be right back as you watch Taka Taka, Taka Taka. And Rama Pereira with fury into the corner there. And we got carried away with that. Just beautiful visuals there in the break. And one of those visuals in between the turnaround of the players was the celebration of 10 years of Monte Carlo International Sports, taking paddle around the world, and Monte Carlo International Sports. What a supporter of global paddle is. You saw all the dignitaries and celebrities there with Mr. Fabrice Pastor, the president of the and founder of the A1 Paddle Global Tour, as well as the president of Monte Carlo International Sports, and a wonderful academy in just outside Monaco in Beau Soleil, where many of the talents of global paddle have plied their trade and learned their ways, not just on the A1 Paddle Global Tour, but many players who have no longer on tour or were on tour but have left. And it's been a tremendous stepping stone for so many people, so many talents, so many underprivileged kids. What a privilege it is to have Monte Carlo International Sports supporting paddle the way they do. 10 years, and may the next 10 years roll on, Mr. Pastor. We can't wait to ride the challenge with you. 15 all, 30-15, apologies. Franco Del Bianco in the air, and these balls are now starting to really carry into the glass. And that's the game for Pereira and Pascual. First game, first blood in the first set, very much like in the first set. We saw them go 1-0 up. Here they are, 1-0 up in the second set. Temperature has now risen from the 24 degrees to 26 degrees. And the humidity factor gone up from 68 to 73. So conditions worsening, and we are concerned about the evening play. There's a high humidity factor. The wind has also increased from 5 kilometers an hour to 8 kilometers an hour. And we have a partly cloudy lunchtime weather. And we hope at least the temperature drops. On fire. Boom, with a slap out of court. See the look on his face. One, it means business. Franco Del Bianco wants this. You remember, we spoke earlier that Maxi Arce has won 4 tournaments this year. Franco Del Bianco only 3. He feels like he's lost out through his injury. He wants to make amends. This is redemption time. Rama Pereira with a almost unforgivable mistake there. Great return there. Great pickup from Maxi Arce. And with the point at his mercy, Rama Pereira goes into the net. Excellent defense from Franco Del Bianco. Juan de Pascual doing Tolito things off the boast, off the side glass. And Franco Del Bianco in position, but the spin of the ball takes it onto the edge of his racket, and the ball goes out the door. 30 all is the scoreline. And that Juan de Pascual measured, calculated. Some taka-taka at the net there. Rama Pereira coming up on top. Arce into the net. 30-40. Del Bianco goes for the finish. Doesn't quite connect. Has reduced pace. Arce down the middle. Juan de Pascual outstretched. Can only get it into the net. Golden point forced. Arce and Del Bianco still not comfortable, in this game. Pereira and Pasquale have got to keep their heads up. They can break. It is a golden point. Rama Pereira puts his hand up. He wants this. He feels he's a little bit more consistent. He might have the handle of Maxi Arce. Tremendously important golden point at this early stage of the second set. And Arce finds the gap. Franco Del Bianco intervenes, goes to the corner, goes to the backhand of Rama Pereira. And you can see here, look at that. There's Franco Del Bianco looking for the backhand of Rama Pereira and gets the golden point. All is well in the land of Arce and Del Bianco. One apiece. Juan de Pascual was served. Nothing to despair about for De Pascual and Pereira. It's one apiece. Everybody's held their serve. No breaks as yet in the second set. They've got to keep plugging away. The opportunities do present themselves if you're patient enough. Pasquale lines it up, fires away, straight down the middle. Gets the kick. Del Bianco jumps, doesn't touch, 15 love. High in the air goes Arce. And Rama Pereira can't deal with it. Goes into the net, 15 all. First one there from the Pasquale into the net as he goes to Arce. Goes big, gets the kick, not quite enough. Bianco with a swivel. Doesn't do it as well as he wants to. Goes straight into the fence, 30-15. Great positioning, terrible execution. Players in debate there. The lights are flickering at the top of the court. Players not happy. Players will go on. Looks like the lights have settled. Juan de Pasquale goes to Franco Del Bianco. Two corners, big slap down there from Rama Pereira. 40-15. A little dink there. Drop shot from Juan de Pasquale. Del Bianco runs at full pace and gets it, albeit on the second bounce. Lands up going over the net and looks like he's hurt his wrist. Visible pain in his face. He's chucked his racket. There's a drop shot. Del Bianco rushes. He swings with the racket. And as he goes, he hits his arm with the racket onto the fence. There, you can see that there. And you can see the twist. He goes over the net, lands again on the same arm holding the racket. And that's where the pain is. And you can see visible pain. Franco Del Bianco has just returned from a serious injury. There was a leg injury. Nevertheless, he's a trier. He goes for every shot. Very athletic player. And that would have called for a medical break here. there we go. While we're having the medical break, the A1 Padel, we live Padel. Some more highlights, some more reminiscing down the season, memory lane, 2024 season. And that the Pontevedra Open there. And you saw those top 3 puntacos. Did you see that number 1, Luciano Pupo, with an incredible Dormilona style flick at the net? And not just putting the ball to sleep, but rolling it along the side of the net. Really tremendous shot by Luciano Pupo. We think that it may have been a fluke, but in fact, we've seen him do it in training. So Luciano Pupo, a tremendous point, tremendous shot, and that earned him the puntaco of the tournament. Franco Del Bianco looks no worse for wear. Perhaps the little magic spray got used. Juan Pascual powering down, allows the ball to bounce and powers down straight to the corner, but the ball goes into the glass first. 15 love. Del Bianco serving. Arce with the kick into the corner. Beautiful. Low and deep. Ball bouncing just before the glass. Getting a lot of kicks straight back here. Look at this. Look at that for technique. All the way back to him. Boomerang almost like effect on that ball. 30 love. Umpire Nuno Moreira again having to quieten down the crowd. Asking for less movement. Crowd moving around a little bit too much while players are trying to get the points played. And there's Franco Del Bianco off balance on his back toe with a hook shot, not cross court but straight down the line. Unexpected. Juan de Pascual can do nothing but pick it out of the ground and into the net. 40 love. What a pleasure it is to watch Franco Del Bianco when he's on song. He's had a really tough season with injuries. And delicate of delicacies there from Maxi Arce. 2-2. No breaks as yet. I mean, look at that. That is a great shot by Rama Pereira. And yet, Maxi Arce, with the most delicate of returns off the backhand, finds the gap in the middle and no answer from any of the opposition. 2-2. Pereira to serve. Goes to Arce. Arce returns. Pereira does him a favor. Goes for the kick. Juan de Pascual. Very similar to what Franco Del Bianco just did earlier on. Or Maxi Arce, apologies. Goes deep and low. Ball bouncing just before the glass. Big kick straight back to him. 15 love. And that one there from Arce into the back glass. 30 love. Points moving along rather quickly. No chinks in any of these armors. No weak spots so far. No potential breaks. There's the rulo from Rama Pereira. Well executed. Well defended, Franco Del Bianco. Off the back foot. There's the kick. Rama Pereira gets it. Just gets there. And as he flicks it back, the ball doesn't quite make it back onto court. Hits the fence. 30-15. And that lob there from Franco Del Bianco, clipping the underside of the glass. Glass 3 to be exact. And you saw the reaction there of Franco Del Bianco. He couldn't believe that that hit the side there. He measured that lob perfectly, or so he thought. Still struggling with his wrist. You can see him bending down there. Rolling his wrist around while holding his racket. Goes for the kick, does Rama Pereira, and does it really well on the board. 3-2. We're going to take a break. Listen to what the benches have to say when we come back. Maxi Arce, 2-3, and serving.
Sigue restando por abajo. Ahí se cae. Sí, eso. Pero bájale, a ver si consigues, en vez de que restarle tan firme, conseguimos ir un poquito más fino para que tenga que volear por debajo. Que no volee todo el rato por encima de la red. No hablo de chiquita, ¿eh? Hablo de...
Hay que hacerlo volear como si.
Afinar un poco.
Sacarle, echarle un poco al cuerpo.
Eso.
Que fue cuando
ahí
hinchaban el globo bobo. Sí, es en donde se atrapa. No sé, Juan le está pegando bien.
No, pero
porque le está yendo el globo a él.
Una vez que metemos volumen, yo te digo el globo, ¿eh? El globo te lo dice.
Vamos, Juan, ¿no? Vamos valientes, ¿eh? Vamos valientes.
Ya si este loco vamos a quedar ahora. Movió todo.
Dale.
Vamos esto, vamos.
Tenga un sentido la pelota. Que no sea solo, ahora no estás con la sensación esa de tonta. Tienes manejo para poder guiarle y afinar un poquito más. ¿Vale? Dale.
Love 15. Arce serving. Every time Arce has served, he has gone love 15 down in this match so far. Big exchange of hits there between Franco Del Bianco and Rama Pereira, and Maxi Arce with a drop shot. The race was on for Rama Pereira there, but what class is that from Maxi Arce? Banga, Maxi Arce. Class prevails. Fortunate bounce off the top of the net there. Maxi Arce deals with that really impressively. Rama Pereira straight at the glass. 15-30. He has a break, the first break opportunities of the set. Going the way of Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual. 3 break points available here on a Arce serve. Not something to be sneezed at. This time it's Rama Pereira goes into the back glass. 30-40. One of those break points recovered from Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. There, confusion reigns down the center there. Rama Pereira and Juan Pascual going for the same ball. Rackets clashing. Ball landing up in the middle of the net. Another break point averted. Golden point forced. Arce will serve. Looks like Rama Pereira is going to be the one taking it. He has received the previous 2 golden points on Maxi Arce's serve. And well held, Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco. You can see the frustration there from Rama Pereira swinging at that ball out of court. Umpire Nuno Moreira will have no hesitation in giving Mr. Ramiro Pereira a warning. It is not the right behavior to have on court. It is not the right behavior on the A1 Padel Global Tour. We saw yesterday another player do that and eventually be disqualified. Umpires will not tolerate this action, and Ramiro Pereira will take heed of that, no doubt. 3-all is the scoreline. Juan de Pascual on serve. Big hit there from Rama Pereira. That indeed is the best way to release your frustration, not to throw balls out of the court and into the stadium. Not only is it hard work for the court marshal, but you run out of balls pretty quick for the match. Rather play really well as you did just now, Mr. Pereira. There's that post off the glass once again. Ball really taking off once it bounces off that glass. In the air, looping, and all the way to the glass on the opposite side of the court. 30-love is that scoreline. There he goes again, Rama Pereira. Excellent shot, well defended by Maxi Arce. And this time, after the change of positions between Arce and Del Bianco, Rama Pereira goes into the net as he attempts yet another kick smash. There's the first one. Well defended, Arce. They switch positions. He recovers well there. Rama Pereira lines up another one and goes straight into the net. Badly timed. There's a drop shot. This time Arce gets it, loops it. Forces the block from Juan de Pascual. Goes over his head now. The Chiquita. Juan de Pascual deals with it well. It's over his head. There's the kick. Arce defends well, and Rama Pereira finding again the left-hand side of Franco Del Bianco. Well played, Rama Pereira. Intelligent reach. Good control. Good aim. Watch there. Oopsie. And there he goes. Touches the racket of Franco Del Bianco. Straight into the glass. And the scoreline is 40-15. The finish there from Juan de Pascual. Well blocked, Franco Del Bianco. Into the glass it goes. 4-3. Switch around. Franco Del Bianco will come back after we've played the range with some commercials. Perhaps some nostalgia.
Qué buena bola. Gran definición de Ramiro Pereira. La que acaba de hacer Rama Pereira. ¡Oh! ¡Ay, Rama! ¡Ay, Ramiro Pereira!
And there we have, there's the players, Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco in deep discussion with Ivan Fuentes, discussing some strategy with him, as Franco Del Bianco seems to be fine with his wrist. Doesn't seem to be bothering him. Franco Del Bianco quickly regripping his racket, taking on some refreshments, while Ivan Fuentes gives them the role of the game. In the meantime, Rama Pereira, you can see him walking there in the background, has gone walkabout, probably to the bathroom, but he's back on court, and we'll see them there. Straight after this match, we'll have a 15-minute break, and then we'll begin the first of those matches from day 3. So we'll get back to you with a full schedule of that. So stay tuned. It's only a 15-minute break, so it's going to be a tremendous festival and feast of paddle right here on the A1 Paddle Global YouTube channel, as well as any of our broadcast partners where you are listening to my voice in English. My name is Paulo de Calma. I'll be keeping you company, so stay with me. Keep me company. And if you are listening to me, make sure you go into the comments, say hello, give me an opinion, tell me how the experience of the game is going, and I'll be sure to reply to you. In the meantime, players are back on court. The score is 3-4. Franco Del Bianco is serving. He is 15 love up, now 30 love up. And thus far in the second set, no quarter given, no breaks as yet. There was an opportunity there to earlier on at 3-2 to break Arce and Del Bianco by Juan de Pascual and Rama Pereira. They didn't take full advantage of that. It was well held after a golden point, and now Del Bianco is serving at 40 love up. 3-4, looking to level it at 4-all and line themselves up to put in a serious effort for a break at the most crucial part of the game. As we mentioned earlier, both these teams were joint leaders of the group as of this morning, but Freddy Chostri and Maxi Sanchez win took them top of the log with 4 points. Both of these tied at 3 points each. So a win here, quite imperative, because that'll give them 6 points and an undisputed lead at the top of the table of Group B. Important to win the group. You then play the second placed of the other group in the semi-final, which is often a better option than the winners of the other group. So very important win here. 4-all, Rama Pereira serving to Maxi Arce. Goes into the corner, Arce delivers, Pereira into the feet of Arce, 15 love. There's the bajada from Rama Pereira. Arce defends like the champion that he is. Being the king of bajadas, he's super excellent at defending them too. It's in behind Rama Pereira. A little bit of confusion there. Arce and Del Bianco. Eventually they understand one another. Del Bianco looks for that boast. This one stays in off the glass. He goes high in the air. And what a lob that is. Ball goes high, bounces at an angle. It's the crossbar and out of the court. Juan de Pascual, watch out. He's busy going out of the court because he can see it going out. He's getting ready at the door. Rama Pereira moves across. The ball bounces on top of the crossbar and goes out. Rama Pereira puts his hands on his hips. Unbelievable. Big smiles on the face of Franco Del Bianco and Maxi Arce. Completely unintended and hopefully not too much damage caused. It's only 15 all. The games are tied at 4 apiece. Would have been terrible and has been on a golden point. But smiles all around, some of disbelief, some of joy. Really, really a fun point that was. Rama Pereira with a big kick smash. Arce almost there. Not the tallest of players, Maxi Arce, but nevertheless not able to get to it. Just inches short. Another big lob from Franco Del Bianco, possibly inspired by the outcome of the previous one. And this time the backhand from Del Bianco goes into the glass, 40-15. Down the tee goes Ramo Pereira, and into the net goes Arce, and that's the game. Players will switch. 4-5. Maxi Arce will come back serving, and Maxi Arce's serves have not been the best. He has been broken in the first set. There was a counter break in the second set. He has had to fight back several times. Let's see what happens next.
Estaba la pala, ¿vale? El camino va un poquito por ahí. Ahí va, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Vale? Seguimos encontrando, hay alguna que más tirada ya un poquito más abajo, sí. Que te queda un poquito, tiramos con una chiquita.
La rama, la que jugó a 2 por hora, te pasó por el medio. Esa. Claro, digo que ese luego. Sí. Estemos por ahí más atentos. Sí. Ajá. Como yo se la jugué, quise jugar más allá, ¿no? Pero se me salió acá. Sí. Muy difícil la jugué a tu revés. No, por eso. Para que me ayudes un poquito ahí. No pasa que ahí yo me pego para que... Esté atento a tu revés, pero también a robar. Bien. Ahí está. Por rama ahí no hace centro. Y nos pasa por medio y ya nos comen la red rápido. Pasa que si yo salgo ahí...
Somos, ojo con las chiquitas, si ellos están presionando, la chiquita y no, porque se van a... es obvio que se van a pegar. Dale. Seguro.
Vamos ahora,
Dale, vamos al quiebre, Dale, yo te sigo, macho.
Vamos. Probemos ahora si nos queda... Vos probá algún por 3, yo voy a con la bajada al medio, o sea, vamos con los suelos que tenemos.
Sí, total, la presión la tienen ellos, tiene que ser saque.
Dale. Nos queda una boleada, la explotamos, ¿dale? Sin miedo, sin miedo, vamos. Vamos.
Tiempo.
Players are back. A real critical time in the set. And the match, perhaps. Maxi Arce serving 4-5 down. Way to be broken here. We'll have a third set. And that'll keep us on the edge of our seats for a little longer. And the crowd that's starting to trickle in for the afternoon and night session. Were they to hold, we're in for a big round of second set. 15-love is the scoreline. Whatever happens, this is a time of focus for both of these teams. Ramo Pereira and Juan de Pascual will want to put the maximum effort here to try and get the break of serve. Arce and Del Bianco hope to go through the motions in the most successful of ways. A beautiful change of pace there from Maxi Arce. That little backhand volley in mid-flight, taking the pace off the ball literally bouncing second time just before the glass. Almost perfect shot. Pereira deals with it well. Again, another narrow call towards the end of the glass. Juan de Pascual with a lob out of court. 40-love the scoreline. Not happy with himself as he looked for the height on that lob. The ball just went further and further away. Let's see, here he goes low and high. And just not enough. 40-love. And into the net goes Juan de Pascual. No break. 5-all. So still a chance of it being a third set, but Arce and Del Bianco will be a little bit happier that they have another chance at potentially breaking Arce, potentially breaking Pereira and de Pascual in the normal run of play. 5-all is the scoreline. Juan de Pascual will serve. New balls are being introduced. It is game 20, or 21 rather, which means we've exchanged balls at 9 and the 11 subsequent, so 20 games. New balls for the 21st game. Those balls, once again, I tell you, Knox Titanium, incredible balls. I played with some this morning. They're really nice balls to play with at whatever altitude you're playing in. Long-lasting balls. I really feel good. Help you to play your best game. Arce leaves that short. Change of direction. Arce with a lob. High goes Juan Pascual. Arce lets it bounce. Careful off that fence. Goes high as well. Juan Pascual tempers that. Arce finds the gap. The lob this time angled from Juan Pascual into the glass. Love 15. Wonderful point. Juan Di Pasquale to go to Franco Del Bianco. Goes deep, changes direction there to Maxi Arce, uses the double wall. Arce defends well. That lob, however, carries too much. It's the back of the glass, 15 all. Pascual to Arce. First one goes in the net. Arce with the lob. Pascual reciprocates. Off the back of his foot now. Goes for that fake smash. Changes the angle. Drops the pace. Uses the fence as an aid. And gets the point. 30-15. It was an excellent recovery there by Arce, but just not enough for the second one. Needed to be bionic man to get to that second one. Unfortunately, is good, but not that good. 30-15 is the scoreline. Pascual to Del Bianco. And the slap down from Pascual straight into the glass, 30 all. Pascual to Arce. First one in the net again. Serving to the left-hand side of the court. Juan Pascual struggling with the first serve. He keeps going into the net. Second one, perfect. There's a strong bajada towards Maxi Arce. And the big finish there from Rama Pereira. 40-30. Pascual to Del Bianco. High in the air goes Del Bianco. Pereira watches it. It goes out of court. And it's 6-5. Pereira and Di Pascual. They'll change ends. And a critical point of the match when they come back. Franco Del Bianco would be serving as the court marshals get to court. Players are back, and apologies for that delay. Del Bianco serving. Love 15 is the scoreline. Critical point in the match. A break here signifies Pereira and Pascual win the second set, force a third and decisive set, which of course they do want. Spectators do want good for Padel. And what isn't good for Padel is Rama Pereira playing shots like that, completely out of court. Yet another crossbar, 15 all. Del Bianco will want to hold his serve, force a tiebreaker, and then it's anyone's game. There's the kick from Arce, and Juan de Pascual in position. Can't quite swivel the ball into court. You can see he's here, and just too much. He did touch the net in any case. That isn't ideal. Juan de Pascual into the net again. Very inconsistent, Juan de Pascual and Rama Pereira. A lot of potential this pairing that has. So exciting, these two young players, both attacking, both aggressive players on the court, both technically gifted, and yet so irregular. They could be potentially the number one team on this A1 Padel Global Tour. And I don't say this lightly. They have the talent, they have the technical ability. It's the consistency that is failing at very crucial times during matches. 6 all, it's a tie break. Rama Pereira gets us underway and goes 1-0 up, and this tie break is what will decide whether we go into a third and final set or we get refreshments for the beginning of the matches for day 3. There's Maxi Arce with a big kick hit, and it's 1-1. This is where big match temperaments mean so much, where they come into play. Very, very important. And there's Rama Pereira with a second error in a row. That makes it 3-1. 2-1, apologies. Juan de Pascual will serve now, 1-2. So no breaks yet in the tiebreaker. Rama Pereira getting the first one off his serve. Arce winning both points off his serve. And here comes Juan de Pascual serving to Franco Del Bianco. Little chiquita there from Maxi Arce. And Rama Pereira, third error in a row, straight into the glass. And that takes the score to 1-3. A little mini break here in the offing. Juan de Pascual will serve to Maxi Arce. They all count. Psychology so important in a tiebreaker. These players can just lose it, gather momentum. Everything swivels on a point. And a big slap down there from Juan de Pascual into the ground. Ball loops off the glass, but just makes it over the net. And Franco Del Bianco serving. 3-2 up. He'll want to do both of these points and apply the pressure. It's only one little mini break. Psychologically, it'll make such a big difference to be 5-2 up as opposed to... Excellent block there, Juan de Pascual. Maxi Arce wide awake, just taps that down. 4-2. Players will go out, have a little bit of refreshment, have a quick chat with the coach, towel down, and switch around. And Maxi Arce will serve the second of his allotted 2 serves from the other side. See, there's the frustration. Rama Pereira. He's got to be careful with that. He's on a warning with umpire Nuno Moreira. He will get suspended. He will lose the match. So he's got to keep his emotions in control. Players already back on court. As Franco Del Bianco serving the second of his allotted serves in the tiebreaker as he goes to Juanini Pascual. Goes high on the lob. Maxi steps away. He goes for the bajada down the middle. Well defended, Juanini Pascual. That gets left short. And there's the kick. There's the counter break. Score now 4-3 or 3-4 rather, as Rama Pereira gets ready to serve. There's the kick. Ball stays in the court. Maxi Arce well positioned just outside, ready to put it back in. But the ball hits the top part of the fence, misses by about 20 centimeters the exit, and stays in the court. Point goes the way of Juanini Pascual and Ramiro Pereira. 3-4, Pereira serving to Franco Del Bianco. Parity restored. Franco Del Bianco trying to control the pace. And that one from Juanini Pascual into the glass. Well left, Maxi Arce. And the little break back on. Rama Pereira serving 3-5. He will want to hold this. He will not want to be broken on this point as well and let it go to 3-6 because that's a big advantage for Arsene Del Bianco on their serve. So he'll want to hold this, not make mistakes. The word to his partner, to Juanini Pascual, must be basics, attrition, percentages. And Juanini Pascual goes into the net. And there is the advantage Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco were looking for. 6-3, ball in hand. There's a game, set, and match point available 3 times over here in their hand. Certainly 2 on their own serve. Maxi Arce will serve first to Rama Pereira. And you can see Rama Pereira drops his head there. Not a good sign from a body language perspective. Arce goes. He goes slowly. Rama Pereira, will he hold it? A big match temperament, important for these players. Arce takes the pace off, the boast off the glass, stays in. And low and hard, the slice there from Franco Del Bianco. And Rama Pereira tries to lift it, goes straight into the net. Game, set, and match. Maxi Arce, Franco Del Bianco, 6-4. And a hard fought 7-6 for the former number ones. The number 2 seeded players beat the number 3 seeded players 6-4, 7-6. And you can see what it means to them. They want to win this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final tournament. They see this as a redemption tournament. Big hugs there from Coach Ivan Fuentes. And this is going to mean a lot to them. It's going to build momentum. They now go top of Group B with 6 points. Rama Pereira and Juanini Pascual will be in joint second with Maxi Sanchez and Federico Chiostri on 4 points. Leonardo Job and Matias de Moral in fourth on 2 points with 1 game to play. All the teams playing later this evening, and we'll see in Game 3 and Game 4, we're going to see both these pairs playing with the other opposition in the group. You can see there, beautiful slice, low and hard there from Franco Del Bianco, and that's the match-winning stroke for these two. Claudio Navarro will be interviewing the winners of this game. I'm going to leave you with these pictures. We're going to take a break and get ready because in 15 minutes' time, we have the first match of day 3 right here on center court, pairing up Aymar Goni and Adrian Tito Alamande against the very effective Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni. Can't wait. Exciting times. And you can see there the unforced errors, the undoing of Ramiro Pereira and Juan Ignacio de Pascual. 21 unforced errors versus 8 from Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. 1 hour and 36 minutes. The stats are there on your screen. We're going to go to that interview, and I can see on the top left-hand side of the screen already, Tito Alamandi bouncing up and down, getting ready to get on court with his partner, Aymar Goni, to take on Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni. Exciting match. Favorites for that one, Aymar Goni and Tito Alamandi, but upsets are not being taken away from the options. We'll be back with you in 15 minutes' time. Enjoy the post-match interview. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, padelistas worldwide. Welcome to the wonderful Santiago de León de Caracas, the real name of Caracas as we all know it, the capital city of Venezuela, and more specifically, the Estadio of the Metropolitan University here in Caracas. And you can hear the court announcer in my background about to announce the first match of day 3. This the final group stage, final matches of the group stage. So day 3 of this Venezuela Master Final, this A1 Padel Master Final. And coming on there is, first up, is Santiago Frugoni. Santiago Frugoni, of course, with his partner, which will be introduced shortly, Martin Abud, played earlier today, and Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud won their first match, going over Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez 6-2 and 7-5 after having lost the very first match on day 1, 7-5 and 6-2 to Gonzalo Alfonso and Lionel Aguirre, the number 1 seeds and favorites for this tournament. There we have Martin Abud, the Paraguayan champion, the number 1 Paraguayan player, and also one of the top players on this A1 Padel Tour. Together, they're going to be taking on the 4th seeds of this tournament. And there we go, the evergreen legend, living legend of Padel, Adrian Tito Alemandi, 43 years of age, soon to be 44. You wouldn't say he's a day over 25 with his energy levels, with his expertise, a living legend of the world of Padel. And how fortunate we are to have Tito Alemandi on our screens, on our tour, and mentoring and encouraging, guiding these young players he plays with on a daily basis, such as this one here you see in the white with the red shorts, a Spanish player, one of the great talents of world padel right now, just 19 years of age, recently turned 19. About 2 weeks ago, he was an 18-year-old at the beginning of the season, Aymar Goni. Ladies and gentlemen, write this name down, Aymar Goni. You're going to hear a lot about Aymar Goni in the years to come. This is a talent to behold. And this is a great match for us to look forward to. Aymar Goni, Tito Alemandi taking on Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud.
Aguirre y Gonzalo Alfonso. En el banco de Venezuela.
Players on court now for the customary beginning photo. Zep Azuaga, the umpire. And they'll be doing the toss. And it looks like the toss is going to go. And looks like Santiago Frugoni has made the call. And the toss has been won by Aymar Goni, who elects to receive. So Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni will take the serve away. They'll go through the regulatory 5-minute warm-up with these new balls. New balls, of course, Knox Titaniums. Knox, the official ball provider for 2024 for the A1 Padel Global Tour. What wonderful balls they are. They've been great throughout the season for the A1 Tour. And many of us will hope that they will carry on in 2025. So players will go through the regulatory warm-up. There's your lineup for today. Aymar Goni and Tito Alemandi taking on Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni. Straight after that, the favorites for this tournament, Lionel Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso, who was a little bit naughty yesterday and was disqualified. They lost their match against Aymar Goni and Adrian Alemande, taking on Santiago Rolla and Facundo Lopez. Followed that up by Federico Chostri, a winner earlier on today, and Maxi Sanchez taking on Ramiro Pereira, who have just lost with Juani Pascual against Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco. And the last match of the evening will be Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral, who also are winless so far in this tournament, against Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, the second favorites, and quickly becoming the favorites for this match. There's Santiago Frugoni. There are his stats. 29 years of age. Santiago Frugoni will be playing in the drive position on the right-hand side of the court. There's his partner Martin Abud, who will be on the backhand side on the revés from Encarnacion in Paraguay, the number 8 ranked player on the A1 Padel Tour, meter 85, and Martin Abud, 22 years of age. Aymar Goni, as I said, was is 19 years, recently turned. Tito Alemandi could be everyone's father on this court at the ripe old age of 43, turning 44 at the end of December, there on the 28th of December, and we will wish him a happy birthday when that time comes. He certainly is a gentleman of the paddle courts. Again, not a full Argentinian final here. 3 Argentinians, 1 Spaniard. And Tito Alemande will be playing in the drive position. Aymar Goni, there we go. There is his entire 19 years of age. Turned 19 on the 13th of October. A meter 95 from Pamplona in Spain. Ranked number 15 on the A1 Padel Global Tour. And just made the cut in terms of being in this tournament. Of course, the Master Final, a little bit different to all the other A1 tournaments, Masters and Opens and Grandmasters. The Master Final puts together the 16 best players on tour, the 16 best ranked players on the tour. They get split up into 8 teams and then 2 groups, Group A and B, and they play a round robin for points on wins. And at the end of those group matches, they play each other. The top 2 teams move on to the semi-final stage, with the winners of those going into the finals. Zeus Sanchez will be in the corner of Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud as the coach, and as has been customary for the last 2 tournaments, and certainly since they paired up, Aymar Goni and Tito Alemandi, coachless. So Aymar Goni and Tito Alemandi have played only twice together in the A1 Padel Global Tour before this tournament. The first one, they reached a semi-final, and just last week in their second appearance together in a tournament, they were finalists of the San Juan Open in Argentina, beaten by Juan Pascual and Ramiro Pereira, who incidentally was the ex-partner of Tito Alemandi. So Tito Alemandi using all his experience to guide young Goni and to provide him with guidance and dynamic encouragement, and making sure that he stays on there. So working very much as a player manager. There's Martin Abud, the best Paraguayan player on circuit. He is also the number 1 ranked player in Paraguay. He missed being in the Master Final last year by just 1 point, 1 ranking point. Very similar. He was then chosen as the reserve player. Very similar to what Danny Martinez is this year. He missed the cut by 40 rating points, and he is a substitute from here. And there's Aymar Goni on your screen. Players going through the last stages of their warm-ups. We expect a big hitting festival here with both Aymar Goni and Martin Abud, big finishers of the game, both young men, 19 and 22. And then, of course, the older Santiago Frugoni at 29. And then the godfather, the general, Tito Alemande at a evergreen 43 years of age. Players have gone off court. Umpire Giuseppe Zwaga will call for time pretty shortly, and they will come back on and get this match underway. There's a crowd starting to come in. It's now just after in Venezuela. Time, it's now just 3:45 local time, 15:44, and people are starting to come in. It is Friday, so people often leave early work on Friday, and they'll be joining us for viewing live. The crowd is expected to grow to full capacity as the night goes on. In the meantime, we can't be there. We're going to be watching our streams. A1 Padel is the YouTube channel, and you can join us there for viewing. I'll be keeping you company throughout the proceedings, all 4 matches throughout the afternoon, match 4, 5, 6, and 7, and I will, of course, keep you company for semi-finals tomorrow, as well as the finals on Sunday. Last pats on the backs from each other as partners. And just for your guidance, closest to your screen in the red and white is Aymar Goni. In the green and white with the black shorts is Tito Alemandi. On the further side of your screen, in the all blue to the right, Martin Abud. And in the blue and white, about to serve, Santiago Frugoni, going towards Tito Alemandi. Return there from Frugoni off that low bouncing ball from Tito Alemandi. Not quite up to scratch. Love 15. You can see there immediately after the first point, Tito Alemandi is talking to Aymar Goni. You're going to see that repeatedly, almost every point. Constantly mentoring, constantly coaxing, constantly guiding. That is the job of Tito Alemandi, and he's done that so successfully. So many have benefited from this over the last couple of years. Juan Di Pasquale saw earlier on, he's now teamed up with Juan Di Pasquale as one of the most exciting pairings around. Both played with Tito Alemandi and gathered very, very valuable experience, tremendous insights into the game, and what a teacher he could be. 30 all is the scoreline, and you're going to see this young gentleman who is full of talent, Aymar Goni, just start to blossom over the next few games he plays with Tito Alemandi. Hopefully they'll be together for the 2025 season, and you're going to see something really special from this young man as Tito Alemandi looks to work with him. Into the back glass that goes. Awkward bounce off the edge of the fence of the court there. And Santiago Frugoni still serving at 40-30. And that's the game. First blood, Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, 1-0 as that ball goes straight into the net. There'll be a quick turnaround here. And when the players come back, which will be ready momentarily, you can see already Frugoni and Abud back on court already. We're going to see possibly Tito Alemandi on serve. It is indeed. Tito Alemandi likes to keep the order of things. Player on the right serves first. And good old-fashioned procedures. And they work best. Less confusion. There he goes, spraying the ball side to side, left and center. There's the bajada from Goni, straight into the net. Love 15. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo de Carma. I'll be keeping you company. And let me remind you about the conditions. And those conditions are the conditions which are affecting every single match. Yesterday the conditions worsened, and the weather became inclement to the highest order. And so much so that the games had to be suspended, and the weather is a little bit better today, but still a factor. There's less humidity and less chill factor, so the windows are not frosting up as they were yesterday, or not yet, perhaps as the evening settles. But right now, 26 degrees Celsius, 70% humidity, which is a drop from the 73% of just an hour ago. And the wind has picked up from a 6-kilometer wind speed to 8 kilometers. So high lobs still affected by the wind, although the stadium is fairly sheltered. There is a little bit of the breeze altitude. 40-15 is the scoreline. Those conditions, coupled with the 900 meters of altitude, that is 3,000 feet, make for the balls to become really bouncy. You watch there, Imagoni letting the ball bounce instead of attacking it and then powering through it. You're going to see lots of lobs carrying too much power, going straight into the glass. When players are trying to keep them a little bit lower, they're risking the net, and just generally a completely different dynamic to game playing. Those who adjust first, those who adjust better, will have the edge, and we'll see who that is. Early stages yet, one game apiece. Here with Martin Abud on serve. Frugoni with the finish there. Frugoni Chugoni. What a name call. Frugoni Chugoni. Alemandi trying to burst off the glass there. Goes straight into the net. 30 love. Really a last resort shot there from Tito Alemandi. High in the air he goes. Frugoni with a big hit. And Imagoni makes up the ground. The ball doesn't quite get the lift desired. And Imagoni into the ground and out of the court. He does that so well. Big, tall, young man, covers a lot of ground. Lots of athletic prowess in that big body of his. This time Frugoni says, you ain't going to get this one back. This one is mine. The score goes 40-15. Two-1 is the scoreline. Imagoni will serve. When we come back, we're going to take a little brief commercial break. We're going to see what our sponsors have to say, and we'll be back shortly. Players get back on court pretty swiftly. And it's Goni on serve, Goni on attack, Goni into the ground and out of the court. Goni with the 15 love. Waits for the ball to come back from the court marshal. Taps the hand of Tito Alemande and strolls like he means a lot of business straight back to the baseline. Martin Abud looking to position himself, and that's an unfortunate clip of the net there for Frugoni. 30 love. Gone into the net with that first serve. Imran Ghani's biggest asset is his confidence. He's quiet and unassuming, yet oozes confidence in his play that is way beyond his years. 40 love. Into the net goes Frugoni, and the score is 2-all. Frugoni will walk up to the net, collect the ball he's just put into it, and bring it back so he can serve after a 2-all scoreline. Of course, these teams, particularly Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud, played earlier today. And today, earlier on, they beat Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez 6-2 and 7-5. That was a delayed game because of the inclement weather yesterday. And they agreed to play 2 games today. All the players, credit to them. It's amazing what great professionals these guys are. And they played earlier on today, and that was the result, 6-2 and 7-5, having their first win of the tournament, as Imran Ghani slaps that one into the net at close range. Very disappointing for himself and for his partner Tito Alemandi. So they got on the board with a win, taking them into second place in this group with 4 points, after having in the first round played Gonzalo Alfonso and Torito Aguirre and having lost at 7-5 and 6-2. Tito Alemandi, on the other hand, with Imran Ghani, a completely different kettle of fish. First round match played Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, and although pushed to a third set there, they did drop the first set by 6-3, then came back to win 6-4 and 6-4. Comfortable in that second one. The third one could have gone either way, made to work hard, but they did come back strong. And then in yesterday's round match, they were able to play their round match yesterday. They lost the first set 6-4 to Gonzalo Alfonso and Torito Aguirre, or rather they won 6-4 the first set against Gonzalo Alfonso, Lionel Tito and Lionel Torito Aguirre, then lost the second set by 6-1, and whilst 3-0 up, the match was abandoned due to the disqualification of Gonzalo Alfonso, and that became a 6-love scoreline. So 3 points on the board for each of those wins. Topping the group with 6 points is Imran Ghani and Adrian Tito Alemandi, with Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni on 4, Torito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso on 3, and Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez yet to win a game in this tournament on 2 points. So really important here for Imran Ghani and for Adrian Alemandi to keep up the pressure. They want to finish as top of this group for the semi-final draw. However, Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni will want to also win and maintain their position to book a place in a semi-final berths. Of course, a little later on, Torito Aguirre, in fact, the match straight after that, will take on Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, who will be playing just for honor. It will be a dead rubber, so fully expected to favor and go through with their favoritism, Torito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso, and they will then add another 3 points to their tally to take them to 6 points with 2 wins and 1 loss. This is the tale of the tape. Players have gone out. We're going to listen to the benches, and we'll be back pretty shortly to tell you a little bit more about how the match is developing.
Estaba muy bien, pasa que
Eso me quedé pensando, sí.
¿Sabes cuál también el ataque es muy buena? Cuando te quedas arriba. Esa película de tirar Tito por acá.
Sí, la tiro por ahí. Sí.
Yo buscaba impacto muy alto, fuerte.
Sí, se la voy a tirar de última que se no, porque si no se la tiro muy cruzada se va a meter con eso.
Si la tiras con la uno, él hace esto.
A no ser que él limpiaría Santi por el medio, cuando limpia Santi por el medio, ¿dónde sale Tito siempre de por abajo? al medio.
Escuchame,
Métete de derecha.
cuando yo esté jugando contra Tito, vos dame un pasito para atrás.
Eso.
Porque no lo vamos a hacer esa
Eso
aventura.
es, eso es.
Nada más.
El impacto de libro es alto,
No,
¿eh?
yo te lo quiero.
Muy bien, me gusta lo que veo.
Concentrado, sí. Vamos ahora, ¿eh?
Vamos,
Te lo doy yo, ¿eh? Bien, vos dale. Seguí con confianza.
Al servicio, Adrián Alemán. Por favor, guarden silencio, son tan amables. Muchas gracias. Al servicio, Martino.
Three 3-4 is the score. Goni serving. No breaks as yet. Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni escaped by the skin of their teeth in that golden point in the last set, avoiding the break. Really well managed there by Frugoni and Abud to save themselves. And now Aimo Goni serves to maintain parity here. 15 love up. That ball goes over the head of Tito Alamandi, who's defending emphatically. Both teams keep looking for the fence. They know the power game isn't going to cut it in these conditions. And as I say that, Frugoni or Martin Abud powers through on the smackdown at the center of the court and gets the score to 15 all. Into the corner goes Alemandi. A high lob there from Frugoni. Goni lets it bounce. Goes, finds the gap. Not quite enough. Martin Abud defends well. First, second, third one. As Tito Alemandi powers down. Martin Abud can do nothing more than lift his racket, but getting nowhere near it. As the ball goes into the glass and out of court. Really well constructed point there. 30-15. Goni goes slowly down the tee and fakes the big hit. Changes direction. Almost a Gonzalo Alfonso Tontona, just with a more direct approach. Fakes it well. Looks left. Aims. Looks right. Aims left. And here's the big finish again. A little fortunate there. It's the top of the fence. Ball comes straight back. And 4 all. Crucial part of the game we're entering. 4 all. Frugoni to serve. This is where set-defining moments come. At a score of 4 all. One of the most dangerous score lines. A break here can cost the team the set. Thus far, Abud and Frugoni have managed it really well. So has Goni and Alemandi. And this time, Goni finds the gap. Love 15. Power there from Frugoni. Straight at Tito Alemandi, who can do not a lot more than reflex attempt to parry. Not very successfully. 15 all. Players walking off the courts there as the skies open and rain begins to fall. And you can see the court marshals looking for covers to cover the courts. And we apologize, Mother Nature is all over this Venezuelan Master Final. Yesterday with humidity, today with rain. Court marshals really quickly getting out there with the covers. Players on the bench getting off court as quick as possible. Operations team at the quick response, managing all the equipment that needs to be out of the rain. And we're going to leave you with these pictures and we'll maintain you updated both on screen and with live updates as to whether these are passing showers or whether they will remain for a long period of time. As we leave you, the score is 4-all, and the match is to be resumed. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and what a lot of patience we can thank you for as you stuck with us right throughout this little rain shower or a little thunderstorm, which has now gone by. You can see there in the background still lots of dark cloud around as the cloud cover begins to extend. But players are back on court. Covers have been removed from the courts. So players are back and warming up, and you can see them there. You can see Imogoni and Tito Alamandi on the closest side of the court to yourself. There's some results earlier on today, and you'll see just those 3 spots, 4 black spots. Those are the ones missing. Those are the ones that we're going to fill in for you. That is order 3, 4, 5, and in fact, match 4, 5, 6, and 7, and those are the ones missing. And we start off here with Aima Goni and Adrian Alamandi taking on Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni. And there's the log at the moment. Aima Goni, Adrian Alamandi, 6 points. Gonzalo Alfonso Tolito Aguirre, 3 points. Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, 2. As it stands, although that may not be correct after the results earlier on today, hence how quickly that came off. But we know for sure that Aima Goni and Adrian Alamandi are the log leaders of Group A. They have 2 wins, 6 points. So they are on top of the log. And as preparations get finalized underway here, players just getting their final eye in. They've been taking a break. There's Amogoni rolling that smash. Santiago Frugoni approaching the net there. He'll be looking to get his eye in on some of those volleys. Umpire Josep Azuaga already in the umpire's chair. Covers backed away, and when we last left you, the result 4 games apiece, honors even, no breaks thus far in this match, and it was Aima Goni and Adrian Alamandi 4, Martin Abud, Santiago Frugoni 4. We'll see where we pick up, and we're going to be here to keep you company throughout the evening. There's Coach Drew Sanchez, who is standing by on the benches of Santiago Frugoni and Martin Abud. Tito Alamandi and Aima Goni do not have a coach ringside. Players coming to the end of their warm-up routines. You can see there both Abud and Frugoni practicing with the high shots. Whether, of course, not playing ball, Mother Nature a little bit perhaps unpredictable. Yesterday, we had to abandon umpire Nunu Moreira, had to abandon play after the first game had been played. And those games were picked up in the morning today. The final 3 matches of the group of day 2 of the stage games were finalized earlier this morning. This, of course, the first game of the evening of day 3, and already a almost 2-hour delay on the event. Players now getting really back on court properly. Santiago Frugoni will have the ball in hand to serve, and he'll be serving to Tito Alamandi. Score 4 games apiece, and about to get this game underway. Frugoni to Alamandi. Umpire Joseph Bazuaga asking the crowd for silence, for shortage of movement. The temperature, despite the thunder showers, still hovering around the 24, 25 degree Celsius mark. Humidity now climbing just above the 70%, 73% it stands, with the wind velocity sitting at a cool 8 kilometers an hour. Imargoni goes for the rulo there. And 15:30 is the scoreline. 4-all, as we mentioned earlier. With a lift. Big finish there from Aboud. Back onto court by Imargoni. Off the wall there goes Tito Alemande. 30-all the scoreline. Return there from Alemande, now goes high into the air. Martin lets the ball drop, takes aim, fires the way of Alemande, 40-30. The ruler there from Aboud. Margoni return. Down the middle goes Alemande. On the way back, Martin Aboud fires in the direction of Imargoni. You can only tap it into the corner. 5-4. Aboud Frugoni lead when the players switch around. 4-5. Alemande, ball in hand, will serve. This will be a quick turnaround. We'll listen to what they say at the benches.
A los pies, ¿no? Y Martín Ruiz juega sin bola, juega sin bola, juega sin bola. Eso, muy atento, juego sin bola, ¿vale? Dale.
Players back on court. Tito Alemande about to serve. He'll go to Santiago Frugoni. New balls have been introduced. That's because after the 9th game, as per A1 Padel Global Tour policies, balls exchanged after 9 games and subsequently again after each 11 game set.
Luces, por favor, apaguen las luces, sean tan amables, las luces de los focos.
Players complaining about the flashing strobe lights, flickering of the lights. All 4 players uniform in their complaint. And you can see there on your screen in the shadows in the background, the lights flickering on and off. Of course, not ideal for play. Looks like they've gone off now. They've been switched off. And hopefully now we'll be able to get the match underway with no more interruptions. Alemande going to Frugoni. 15 love. Frugoni with the lift straight out of the court. 30 love. 40-15. Score now 5 games apiece. You see how Margoni steps across. Big hit into the corner. No chance, Martin Abud. And even less for Santiago Frugoni running on. 5 games apiece. Martin Abud to serve. No breaks as yet. Tight match. Full of interruptions, but tight. Both teams really on top of things. Holding their serves. High ball there from Tito Lamandi. Ball over carrying. Just shaving the bottom end of the glass on the opposite side of the court. Serve a little long. Players again going to umpire. Josep Azuaga further complains. Video review this time. Tito Lamandi requesting the video review. He's not happy with the call, the way that ball traveled. Umpire will now review the video footage and we'll be able to see it on your screens and assist you with your opinion, whether the call was correct. Here we go. There's the shot down the line. And that hits the glass directly. That is the opinion here in the commentary box anyway. Umpire will call now. You, of course, will have access to a couple of different angles. Determines the ball is good. Calls it in. And calls the score 30 love. Wow. Shows you what do we know here in the commentary box? Very little. That's why the technology exists, to assist people like umpire Josep Azuaga and not to assist the umpire. 40 love is now the scoreline. And that's the game. 6 games to 5 lead Abud and Frugoni. Players will go and sit on benches, get some refreshment. We're going to take a little commercial break. When we come back, we'll hope to finalize this first set.
El Master Final es un torneo plenamente especial, no solo porque clasifiquen nada más que 16 jugadores, sino que además porque tiene fase de grupos, en vez de eliminación directa. Claro, aquí viene la pregunta del millón. Lo que se hace mucha gente, y empezamos ya con las cuentas. ¿Cómo es el sistema de desempate en caso de que haya un doble empate o incluso un triple? Pues os lo contamos y apuntad papel y boli y por las dudas os lo iremos explicando durante toda la semana. Y es que en el caso de empate de 2 parejas es lo más sencillo. Simplemente el enfrentamiento directo es lo que se impondría en la fase de grupos y esa pareja avanzaría. En caso de que sean 3 parejas, lo que se buscaría sería reducirlas a 2. Entonces, lo primero sería establecer la diferencia entre set ganados y perdidos entre las 3 parejas empatadas. En caso de que ese empate persistiera, hay que buscar la diferencia entre juegos ganados y perdidos entre las 3 parejas empatadas. Y si aún así persiste ese empate, es un sorteo puro. Lo que aquí vendríamos buscando es quedarnos con solo 2 parejas.
There we had an explanation on how the tie will be resolved in terms of teams in the group stages having similar points. And there it was, the head-to-head, the first decider of a tie. Second, the amount of sets won by each team. And if all of those elements are still a tie, then the third decider will be a random draw. 15 love. That doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Abud there with a backhand into the side fence. 30 love. Love. Six all is the scoreline, and we have a tiebreaker in a very, very tight first set here between Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande, and Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni. First up, Santiago Frugoni. First serve goes into the net as he goes in the direction of Tito Alemande. Tito Alemande stepping up. And into the net goes Martin Abud. Little mini break off the first point. Alemande will serve 1-0 up in this tiebreaker. 6 all. Alemande straight into the side fence with the serve. High in the air there. And straight into the glass goes Martin Abud. 2 love. Martin Abud, one of his specialities are tie breaks. He has an incredible stat on tie breaks. Yeah, he trails by love 2. In fact, love 3. Here's a trail. Still only 1 break. That was that initial point. Alemande serving out both his 2 serves. But now Martin Abud to serve. Ball in hand. He will go to Aymar Goni. Frugoni with a power straight at the body of Tito Alemande. 1-3. No malice intended there. It's part of the game. Into the net goes Alemande. 3-2, Aymar Goni. He will serve 1 of his allotted serves now. There will be a switch of ends, and he will then serve his second one from the opposite side. He'll go to Martin Abud now. 3-2 up. And the ball over carries there on that lob. A little bit of confusion between Frugoni and Abud. Both went for that ball in the fence there. And the lob coming through a little bit too high. 4-2. Players off court. It'll be a quick switch around. Aymar Goni didn't even bother to go to benches. Turned out immediately. Waiting patiently to be joined by Tito Alemande, who arrives now. 4-2, or 4-2 in this tiebreaker. 6 all. Goni goes down the center there to Frugoni. Martin Abud with a lift. And Frugoni finds the corner. Aymar Goni can't get round. There's the counter break. Honors even once again. Santiago Frugoni going to serve now to Aymar Goni. 3-4. Parity has been restored in the tie-break. It's down the center. Gwani with a return, a little bit too much. All over carrying into the fence. Umpire's called it good. Let's have a look here. Yes, it is good. It bounces before the turn. So the mini break once again. 3-5 as Frugoni goes to Alemandi. A real chance here. Over the head of Abud goes Alemandi. And Goni gets fortunate once again with that bounce. Ball bouncing just before the tin. And Martin Abud with power straight down the line. Goni able to do the matrix duck and dive off that shot. You'll see here, ball goes straight at Aymar Goni, who ducks the ball. Ball goes straight into the glass. And now a real advantage here as Alemande goes to serve for the set. 6 games to 3. 3 definitive advantage points for the set. He doesn't need 3. He only needs 1. And the tiebreak is in the bag. 7-6. Goni Alemandi, first set. Martin Abud will be desperately disappointed with how this has turned out. Nevertheless, what a fight they put up. No real breaks other than on a tie break. Honors even very tight. Wonderful insert there from Padel Pro TV, a hosted TV program on Padel, actuality and coaching program, hosted by none other than Andres Britos, our very own A1 Padel global player, very popular player amongst the other players, and this year an absentee at this master final, this A1 Padel Venezuela master final here in Caracas, and first time that he's absent from the master final season. Didn't quite go according to plan for Andres Britos, but what a great venture he's busy with, Padel Pro TV, where they teach you not about paddle. They don't teach you how to play paddle, but they teach you how to enjoy paddle. On your screen, the stats, the set summary, and very tight. The big statistic there making the difference, 17 unforced errors for Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, to only 4 from Aymar Goni and Adrian Alemandi, and really in a very tight statistical card, those the very big difference statistics, and that ultimately led to a 7-6 victory for Goni and Alemandi in this first set. Umpire calling time, players returning to court, and neither of these teams will want to be sticking around this court for too long. Frugoni and Abud, of course, believing now after that tight first set that they can win the second set and force a third and final set. Alemandi and Goni wanting to build on the confidence of having won that first set and dispatching these two in this final match of the group stages of this Group A. Victory in this game, in this match, would give Tito Alemandi and Aymar Goni a full house of 9 points, guarantee themselves a spot in tomorrow's semi-final and a top of the leaderboard position, which means that in the semi-final they would play the team that plays second in Group B, far easier draw than playing the winners of Group B. $30 love. $40 love. Umpire calling that serve out. Alemande will serve for the second time. This time he goes gently down the tee. And that return from Martin Abud straight into the glass. 1-0, Goni Alemande. Once again, there'll be a fairly quick turnaround. There's a swivel and straight into the glass there from Martin Abud. There'll be a quick turnaround. You can see already players on the way back. Frugoni on the way back. So there's Martin Abud right behind him. There goes Goni and Alemande. Quick drive the hands and back on court. See there in your background the stands, not full at all. The weather chasing away some of the spectators that had started to stream in. The VIP section, however, in the lit section just behind the grandstands, completely full. And those are the people making the big noise that umpire Azwaga keeps needing to keep calm. 15 love. As Frugoni now goes to serve to Goni. Returns, attempts to go straight down the parallel. Doesn't make it over the net. 30 love. And this time it's Frugoni's turn to go into the glass. This game has been characterized by lots and lots of errors, as we said in set 1. 21 unforced errors. 17 of them by Frugoni and Abud. Lots of overheating, ball carrying. Of course, we spoke about the conditions repeatedly. The altitude, the humidity, and players not really adapting as fast as they should be to this. Amargani with a wonderful hit there, straight down the middle on the reverse direction. 30 all is the scoreline. And because of the lack of adaptation by the players, the ball really showing some tendencies to overflying. Lots of balls into the back glass. Lots of balls into the side fence. This time into the ground, Martin Abud, and out of the court, 40-30. Martin Abud will be pleased that that has some semblance of his normal game. Frugoni to Goni. We'll see also another curious characteristic. Ayman Goni, how far back he stands when receiving serves. And Ayman Goni, backhand volley to the feet of Santiago Frugoni, forcing the golden point. He's punching the air. With the forcing of the golden point, a potential break opportunity here for Alemande Goni. Up she goes. Martin Abud allows the ball to bounce, attacks it straight down the middle. Alemande defends well, but the ensuing lob overcarries straight into the glass. You can see the way Alemande is standing there. He's disappointed. He knew that was a great opportunity to cause an early break, and the opportunity is lost. And he can't quite believe how that lob carried so far that it hit the glass on the other side of the court. One game apiece, Ayman Goni to serve. There's the error from Alemande. goes for the parallel gap, which Martin Wood left exposed. Ball goes into the net. Love 15. Change of direction there from Santiago Frugoni. Beautiful winner, and you see punches there. He's pleased as punch with himself there. See there, change of direction, perfectly placed. And that just behind him, just behind Goni. Quick bounce off the glass, and he's pleased with that. Struggling with consistency on his shots is Santiago Frugoni, but that was perfect. A little fortunate there, Aymar Goni. 15-30. As he goes for the big slap down, ball clips the top end of the net. And ball just drops on the other side and walks out of court. 15-30. See here, as he goes hard, gets the fortuitous bounce out of court immediately. Hands in the air, sorry, but not really sorry. We'll take the points. 15-30. There's that return, this time the turn of Martin Abud. Ball over carrying into the glass. Lots of those players have got to really settle down and really adapt. Start to take the power of their game. Really start to play some paddle here. Of course, easier said than done. It's very frustrating. We saw earlier the frustration in Rama Pereira's face. Yesterday, Gonzo Alfonso losing it completely. Because not easy to play in these conditions. 30-40, and the break opportunity is there. Emphatic finish there. Martin Abud into the gap. Goni nowhere near it as he dives to try and reach, get underneath it. Can't get underneath it. And here are break opportunities for Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni. Could be the very first break of the match, not of the set. Lemande finds the gap. A return from Frugoni. Misdirected into the glass. Break opportunity still there. The golden point is forced. Santiago Frugoni lifts his hand straight away. He wants to receive it, make up for that error. Goni and Alemandi in consultation. They can't afford to be broken now if they are to press the momentum of the win in the first set. Abud and Frugoni moving forward. Attacking, being slightly more positive. But this time, it's Aymar Goni with the finish. Ball out of court. Wins the golden point. Well held. Hard work there for Aymar Goni. 2-1, they go up. They'll turn ends. When they come back, Martin Abud will serve. 1-2 will be the scoreline.
Santiago, Sandy, Roya y Paco López, el mágico Gonzalo Alfonso.
as we fill in that grid of results. Players are back on court. Martin Abud is serving. He's 1-2. Aymar Ghani is taking no prisoners there. Love 15. He's in no mood to hang about. He's got the first set in the bag. He wants the second set. Of course, after this is the final game of this Group A schedule. In the group stages, that teams up Leonel Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso against Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez. The latter pairing there yet to win a game at this Master Final. Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso, of course, won their first match. Then yesterday had to abandon their match against these two on screen now, Aymar Ghani and Tito Alemandi, whilst on a 3-0 deficit in the third set after a one-set-all result, and so disqualification due to bad behavior for one of the players. So they'll be looking to get back on track and get that second win and hopefully finish second in this group and move towards the semi-final stage. They are the number one players on the A1 Padel Global Ranking. They are the favorites for this very tournament. And Frugoni can't take the heat, goes for the volley, mistimes it into the net. 15-30 is the scoreline. So that match, once it's on, will complete the grid for Group A. That'll be immediately followed by the last two remaining matches for Group B. And at the end of tonight, we'll have a definitive outcome as to who the semi-finalists will be for tomorrow. Into the fence goes Frugoni. Alemande in full attack towards the corner of Frugoni. And now, 3 break opportunities here for Aymar Ghani and Tito Alemande. Score 15-40. Second set, 1-2 down. Abud to serve to Alemandi. First serve, not good. This one a little bit more central, a little bit softer. Alemandi coming across with Ghani, finds the gap. The lift is there. Trying to gain some ground. Frugoni steps up. Alemandi with the lob. Frugoni down the middle. Alemandi with the lob. Stays in. Abud changing directions with Frugoni. So does Ghani and Alemandi. Looks for the gap. It isn't there. Well defended Martin Abud and Tito Alemandi with the error. Well defended Martin Abud. 30-40. One of those break points clawed back. Yeah, under hard fight by Martin Abud. Great point that was. Probably worthy of a better finish than an error by Tito Alemandi. 30-40. Ghani chooses to go over the head of Abud, who powers up. And great decision as he powers up, goes to the corner of Alemandi and forces the golden point. Alemandi raises his hand, he'll receive that. He wants to make up for the 2 errors in a row now that have given the opportunity to Martin Abud and Frugoni to come back from this potential risk of being broken. He wants to make it good, to make it right. Here goes the golden point. Important golden point. Ghani off his feet. Frugoni defends well. Martin Abud with the rulo. Attempted finish there from Santiago Frugoni. Goes for the fence again. Down the middle. Alemandi looking for the short ball from Frugoni or Abud. Not quite happening. Trading blows equally 1 by 1. There's the bajada from Martin Abud into the fence. great patience exercise. And you see there, Amargoni pointing to Alamandi. It was you. You built up this point. It's all yours. Credit to you. Here comes the Bajada. Straight. Badly timed. Almost in a hurry. That was executed. A ball straight into the net. And there's the first break of the match taking place. And Adrian Tito Alamande will serve 3-1 up. And he will want to press this advantage in no uncertain way. Coach Zeus Sanchez biting his nails. He's thinking, how do we fix this? First time there's a break. The match is really tight. How do we fix that? Tito Alamande with the first service. It goes horribly wrong. Clips the top of the net and out of the door. Only one more. Goes hard to the corner of Frugoni, who can only lift it short. And Amargoni says, thank you very much. Powers through in the direction of Martin Abud. Ball out of court. Por tres. Off a slap. Tremendous power here, Amargoni. 15 love. Monday to serve to Martin Abud. See there as the game evolves, as later stages of the game come through, more and more communication between Alamande and Goni. Alamande constantly coaching, constantly guiding, constantly encouraging young Goni, as he does with all his partners. That volley from Frugoni straight into the back glass. 40 love. And the end of the game there as Alamande goes with power into the corner. 4 games to 1. We're going to take a little listen to what Coach Zeus will say, or what Goni and Alamande are saying at the benches. When we come back, 1-4 will be the scoreline in the second set.
Cuando la tenemos la ganamos.
Por eso.
Pero
Daca y Arturo.
Empieza a apurar. Necesito generar algo.
Es normal. Entonces, te lo compro, Santi. Prefiero que esa bola de Rebeca tirada, prefiero que lo haga. Pero
ahí me desordeno también.
Pero no pasa, yo necesito que
Después de esto, recuerden el próximo partido en el Estadio Vasco de Venezuela.
Pero yo de vuelta, si quiero generar, no puedo tirarlo allá.
Bueno, pero yo te puedo comprender que tú quieras generar un poquito más y se te vaya, ¿sabes? No pasa nada, pero para mí, Martín, mírame la cara. No hay ninguna bandeja. No hay ninguna bandeja. Vale, cuando has tirado 2 víboras has ganado puntos o Santi se mete. Y hemos llegado al oro tirando, siendo valiente y generando con la víbora, no tirando mocos. No vengo a tirar mocos tal y como está la pista. Levanta el codo, tira la bola donde quieras. Levanta el codo y sueltas. Nada más. Lo que no puedo es llegar a la volea y ponerla y que nos pasen del globo y yo tiro un moco. No vale. Creo, no, además no somos nosotros eso. Y tal y como está la pista, la bola toca en el cristal y hace cualquier cosa.
Tenemos que bajar un poco de revolución, respirar un poco. Y creemos que esto lo podemos levantar.
Bueno, pero
¿sabes qué pasa, Martín? Que nosotros no la peleamos, pero cuando la tenemos no la jugamos.
Claro, yo necesito...
Ninguno de los dos, no
claro,
termina que va muy rápido.
¿Qué?
No termina muy rápido. Hay veces que nos queda acá arriba y nos lo terminamos nosotros.
No la queremos ganar, es el colmillo del que hablamos
porque
ayer por la noche.
Nosotros en los juegos no es pasarla 20 veces.
¿Qué va?
No, pero yo te hablo en defensa, en ataque sí, ya no vamos a hablar. No, pero ¿sabes? El tema en defensa la pasamos a pasar, pero el tema cuando vamos para adelante...
Claro, en defensa había un momento que volvemos a encontrar otra vez a Tito con esa bandeja y ya llegamos a la red y aflojamos.
Claro, por momentos empezamos a defender un huevo.
Claro.
El tema, no sé, si nos pasa al revés, como que después en ataque no podemos.
Ahora sacamos nosotros.
Sí.
Necesito valentía, señores.
Sí. Vamos a sacarlo bien esto y como quieras.
Pero, Martín, quema la bola desde que te venga de volea. Por arriba también, toca la arriba, no la vas a tirar fuera. Tú mides 1,90, más tus brazos son 2,15, 2,30, 2,40. La bola va para abajo.
Dani Martín.
Claro, levanta y tira. ¿Sabes y sabes que
como está la cancha, si va muy rápida, la pelota levanta.
Bueno, pero
no hay que plancha. Paralelamente digo.
Rápida, lo hemos movido 3 veces y hemos ganado 2 puntos.
O sea que yo siento
de
que
verdad.
la que vos tiras así,
da mucho más
Claro,
rebote que la viola.
claro, y Goñi ha hecho una vez aquí y otra vez aquí.
Yo lo estoy esperando,
Tira.
igual me está...
Yo quiero que saques, yo necesito que saques y que la primera bola que me venga, si me viene como de bola derecha,
Yo te espero una más
pa'lante.
porque Goni se la jugó y me la jugó de vuelta. Porque tal que me voy.
Pero
Yo te espero una más, yo espero una más.
cuestión nuestra, una cuestión nuestra.
Yo la espero una más.
¿Qué es lo que puede pasar? ¿Qué es lo malo que puede pasar? Que estemos en Paraguay mañana en este Chaco y sería maravilloso. Y yo en Málaga también. Es lo único que puede pasar malo. Es lo único que puede pasar malo. Vamos a tirar, Martín.
Vamos a levantar.
Claro.
Vamos a levantar esto, vale.
Necesitamos el desastre.
Paraguay,
Y una cosa,
vamos a
mírame.
levantar.
Volvemos después el resto a ese punto. Pero Martín, mírame.
Un minuto.
Tira para arriba, vamos a ser valientes. Vamos a pegar un gritito. Vamos a entrar ahora con un poquito de sprint, con carrerita. Vale, nos están quitando todos los puntos, nosotros estamos aquí callados.
The umpire, Giuseppe Azuaga,
Si te tienes que ir para adelante porque
calling for 1
necesitas,
minute.
estás sintiendo lento. Que
And of course, because Martin Abud has called for a medical break.
1-4.
As you see the attention there from the A1 physiotherapist working on Martin Abud's legs. Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, you will remember, played earlier this morning, so their second match of the day.
Empujó la oreja sin
Umpire indulging in medical break.
Porque me tirado un plenazo, pero estemos atentos. Vamos al
The
primero.
therapist working on
Si vos no
Martin
le vas,
Abud's
el
legs.
flaco no tiene objetivo y le da la doble pared.
Asking
Si
him
vos le
to
vas, te tira los
attack,
pies.
not off a volley, off a bandeja, follow it up with the attack, looking to finalize the point, asking them for bravery, because if they make it to tomorrow's semi-final, it'll be marvelous. So more bravery requested by Coach Jesus Sanchez from Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, and let's see what comes out of that. Santiago Frugoni to serve 1-4 down in the second set. And now goes 15 love up. That is the second set after having dropped the first set by 7 games to 6. If you've just joined us, my name is Paulo De Carmo, and you are listening to me on the A1 Padel YouTube channel, as well as any of our English broadcasting partners across the world, the holders of broadcast rights for the A1 Padel Global Tour events, and you are watching the A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final held here at the Metropolitan University in Caracas, and that is the capital city of Venezuela, known also as Santiago de León de Caracas, the largest city of Venezuela and the center of the metropolitan region of Caracas. That a region with close to 5 million inhabitants. The capital city itself, 3.4 million approximately of people, and a very old city founded in 1567, and the birthplace of the South American independence leader Simón Bolívar, who is buried in the National Pantheon of Venezuela. And that national pantheon established in the 19th century in the city's old town. Simón Bolívar, of course, the most famous Venezuelan, but not the only one. Many other sports people and cultural icons born in Venezuela, such as Danny Ocean, the famous singer and songwriter, and Carolina Herrera, a fashion icon throughout the world. Very few people in the world have not come across the brand of Carolina Herrera, one of the global icons of the fashion and style world, a native of Venezuela. 30 all is the scoreline. Frugoni goes to Alamandi. The strategy seems to be to focus on Aymar Goni, and with that focus comes an error from Aymar Goni. 40-30. Immediately Tito Alamandi next to Aymar Goni, talking in his ear, giving him some encouragement, asking him to refocus. A serve down the line from Frugoni, the high lob in return. 1, 2. The hard bajada there from Martin Abud, and the block from Goni straight into the glass. 4 games to 2, Aymar Goni to serve. The advantage firmly in the hands of Aymar Goni and Tito Alamandi. Second set 4-2, first set 7-6. Tito Alamandi and Aymar Goni, Martin Abud, and Santiago Frugoni's last match in this group stage of Group 1. Lots to play for here. Frugoni and Abud could top this group were they to win this, and certainly if Alemandi and Goni win this, they will top the group, no questions asked. 15 love. Umpire Azwaga again asking for quiet. At the top of the stands there in the VIP section. Goni playing it safe there. Takataka at the net. Frugoni tries to change direction. Not quite sure why. There was a gap down the middle between the two, between Alemandi and Goni. Chooses to go left, and the ball straight into the fence. 30 love. Exactly the same strategy there. Change of direction, this time off a backline shot from Frugoni, and that goes into the net. 40 love. Monday getting animated. He senses it. He feels the semi-final coming on. Aymar Goni with a power, reverses direction. That's the game on the board. Players will go off. We'll take a commercial break. When we come back, 2-5 in what gives Tito Alemandi and Aymar Goni a strong hand in getting the second set out of the way and the points on the board.
Al servicio como las nuevas Martino.
Cuando vos seas capaz de jugar
There is that final interview and just some further match highlights on your screens. And you can see Coach Zeus there giving them his speech, his charges. And there's only so much that a coach can do. And they've put up a brave face. They sit second on the log with 5 points currently, 1 win and 2 losses, and wait for the mathematics of Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso's match against Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez. Realistically, they've got to be feeling subdued. They've got to be feeling that the heavy favorites, Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso, will beat Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, and they will be out of the tournament. However, hope beckons forever, and where there is life, there is hope. So we'll wait and see what the result of that match is going to be. We leave you with these pictures. We're going to take a short break. Be back with you in the next 10 to 15 minutes where we have a look at the analysis for the second match of this day 3 on center court, the final match of Group A. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. And we're back on center court here at the Metropolitan University Stadium in Caracas.
El primero de ellos.
And it is the second match and final match of the group stages of Group A of this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. And you see, you can hear there in the background the court announcer welcoming the protagonists of this next match. And there we have, for the second time today, Santiago Rola being welcomed there. Santiago Rola, the number 12 ranked player on the A1 Padel ranking.
Viene de Misiones,
23
Argentina.
years of age.
Es el número 17 del mundo.
And this, for the first time
años llegó aquí.
today,
Y se
an
llama
all-Argentinian affair.
López, Facu.
And coming up there, Facundo Lopez, the number 17 ranked player on the A1 Padel tournament. And these two young men have surprised and lit up the courts all year round on the A1 Padel Global Tour. Santiago Rola, two semi-finals, one as a partner with Jan Malgrati in the France Open.
Viene de Lomas de Zamora, se montó en una nave con dirección a Caracas.
Argentina, both regulars at last 16 and quarterfinal stages throughout the whole procedure, throughout the season. And there we have the magician, the alien, the extraterrestrial, the Diego Maradona of Padel, Lionel Tolito Aguirre, as he comes on to court, the crowd favorite. Our people love him, very much loved by players and fans alike.
Aquí está el mágico
player in the world today, and yeah, his partner, and you can already hear the buzz around him, brandishing his brand new white racket, new model from his equipment supplier, and that is the number 1 ranked player on the A1 Padel Global ranking. A previous holder of that ranking dropped out of the number 1 ranking spot for the majority of, or the latter part of 2022 and the entirety of 2023 and the first couple of months of 2024. But Gonzalo Alfonso is back as the undisputed number 1 ranked player and the inventor of impossible shots. There he is, spraying his grip on his racket. And Gonzalo Alfonso will be playing here with Tolito Aguirre. Strong favorites for this match against young Santiago Rola, 23 years of age, and Facundo Lopez, only 20 years of age. Strong favorites. There is our match umpire, Nuno Moreira, very experienced Portuguese umpire. Customary match photograph. The toss will happen now, and it seems like Facundo Lopez is the one calling. The winner of the toss seems to be Facundo Lopez, who chooses to receive and hands the balls to Tolito Aguirre. Players will go through their regulatory 5-minute warm-up period here with those new balls. And interesting that Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso here for their final match in this Master Final, and not a 100% record. They did win their first match emphatically against Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, 7-5 and 6-2. But then yesterday, in very difficult conditions, the wheels came off against Aymar Goni and Tito Alamande. 4-6, the first set drop, then come back to win 6-1 and a 3-0 down in the second set. Gonzalo Alfonso lost his temper, was disqualified, and a walkover on that set to 6-love, accredited to Goni and Alamandi. So only 3 points on the board, 1 win, 1 loss, and absolutely necessary to win this match here against Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez to book their place in tomorrow's semi-final. Already not ideal, because they'll finish second in the group were they to win, and they'll play whoever finishes first in Group B. So already not ideal. But of course, these young men, Facundo Lopez and Santi Rola, will not take this lying down. These two forced Ayman Goni and Tito Alamande to a 3-setter, having taken the first set from them. And then the third set could have gone either way, both the second and the third having gone 6-4, 6-4 the way of Goni and Alamandi. But a story could have easily been very different. Then earlier this morning, playing against Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, going down 2-6, 5-7. Not their best performance. And here they are for the second time today. But of course, young men, young bodies can handle this sort of stress. And there's the log right there in front of you. Updated and imperative for Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre to win this, to book their place in the semi-finals. There is an outside chance that Santi Rola and Facundo Lopez, were they to win this, could potentially qualify for that semi-final. However, their head-to-head with Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni, the match of earlier this morning, will not allow them to do that. So nothing to lose. Playing for honor and credit is Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez, and playing without fear, whereas a lot of pressure here on Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre, who must win to proceed in this tournament. Facundo Lopez, there's some stats on the board from Misiones in Argentina. 1.90 m, 20 years of age, already the number 17 player on the A1 Padel Global Ranking. Nice player, one of this commentator's smile providers on tour. Plays some incredible shots. He's responsible for one of the puntacos of the year earlier on in the year at the Marbella Masters, where Facu Lopez had what was voted the second best point of the tournament. Yesterday, Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre had no coach on their side, ringside, and just quite odd, as their regular coach Noya Kramer usually by their side, but for this Venezuela Master Final, not available. There's Nuno Moreira. Final notes, final preparation for the match umpire. Vastly experienced, took the difficult decision yesterday to suspend play due to health and safety constraints as the humidity increased in this Metropolitan University ground, and took the decision to suspend the match. Hence why some of these players have had to play 2 matches today, one session in the morning and one in the evening, so we can catch up the time. But conditions were really, really tough in terms of humidity. Frost and fog was building up on the glass windows. And as crowds start to pile into the grandstands in the evening for the last 3 matches of the evening, we take a look at the weather conditions. Still a strong and steady 23 degrees. Cool down a little bit the temperature from the earlier 26. Humidity continues around the 70% mark, and it feels like just 2 degrees above the actual temperature, so it feels like 25, and the wind temperature sitting at 5 kilometers an hour. So a little bit of drop after those early thunder showers, that little storm that delayed the game again by another 1.5 hours. So Mother Nature really playing havoc with the arrangements here for this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Final. Players just wrapping up their warm-up, coming off court already. Gonzalo Alfonso just teeing up Santiago Rola for 1 or 2 more high balls, and they'll get off the court. Umpire Nuno Moreira already called time on this warm-up. And players will come off, do final checkups on equipment, final chats with coaches if they are available. There are none for either of these teams. Courtside, court marshals just doing little preparations there. As you can see, no coaches for either team. which may speed up things. Players will get on court and get this match underway. Remember, Tolito Aguirre has won the toss, so he will probably begin with serving. We'll soon see what that will be. And at stake, a place in the semi-final, for Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. And that place in the semi-final, of course, leads to a final on Sunday. And a big chunk of the prize money pool of $100,000 that is on offer here at this A1 Padel Venezuela Master Finals. Master Finals, if you've just joined us, a completely different format tournament to the rest of the A1 Padel tournaments throughout the season. The 16 best pairs or 16 best players, not necessarily in pairs, of the A1 Padel Global Tour paired up. Most of them, of course, were their regular players. It wasn't the case with Leo Job, who usually plays with Danny Martinez, who only made it as a reserve player, teaming up with Matias de Moral instead. And those 16 players split up into 8 teams, 4 teams in each group, 2 groups, Group A and B, playing in a round robin, earning points for the wins, and then the first and second of each group moving on to semi-finals, and then the winners on to the final. As we search for the best of the best, a very coveted tournament, this Master Final. It's the one that most players want to win. And Tolito Aguirre goes into the net there for a 15-all scoreline in the first set. Very coveted trophy, this Master Final trophy. Tolito Aguirre fakes the big hit down the middle. Instead, goes to the feet of an on-charging Facu Lopez. 30-15. Intelligent play. Tolito Aguirre, one of the most intelligent players of paddle on tour. Facundo Lopez complaining about movement, people walking around in the back of the court, being distracted. The point will stand, but umpire Nuno Moreira will call to attention those moving around at the back there. There is a reflection of the players on the back of that glass due to the lighting. That could be perhaps what Facu Lopez is complaining about. Crowd starting to stream in. You can see there on the left of your screen, those bottom seats already filled up. The top sections to capacity, and people on the right-hand side of the court. So only the second match of the evening. We expect a full capacity crowd as the evening progresses. And game 1 on the board for Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. Very quick switch around. No coaches to have a chat to. And Santiago Rolla will serve to Tolito Aguirre. Love 1. Facu Lopez, Gonzalo Alfonso trying to take the pace off the ball. There would have been a lesson learned here by Gonzalo Alfonso yesterday in terms of conditions and how to handle the play. He would have done some meditation on the outcome of yesterday's match in preparation for today. That's for certain. And that lob goes straight into the back glass. You can see him shaking his head there. Still not quite there. He's Gonzalo Alfonso. Really struggled yesterday with his stroke play. Some taka-taka play there at the net between Santi Rolla and Gonzalo Alfonso. Facu Lopez letting that ball bounce off the high lob of Tolito Aguirre. And this time sends one the way of Gonzalo Alfonso, who also lets it bounce. Attacks, good block there, Facu Lopez. All just in behind Tolito Aguirre. Can't do much about it. 30-15. Hesitates. Ball goes behind him. There we go. One step hesitation, and all of a sudden the ball is beyond reach. 30 all. Roller to Tolito Aguirre. Facu Lopez with the power this time. Tolito Aguirre misjudges the bounce off the glass. 40-30. You would have seen throughout the season how Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre, notorious slow starters, after dropping or struggling in the first set, and then coming back strong in the second and third. Second game of the first set, first golden point, 40 all. Tolito Aguirre electing to receive that very first one. Santiago Rola into the corner. A high lob from Tolito Aguirre. Well controlled, Facu Lopez. Post off the back wall from Gonzalo Alfonso. Those yesterday didn't quite go according to plan. Facu Lopez with a rulo into the fence. One game apiece, no breaks. Gonzalo Alfonso to serve. Love 15. Change of direction there from Gonzalo Alfonso. And roller into the fence. You heard the cry there, vamos, vamos, from Tolito Aguirre. Gonzalo Alfonso with the bajada through the gap. Facu Lopez being a little fancy, facing the wrong way, trying to go in between his legs. Not enough lift. Straight into the net, 30-15. There goes Gonzalo Alfonso directly into the fence, 30 all. Gonzalo Alfonso with the backhand tap down into the ground, out of the court, 40-30. Not easy, that shot. Aha, and Gonzalo Alfonso back to his usual racket. Seems the white one he walked in on was just a display model. Back to old faithful, black and yellow. And fortuitous bounce there off the top edge of the net for Gonzalo Alfonso. 2-1. I'll switch over. Facu Lopez will serve on their way back. There's those strobe lights again that cause discomfort for the players. Quite sure why they're on. But when we come back, there's that little fortunate bounce. When we come back after this commercial break, Facu Lopez will be serving to Tolito Aguirre.
El Master Final es un torneo plenamente especial, no solo porque clasifiquen nada más que 16 jugadores, sino que además porque tiene fase de grupos, en vez de eliminación directa. Claro, aquí viene la pregunta del millón. Lo que se hace mucha gente, y empezamos ya con las cuentas. ¿Cómo es el sistema de desempate en caso de que haya un doble empate o incluso un triple? Pues os lo contamos y apuntad papel y boli, y por las dudas os lo iremos explicando durante toda la semana. Y es que en el caso de empate de dos parejas es lo más sencillo, simplemente el enfrentamiento directo es lo que se impondría en la fase de grupos y esa pareja avanzaría. En caso de que sean tres parejas, lo que se buscaría sería reducirlas a dos. Entonces, lo primero sería establecer la diferencia entre set ganados y perdidos entre las tres parejas empatadas. En caso de que ese empate persistiera, hay que buscar la diferencia entre juegos ganados y perdidos entre las tres parejas empatadas. Y si aún así persiste ese empate, es un sorteo puro. Lo que aquí vendríamos buscando es quedarnos con solo dos parejas para así...
And there we had our colleague from the Spanish commentating team and from the presenting team, Nico, telling us how, if teams are tied in the group stages, how the tie will be split. First option, sets won by each team. And then if that is still a tie, then a total games played. Of course, head-to-head will be the very first tie distributor. And then in the last case, a random draw to take place. In this Group A, no chance of a tie unless Paco Lopez and Santi Irola. Gonzalo Alfonso, welcome back to the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Gonzalo Alfonso. Big hit out of court. Gonzalo Alfonso anticipates and back into the court from outside of the court. No replay available there. I'm sure we'll see it a little later on. Paco Lopez didn't like it. He's put on the power on that serve and goes 30-15 up. So no chance of a tie here. As I said, were Gonzalo Alfonso and Cholito Aguirre to win this, they'll move to 6 points. And there'll be a clear second. Should Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez win this, they'll move on to a tie with Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni for second place. But earlier today, Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni beat Rola and Lopez in a straight two-setter. And if you add up those sets and games won, Martin Abud and Santiago Frugoni have got it in leaps and bounds. So no chance of an actual tie. And of course, if the win is to go the way of the favorites, then certainly no dispute or calculation required whatsoever. 2 games apiece, and that high lob there from Gonzalo Alfonso straight into the back glass. $15-all. Cholito Aguirre becoming vocal. You can hear him there in the background. He doesn't like the fact that it's 2-all. He wants this done quickly. He wants to save his energy. He wants to come back tomorrow for a semi-final, and that's where he'll channel his energy. Don Milona there from Facu Lopez. Facu Lopez! What talent this young man has got. Gonzalo Alfonso returns the Don Milona. Look at that, he's there. And then Facu Lopez, just a quick dink across the court. Cholito Aguirre can only but watch. What a talented young man is this Facu Lopez. Not to detract from his partner, Santiago Rola. But Facu Lopez is a young 20-year-old with tremendous potential. Good pairing this, Rola and Lopez. And there Santiago Rola finds the gap. 30-40. Break opportunity here for Rola and Lopez against the favorites and number 1 ranked team on the A1 Padel Global Tour. Facu Lopez into the fence. Golden point. Still a break opportunity here for Rola and Lopez. Facu Lopez will receive. Aguirre quickly into the net after the serve. Gonzalo Alfonso into the net. The break is on. Santiago Rola and Facu Lopez working hard to cause an upset here, to upset the script and the form book as they go 3-2 up. We're going to listen to what they have to say in their benches, and when they come back, Santiago Rola will be serving, looking to press an early advantage.
El tiempo.
No, bueno, ¿verdad?
Servicio Santiago Rola.
Players back on court, and Santirola goes to Tolito Aguirre with the break in his pocket. 3-2 is the advantage. Facu Lopez high into the air. Gonzalo Alfonso comes across. It's a bounce, attacks it. Rola looking for the double wall. Tolito Aguirre equal to the task. And Santi Rola, Puntaco, banga, at the net, off balance, 2 double blocks. Big smile on Facu Lopez's face. You can see, playing on the ground, and the second one. And Tolito Aguirre can only watch. Reactions too slow. Well-deserved point. 15 love, Santi Rola. One for the highlights reel for sure. Lopez lets it bounce, takes the pace off. Tolito Aguirre off the post, off the glass. The spin keeping it in. And Facu Lopez into the net. 15 all. This time, it's Gonzalo Alfonso's turn at the net. 1, 2, into the ground, out of the court, 15-30. Chagarola goes down the line. Brings it closer to the middle. Facu Lopez lets it bounce. Looking for a high lob. Ball just hugs the glass coming down. And are 3 counter break opportunities for Alfonso and Aguirre. Still big smiles in the young man's faces. Look at this. There's a drop and the ball just hugs the glass. No space whatsoever for Facu Lopez to do the lob. There's the break as Facu Lopez goes into the net. 3 games apiece. Parity restored. Counter break achieved. And Gonzalo Alfonso, after that little bleep of form, comes back strong. Almost to say, hold on, that was a mistake. Let's show you who's boss. We are the number ones. We are the favorites for this tournament. And you're not going to break us and get away with it. A swivel there from Gonzalo Alfonso. Gonzalo Alfonso starting to play with the consistency and the form we know he can. Starting to find his feet. And Tolito Aguirre fakes the power, drops the pace gently through the gap. 30 love. It's those little things that make Tolito Aguirre so special. He knows just when to power up, when to power down. 40 love. And there is the lob from Facu Lopez straight into the back glass. Gonzalo Alfonso watches it go by, and he's thinking, that's exactly where I was yesterday, overheating all the time. there we had message from our technical partners, that being Joma, and you saw there the official Slam Pro racket, precision and power in every shot, and the official Slam shoe with maximum stability and grip on the court. And that is a fantastic shoe, the official shoe of the A1 Paddle Tour, including some innovative new technologies, a really improved shoe, includes the reactive ball cushioning technology with midsole features dual density. The pylon upper provides exceptional energy return, while the reactive ball underneath offers superior cushioning. This design provides stability on lateral movements and optimizes explosive starts and quick braking during directional changes on the court. Designed with paddle players in mind, enhanced stability, a paddle-specific outsole, and this makes the durability of the shoe superior to most of its competitors in the market. Worn by many of the players on tour, and really a shoe worth looking at. Available on the a1paddleshop.com, as well as any other reputable distributor of the Joma products. 30-15, the scoreline. Facu Lopez serving to Gonzalo Alfonso. Return there from Gonzalo Alfonso straight into the glass, 40-15. Aguirre over the head of Santiago Rola. So they go toe to toe. Aguirre pushes Santiago Rola into the center. He changes direction. Gonzalo Alfonso with a drop shot, 1-2, one bounce only. Well done, Santiago Rola, well received. Facu Lopez with an exceptional return. There's a drop shot, and Santiago Rola this time can't reach it fast enough to get it over the net. 40-30. Nice exchange, nice point. Lots of technical ability here between both players. See there, Rola gets that first one. Second one, look at that shot there from Facu Lopez. A little fortunate the ball stays in. There's the second drop shot. Rola gets it, but can't get it over the net. 4-all is the scoreline. Aguirre serving. Parity was restored with that counter break. But no edge at the moment. There is Torito Aguirre. Intelligent. Drawing Santiago Rola across, out of position, and then just popping the ball into the gap. 15 love. Alfonso and Torito Aguirre is starting to realize that softer may be the answer. 15-all. Facu Lopez finding the gap not once but twice. A little bit more power on that shot there from Gonzalo Alfonso. Santi Rola not able to guide it in straight into the back glass. This time, Alfonso clips the top of the net. Ball stays on his side. 30-all. Torito Aguirre into the net. 30-40. Again, two break opportunities here for Rola and Lopez. There's the bajada into the gap. As Facu Lopez reaches that drop shot, he tries to go over the head of Gonzalo Alfonso. It goes into the glass. Golden point. Facu Lopez receives. Torito Aguirre goes down the line. Santi Rola into the gap. Another break. The number ones have been broken not once but twice. And Santi Rola will come back after this turnaround, looking to serve out the set, winning, leading by 5 games to 4. Are we going to see yet another counter break, or is Santi Rola and Facu Lopez going to make this advantage count for the very first time and get first blood and first set on the number one team of Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre?
Lanzamos una, ya desacomoda todo.
Después queda hueco y ahí no se están pudiendo mover, creo.
Ellos nos están haciendo lo mismo. O sea, viste, por ahí el Tori la toca, aunque sea, no es muy cortita, pero nos llevas ahí.
Claro. Amor amigo. Este es lo único, si puede darme, primero saque. ¿Sí?
Tiempo.
Quick turnarounds, lack of courtside coaches speeding up matters. Players talking amongst themselves. Not much going on. Players tend to not discuss strategy and planning as much as when coaches are around. And of course, it's now 9 games have been played, 5-4. So new balls being introduced. You saw Santi Rola there trying to get some air out of the balls. Not going to do much good. Not at this altitude, and certainly not at this temperature. Down the middle goes Gonzo Alfonso, the return from Santi Rola into the net, love 15. There's the noise from Tolito Aguirre. We've seen him sporadic times when that war cry has been heard, but nothing ultra vocal, nothing consistent, and he'll want some of that. We want to see Tolito Aguirre really revved up. We haven't seen him yet. Facu Lopez goes to the body of Tolito Aguirre, 15 all. Kid is fearless, showing no respect to the senior Tolito Aguirre. 15 all. Getting behind Gonzo Alfonso. Attacks this one with power. The block from Gonzo Alfonso. Outstanding. Over the head of Gonzo Alfonso again. Goes for the gancho. And beautiful backhand block there. Ball just getting in behind Santi Rola. 15-30. See, look at that. Excellent. Well blocked. Just takes the power off with the backhand. Ball just falling in on the inside, bouncing off the wall, the spin, allowing the ball to die before the second bounce. Aguirre high. There's another one of those blocks there from Gonzo Alfonso. Lopez looking for the gap. Lopez high. Alfonso comes across. There's the gap. Not able to exploit it, Santi Rola. And Facu Lopez goes for some power, looking for the corner. And goes straight into the glass. 15-40. And there are the 3 counterpoints. So far, Rola and Lopez not able to take advantage of the breaks they've had. When you don't take advantage of the chances you are provided with, ultimately you will pay the price. 15-40 is the scoreline. They are 5-4 up, but not looking like they're going to seal the set. Tolito Aguirre with that return straight into the fence. 30-40. Still 2 break opportunities here for Alfonso and Aguirre. They don't usually let 3 opportunities go by. 1 perhaps, 2 maybe, 3 not so certain. There's a little bit of power from Santi Rola. Out of character, forcing the golden point. Still the risk is there. Very important. Could be a set winning golden point for Roland Lopez, which will put the number ones, Alfonso Aguirre, on the back foot. Or it could be a matter of staying in the game at 5-5. And there goes Facu Lopez, gets it right this time, sets Santirola, Facundo Lopez, 6-4. Gonzalo Alfonso and Tonito Aguirre under pressure, under stress. Taka taka. There's the set summary on your screen, and very tight all round. Smashes 1, winners just 2 more for Rola and Lopez, although a slightly higher number of unforced errors. But probably what swung is the golden points, where Santirola and Facu Lopez won 4 golden points, with Gonzalo Alfonso and Tonito Aguirre on no golden point wins. There's the kick smash, and ball not out of court. Facu Lopez goes for the touch. It looked like it touched. He shakes his head. He says, no, it didn't. It was the fence. And Aguirre goes 15 love up. There's the gap straight down the line. Tonito Aguirre doesn't look his usual self, not moving around with the usual enthusiasm. See, yeah, look, ball goes right past him. Look at Tonito Aguirre's body language. It's one of defeat. Will it change? What will motivate Tonito Aguirre to show us what Tonito Aguirre can do? And look at that. Off the fence. Fortunate bounce there for Facu Lopez. Tonito Aguirre looks in disbelief at the fence. 15-30. Lopez with an unforced error, 30 all. Santirola goes for the power straight into the net, 40-30. Missed opportunity there. He knows it. He knows that was disappointing. The serve there from Tonito Aguirre, awful. Wide off the mark. And the return there from Facu Lopez straight into the glass. 1-0. Alfonso Aguirre, second set after dropping the first by 4-6. There's Gonzalo Alfonso shaking his head, talking to umpire Nuno Moreira. Tonito Aguirre pouring water over his head. Not feeling his best, not walking around with the right body language. Clearly feeling the heat. temperature now sitting at 22 degrees. Humidity climbed to an all-time high so far in this tournament at 88%. So we have a feels like of 26 degrees, despite the fact that it's only 22 degrees. The wind velocity has dropped to 5 kilometers an hour, which is what it was this morning. Very difficult conditions. So they're struggling. $30 love. Some power there from Santirola. Tolito gets a clip on it. And Santirola goes over the head of Gonzo Alfonso. Gonzo Alfonso with a hook shot straight into the fence. 30 love. 40 love. Apologies. Gonzo Alfonso into the glass. That's the game. One game apiece. Game strutting along at good pace. Down the tee goes the serve from Gonzo Alfonso. Santirola with a high lob. Tolito Aguirre waits, prepares, fires at power. That'll help to motivate Tolito Aguirre. He needs a couple more like that. Then we might just see a really giddy-upped Tolito Aguirre. There's the fake smash from Facu Lopez. Used to great effect. 15 all. And the kick smash there from Gonzo Alfonso. Bamboozling Facu Lopez. Umpire says that serve was incorrect. 15-30. Gonzo Alfonso with a backhand serve. Doing a Paquito Navarro there. Reverts to his traditional. Not a happy chappy Gonzo Alfonso. Neither is Tolito Aguirre. There's the gap. Santirola reaches out. Can't quite get there. Well played. Well played. Intelligent play. Tolito Aguirre and Gonzo Alfonso. Great effort there from Santirola, but just not quite there. There we go. Facu Lopez is out of court. 40-30. And the golden point. On his heels, Gonzo Alfonso clips the top of the net, ball straight into the fence. Golden point. Potential break here. There goes Gonzo Alfonso with the ball out of the court. Same behavior as yesterday. No lesson learned. Goes for the big hit now. Facu Lopez touches the net as he retrieves that. Umpire Nuno Moreira calls net immediately. And the point goes the way of Gonzo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. Not quite sure what is going on there. Players convening in the center of the court. No real conversation between the players and the umpire, so we're not quite sure what is happening there. There is a video review. Facu Lopez does not touch the net there, and the ball is in play. Umpire has called it that he touched the net. Odd. It looks from the video footage that he didn't touch the net. And that leaves Gonzalo Alfonso serving that golden point once again. As he goes to Santirola. Facu Lopez defending well there. Gonzalo Alfonso goes for the big hit. Doesn't get it right. And this time, Facu Lopez well away from the net, into the ground, out of the court. 2-1, Rola Lopez as they break once again the serve of Gonzalo Alfonso. Wow, what are we witnessing here? Potential upset.
El tiempo, Venezuela marca país, San Bilwell, net 1, Digital, Mundo Mar.
Players back on court. And let's see if this time, previous two times that Santirola and Facundo Lopez have broken Gonzalo Alfonso and Torito Aguirre, they've come right back with a counter break. They've not taken advantage, particularly at this stage of the set. Facu Lopez is serving. They are 2-1 up. Torito Aguirre moves to the net fast and furiously. And this time the ball into the net, into the glass from Santirola, love 15. Gonzalo Alfonso not behaving like the Gonzalo Alfonso that we know. Something troubling him. Finds the gap, doesn't quite finish. This time letting his game do the talking. Santirola with a great idea, great conceptual shot there. Doesn't quite get it right, goes straight into the fence. And you can see big smiles there. Had that gone in, Gonzalo Alfonso was nowhere near it. Torito Aguirre with that return all over the fence. 15-30. Torito Aguirre lunges and reaches out, edges it with the edge of his racket, ball out of court. 30 all. Facu Lopez to Torito Aguirre. Aguirre high. Little half volley clip. Facu Lopez getting it over the head of Gonzalo Alfonso. for the fence, doesn't quite find it. Either the Santirola. Tolito Aguirre with a high ball. Santirola attacks, drops the pace. Tolito aware of it. Change of direction from Facu Lopez. Garulo. Well defended, Gonzo Alfonso. Change of direction. And this time, Santirola, instead of taking the option to go down the middle, chooses to go around the side to try and get in behind Tolito Aguirre, goes straight into the fence. And Tolito Aguirre likes that. You can see there, should have gone down the center. Bad decision making, Santirola. And Tolito Aguirre gets excited. There's a counter break on offer here. Tolito Aguirre has turned the corner. Facu Lopez says, not yet. Goes with power. Gonzo Alfonso doesn't quite reach it. Golden point. You remember in the first set, no golden point went the way of Tolito Aguirre and Gonzo Alfonso. So let's see if in the second set things change. And they don't change. Gonzo Alfonso goes into the net. The golden point goes the way of Rola and Lopez. And Aguirre will serve ball in hand, 1-3 in the second set. Are we to see a tremendous upset? It is lined up. Santirola goes into the glass, so not quite yet. 15 love. But this could be the upset of upsets. The outsiders in this Master Final are leading the #1 ranked team in the Master Final, the favorites for the Master Final, by 1 set and 3 games to 1 in the second set. Gonzo Alfonso, not expecting Facu Lopez to get that back. Retrieves it badly, 15-all. We said at the beginning of the game, Facu Lopez, Santirola playing without fear, nothing to lose. Potentially could tie, not necessarily get into the semifinals, but could tie. The pressure was always going to be Gonzo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. They must win to get into the semifinals. There's the emphatic finish from Gonzo Alfonso, 30-15. See there, he steps up, powers through that ball, and that'll give him some relief. Very inconsistent Gonzo Alfonso's game thus far today, as it was the case yesterday. Yesterday, terribly frustrating. He goes for the big kick again. Ball doesn't go out, stays in. Facu Lopez does go out, 40-15. It's lit. With power, ball just clipping the underside of Facu Lopez's leg. That's the game. Players will go out. They'll sit and think, meditate on what has just transpired. When they come back, Facu Lopez, Santirola 3-2 up in the second set.
¿Escuchás, sabes qué? Lo que dijo Loren, salí y esperala. Ahí.
Dale, hago esa, girando esa, dale, dale, dale.
La galam.
¿Eh?
La galam.
La galancho. Para mí juego lo mismo. Sí, igual, disfrutemos. Vamos.
Santiago Rolla to serve. 3-2 up in the second set. They want to keep this advantage up. They're in a great position, these two young men, Santi Rolla and Facu Lopez. It's not every day they're going to find themselves in this position. Want to take advantage of that. But not like that. Facu Lopez with the whole court to aim at, chooses the hardest of all options. Love 15. That's a let. Alfonso in the air. Facu Lopez changes direction, gets in behind Tolito Aguirre, who leaves it short, doesn't finish it. Tolito Aguirre in the air once again. Santi Rolla feeds the middle. Gonzalo Alfonso. There's the fake smash from Tolito Aguirre. Doesn't get the length. It goes into the net. Today is the turn of Tolito Aguirre to be frustrated. High in the air goes Gonzalo Alfonso. Lopez lets it bounce. Let's see if he chooses the difficult choice again. He does. Goes straight down the line. This time without as much power. When the ball comes back, he does increase the power and goes straight into the net. 15-30. He's looking up, pointing upwards, talking about the lights. But it doesn't look like it could have been the lights. He was aiming down the middle. There's Rolla into the net as the war cries of Tolito Aguirre are heard in the background, starting to get a little bit more vocal, trying to overcome his frustration. 15-40, there's the counter break opportunity that Alfonso and Aguirre have been looking for. And are these young boys going to relinquish their advantage? Gonzalo Alfonso with the arrow goes straight into the fence. Why not keeping it to the basics? Go straight down the middle, play the safe shot, play the percentages, instead trying for the impossible against the glass. And the error is there. They're trying to go over the head of Santi Rolla. Again, straight into the glass. And the golden point is forced. Well recovered, Santi Rolla and Facu Lopez. And there, yet another golden point goes the way of Santi Rolla and Facu Lopez. At the net, Gonzalo Alfonso with the error. You could see the look on his face. He wanted to throw another ball out. He's got to be careful with the umpires. Understand his frustration. He's got to change his style. He's got to adapt to these conditions. This hasn't gone in his favor. The adaptation process has been slow and difficult. Santi Rolla into the net there, 30 love. And once again, into the back glass, 30-15 from Gonzalo Alfonso. This time, he goes straight down the middle, gets the kick, doesn't get out of the court, stays in, but that works to his advantage. Just awkward bounce off the fence. Allows for Facu Lopez to mistime that. And then the sublime drop shot there from Tolito Aguirre. 4-3 the scoreline. Facu Lopez will serve next. That beautiful drop shot, ball nearly going for a walk out of the court. Look at that. Brilliant. Tolito Aguirre doing the Tolito Aguirre magic. Even under sufferance and under stress in the match, he still finds a way. You saw there in between while the players were strategizing what to do next. You saw the top 3 puntacos of the France Open early on in the year, and one of those from the man sitting across the top right-hand side of the court, Facu Lopez, and of course the number 1 puntaco from Tolito Aguirre. The production cut that short. We ran out of time, but the number 1 puntaco at that tournament, the France Open, was a Tolito Aguirre shot. Santirola into the ground, out of the court, 15 all. Facu Lopez serves to Tolito Aguirre. Off the top of the glass goes Facu Lopez. The big hit there from Gonzo Alfonso. This time, no mistakes. 15-30. Trying to get in behind Tolito Aguirre is Santirola. And into the net goes Santirola. There's the potential break once again. They keep on knocking Alfonso and Aguirre. They keep on pushing these young chaps to the tip of break. They've been able to come back each time. But at some point, they're not going to be able to. And then it'll be telling. What a sweet shot there. Santirola gently cross court towards the fence. Ball getting in just behind Tolito Aguirre. Look at that, just off the half volley. Tolito Aguirre just shakes his head. He knows it's good. But this time, Facu Lopez makes a mistake. The counter break is achieved. Parity is restored. 4-all in the second set. And right about now, Facu Lopez must be thinking he's given away the golden opportunity of a potential semi-final spot, or at least huge bragging rights of creating the upset of the season, never mind of this tournament. Aguirre powers up, goes straight into the glass. Love 15. Great defense work there from Facu Lopez. Almost lets it bounce. Goes straight down the middle. Tolito managing to manage the post for pace. Rally building up intensely. And Tolito Aguirre with the tap block there at the net. Ball clips the top of the net, falls on the other side. Straight away, hands up. That's not the way Tolito Aguirre wants to win a point. But these young kids deserved a little bit better after that point in that fight. It was Alfonso with a big hit. Santirola well defended. Are we seeing the pendulum swing? It's 15-all. Facu Lopez loses concentration. Straight out the side. 30-15. And excellent, intelligent play there. Santirola fakes the shot to the middle, moves, goes Alfonso slightly, then goes down the parallel. Goes Alfonso goes for power. Facu Lopez defends well. It's the fake smash. Facu Lopez defends well again. This time the power is there. Facu Lopez with the twist. Santirola nearly behind Tolito Aguirre again. Point building up strongly. And off the kick there of Gonzalo Alfonso. Facu Lopez with a return swivel but goes into the net. Rather unfortunate. What a point. Hats off to all four players. Really well deserved. This is one of those shots where no winner should have come out of. Really well played. Nutrition of Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre won the day there. They go 5-4 up. And when they come back, Santirola will serve after having given up their advantage and the potential of a big upset almost gone as they open the door for a potential comeback for Aguirre and Alfonso.
Vamos, gordo, vamos. Dale. Es gana nada más, Sí, es lo único, bro. Pero es lo único que no tenemos ganas. Sí, no tenemos ni ganas de estar acá. Ni ganas de estar acá.
Un puntito de ganas, ni siquiera al 10. Vamos. Un puntito de ganas, hermano. Vamos. Vamos a hacerlo por nosotros, dale.
Sí.
Vamos, hermano, vamos.
Si no, ni jugaría, boludo.
Por eso, vamos por nosotros, dale. Vamos, hermanito, dale. Vamos, papá,
Tiempo.
Tolito Aguirre there, a little bit more vocal on the benches, trying to get a subdued Gonzalo Alfonso going. They're putting his arms around him there. You can see there on the court. He's not wanting to lose this match. He doesn't want to go home yet. It is the end of the year. He wants to go home after having played a final on Sunday, or at least a semi-final tomorrow. He doesn't want to go home empty-handed. It is the festive season after all. Alfonso using the double wall. Facu Lopez, bad decision making there. Should have waited for that to come off the second wall. Instead he tries to anticipate it on the back end. No 15. Santirola also going for the difficult option there. 15 all. Great shot there, Facu Lopez. Ball bouncing just before the corner. 30-15. And Gonzo Alfonso, amazing shot. He drops the pace off that one. Second bounce just before the line. Facu Lopez there, but not quite there. High in the air goes Gonzo Alfonso. Facu Lopez waits for the bounce. Attacks it, goes in behind Gonzo Alfonso. There is the Gonzo Alfonso shot. Well dealt with by Santirola. Facu Lopez loses his mind completely, doesn't resist temptation, and goes straight, hard and solidly into the back glass and puts his partner Santirola under tremendous pressure. 30-40. Potential set break point here for Aguirre and Alfonso. And that's all Aguirre and Alfonso have to do most times is wait for the opposition to make the mistakes. Mistakes they make. Look at that, Facu Lopez and Santirola have thrown away the opportunity for the upset of the tournament, potentially of the season, as they allow the door ajar to let Gonzo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre back into the game. One set apiece. When we come back, the third and decisive set with Gonzo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre on the ascendancy over Facu Lopez and Santirola.
Servirá con bolas nuevas Leonel Aguirre.
$15 love. As Tolito Aguirre, 15 all, apologies for the error. As Tolito Aguirre goes to Santirola, who cannot return, goes into the net, 30-15. And once again, Santirola into the net. And Tolito Aguirre finding his voice, finding his range, finding his angles, and carrying Gonzo Alfonso into confidence. As he steps up into the ground, out of the court. One love, Alfonso and Aguirre. Third set, third and decisive set. Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez must be scratching their heads and saying, what an opportunity did we throw away in that second set. We were up 4-2. We just had to hold our nerve and serve out the set, and we could have knocked out the number one seeded players, made a name for ourselves, and earned incredible amount of ranking points. Not to be, Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre broke and broke again, restored the parity, got away, and ended the set 6-4, and now are leading 1-0 in the third and final set. Educated Money saying, Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre go on and take this third and final set and book themselves a spot in tomorrow's semi-final with a second place finish in the log of Group A. Perhaps just a commentator's prediction, and nothing would please the commentator more than Facu Lopez and Santi Rola proving him wrong. And of course, the commentator can always be proven wrong. After all, he's just a commentator. 15-all is the scoreline. First serve of Santi Rola goes straight into the glass. A little softer this time, more towards the center. And Facu Lopez punishes that lob left a little short there from Gonzalo Alfonso. 30-15. Oh, brilliant shot there, Santi Rola. Off the half volley, ball bouncing just before the tin, 40-15. Brilliantly executed there from Santi Rola. Look at that. Wow, no chance for Gonzalo Alfonso or anyone else. That one goes out of the court. One game apiece. Gonzalo Alfonso to serve. That one bouncing just before the glass. 15 love. And you hear there the cry of Tolito, dale, dale, give it, take it. Because Alfonso does exactly that. 30 love. This time it's Gonzalo Alfonso's turn to go into the glass, 30-15. Big kick there from Gonzalo Alfonso. Well dealt with by Facundo Lopez. Short. Facu Lopez deals with it as it should be dealt with. Straight down the line. Enough kick on it to clear the net. And it's 30-all. Kick there from Gonzalo Alfonso, doesn't quite clear the fence, but does enough to throw Facu Lopez's anticipation out. The golden point is on. The form of golden points is with Santi Rola and Facu Lopez. To continue this time, Gonzalo Alfonso gets the kick right, gets it out of the court, and gets the golden point, the first in many golden point losses. Goes the way of Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. And with that, we have a 2-1 score in the set. Look at the smile now on Tolito Aguirre's face.
El Master Final es un torneo plenamente especial, no solo porque clasifiquen nada más que 16 jugadores, sino que además porque tiene fase de grupos, en vez de eliminación directa. Claro, aquí viene la pregunta del millón. Lo que se hace mucha gente, y empezamos ya con las cuentas. ¿Cómo es el sistema de desempate en caso de que haya un doble empate o incluso un triple? Pues os lo contamos y apuntad papel y boli y por las dudas Os iremos explicando durante toda la semana. Y es que en el caso de empate de dos parejas es lo más sencillo. Simplemente el enfrentamiento directo es lo que se impondría en la fase de grupos y esa pareja avanzaría. En caso de que sean tres parejas, lo que se buscaría sería reducirlas a dos. Entonces, lo primero sería establecer la diferencia entre set ganados y perdidos entre las tres parejas empatadas. En caso de que ese empate persistiera, hay que buscar la diferencia entre juegos ganados y perdidos entre las tres parejas empatadas. Y si aún así persiste ese empate, es un sorteo puro. Lo que aquí vendríamos buscando es quedarnos con solo dos parejas para así saber el enfrentamiento directo.
Lopez into the net. And Tolito Aguirre immediately. Vamos. Love 15. High into the air goes Tolito Aguirre once more. A little too high. He falls to the ground. And the ball goes way, way over the top and out of the court. 15 all. So Alfonso with a fake smash, doesn't quite get it right. This time there's a big hit with the kick from Santirola straight down the line. 30-15. High into the air goes Facu Lopez. So Alfonso deals with it really well. Starting to find his range, starting to find his timing. It's Gonzalo Alfonso. That can only mean trouble for these two young men. There goes Gonzalo Alfonso inventing shots. You know, if the invention of shots is happening, you know the confidence is coming back, and you know what the ultimate result is going to be there. This point building up to be a spectacular point. Facu Lopez not to be outdone. Goes for the boast of the side class on this earlier on. Now they're trading blows, and Facu Lopez gets the upper hand with the awkward bounce off the fence. 40-15. Gonzalo Alfonso a little bit upset with himself. They didn't get to that a little earlier. Watch Gonzalo Alfonso, yeah, boom, inventing the shot. Well defended, Facu Lopez. And look at that from Facu Lopez, equally talented, equally able to invent shots. Two apiece is the message. You can do it, Mr. Alfonso. I can do it. I learn every day. I'm only 20 years of age, and I'm just going to get better, says Facu Lopez. Not so many words. That's the message out there. Goes Alfonso into the glass. At the back of the court there. Love 15. This time it's Tolito Aguirre who goes into the net. Love 30. Tolito Aguirre saves that. Goes high. And the ball goes Gonzalo Alfonso. Then edges it to the side. The point is in the bag. 15-30. Well defended, Tolito Aguirre, not once but twice. And phenomenal finish there from Gonzo Alfonso. This is where the experience counts. When the tough get going, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And the tough are people like Gonzo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. 30 all. There's that kick again. Doesn't make it out of court, but does enough. 40-30. High in the air. Gonzo Alfonso starting to find his range. He hasn't hit the glass with one of those lobs for quite some time. Well anticipated there by Tolito Aguirre. Forcing Facu Lopez back into the corner. And the attempted Dormilona there from Facu Lopez. Not quite making it over the net. And the game goes the way of Alfonso and Aguirre, 3-2. I'm going to try and listen to what they're saying to each other in the benches. In the meantime, when they come back, Santirolo will be serving at 2-3 now in this
Tenía que
third.
traer las botas de patín, me lo olvidé.
Estamos Piquín. Piquín y a vos te cae en Flavio Mendoza.
Yo no sé qué sea ir, o sea, sí.
Vamos a tener que levantarnos temprano, mañana de vuelta. Nos hacen venir a las 9, de igual manera está mojado.
Mira, me levanto a las 9.
Qué desastre, boludo.
Vamos acá,
Vale, pero estamos jugando, ¿verdad?
Tiempo.
Players getting back on court now. Tolito Aguirre putting his arm around Gonzo Alfonso. Much needed today. This just shows the maturity that Tolito Aguirre has come to in the last couple of years. Known as a little bit of a wild card in his beginning of his career, and particularly on the A1 Padel Tour. Now showing the maturity that was always expected and always seen in him, both as a player, as a professional, and as a human being, and who thought that Tolito Aguirre would be putting his arm around the ever-professional Gonzalo Alfonso and telling him, motivating him, encouraging him to do better. And that's exactly what Tolito Aguirre is doing right now in this match. Santiago Rollo goes into the net, and it's love 30 the scoreline. Alfonso scoops it up. Down the middle goes Facu Lopez. Again, Santirola into the middle. This time he looks for the angle. Trying to test Tolito Aguirre off the double wall. And Facu Lopez into the net. Seems the turn is now of Facu Lopez to go into the net. 3-4 in the last couple of games. And there are 3 break point opportunities here for Aguirre and Alfonso. 15-40 is the scoreline. And you've got to be saying that if the break is on and it's concluded that the run of Facu Lopez and Santiago Rola could well be over in this A1 Padel Venezuela Masters. And the break is on. Gonzalo Alfonso will serve now, 4-2 up in the third and final set, looking to press this into 5-2. Oh, there's the mist gathering on the glass. There's that humidity factor. With the temperature at high altitude, this is what caused games to be abandoned yesterday. Let's see if we can get through the rest of the matches today. Santirola into the net, 15 love. There will be 2 more matches today, the 2 final matches from Group B, that being Federico Chiostri and Maxi Sanchez, their second match of today, taking on Rama Pereira and Juan Di Pascual, also their second match of today. And then the final match of the evening, again, 2 teams that played this morning. That will be Leonardo Yob and Matias de Moral as they take on the number 2 seeds, Maxi Arce and Franco Del Bianco, who put up a professional and very decisive performance earlier today. There's a score, 5-2 as predicted. And Facundo Lopez will come out and serve. We're going to take a little break, for a commercial break, pay the rent, and when we come back, Facu Lopez serving 2-5 down, third and final set. And prepare themselves to book a spot in tomorrow's semi-final of this A1 Padel Venezuela Masters.
Bueno.
Ay, Dios. Muñequita de oro.
Al servicio Facundo López.
Players back on court, and no need to panic here for the number 1 seeds and absolute favorites for this tournament. That is Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso. They are 5-2 up. Facu Lopez is serving. Were he to hold his serve, they'll be able to look to serve out at 5-3. So no need to panic whatsoever. Just going through the motions and hoping for the best. And there, great return there, Gonzalo Alfonso, starting to find his groove. And Facu Lopez finding no groove, but finding the net, as he has done quite often in the last couple of games. 15 all. This is the problem with young Facu Lopez and Santirola, is consistency, as it happens with able to manage the game. Game management a crucial factor in the sport, any sport for that matter, but specifically the sport of paddle. Gonzalo Alfonso trying to get him behind Santirola. Facu Lopez comes across when he shouldn't. Wrong decision. Leave the ball to Santirola. Comes across, gets in the way. Doesn't connect properly, edges the ball with the tip of his racket out of court. 30 all. Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso switching positions. Alfonso now finding himself in the drive position. Tolito Aguirre with the clip up, out of court. Unfamiliar territory for Tolito Aguirre. Although he has played on the reverse side many games in his career in different partnerships, particularly in the 2023 season when he played with Tito Alemande. There's the big finish there from Tolito Aguirre, forcing the golden point, and this golden point could be potentially a match point, a game, set, and match point for Aguirre and Alfonso. A way to stay in this match for Facu Lopez and Santirola. What will it be? Facu Lopez to Gonzalo Alfonso, deep into the quadrant, a little long, so he'll have another try. This time a little softer, closer to the center of the court. Vibora into the corner. Again. Santirola again the way of Gonzalo Alfonso. Fourth time in a row. Changes direction. Excellent shot. Golden point the way of Rola and Facu Lopez. And no big sweat. 5-3 the scoreline. Tolito Aguirre about to serve for the match. 5-3. And again, Santirola finds the angle on the right-hand side of Tolito Aguirre. Very similar shot to the one that won the golden point. This time, Facu Lopez overheating, clipping the back of the glass. 15 all. Alfonso with power. Moves across. His favorite shot almost from the middle of the court. It's 30-15. Controls himself. Santirola into the fence. Double-handed backhand. Not quite sure what that had to do there. 40-15. Game set and match point here for Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre. Lopez looks for the corner there. Gonzalo Alfonso high again. Santirola with the error into the net. Game set and match. Gonzalo Alfonso, Tolito Aguirre as they take this match 4-6, 6-4, and 6-3. And young Facu Lopez and Santirola will leave the court kicking themselves where they had a tremendous opportunity in the second set to carry the game through and cause a major upset. They let that slip, and cometh the man, cometh the hour, and that is when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre justifying favoritism. 4-6, 6-4, and 6-3. Gonzalo Alfonso finally finding his range, finally settling down, and lots to thank of his partner, Tolito Aguirre. There's Mrs. Aguirre in the crowd, as always, following Tolito Aguirre around on circuit, and Tolito Aguirre a lot of credit here, keeping Gonzalo Alfonso in the game, keeping him motivated and getting him to find his bearings, find his compass for this match. And for sure, Gonzalo Alfonso will be the first to acknowledge that Tolito Aguirre, the main reason as to why he found his way. There's the end point. And very soon we'll have our on-course presenter, Clara Navarro, and she'll be interviewing the winners of this match. This takes Gonzalo Alfonso and Tolito Aguirre into second place on the group, books them a spot in tomorrow's semi-final, as they will now have 6 points, 2 wins and 1 loss. There's the set summary, the stats on your screen, and you can see there the unforced errors, huge amount for Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez in the second set, taking them over the top. Interestingly enough, if you have a look at the stats around the golden points, very swayed. Look at that big difference. Only 1 golden point won by Tolito Aguirre and Gonzalo Alfonso. In the end, though, not much they could do. And there we have Clara Navarro.
Jugar en estas condiciones. Tendríamos que haber abandonado para jugar mañana, pero bueno, seguimos colaborando, ponemos fuerza de nuestro lado para que después nos critiquen, eso no está bueno. Pero bueno, nosotros acá estamos. Apuesto mi premio que el siguiente partido no se juega. Muchas gracias al público que me banca y bueno, esperemos si se juega mañana de poder disfrutar un poquito, que amamos muchísimo este deporte y nada, queremos disfrutarlo. Muchas gracias a toda la gente que me banca.
Bueno, pues hasta aquí la palabra de los ganadores.
There, Gonzalo Alfonso putting out his statement on the frustrations around the conditions of play. You know, no one's fault. This is Mother Nature who has the weather control. It's not manufactured by human beings, tournament organizers, or promoters. So Gonzalo Alfonso perhaps a little out of line there. Nevertheless, we understand his frustrations. He's going to come back tomorrow into a semi-final and hoping to then win that and get into the final, justify the tournament favoritism. However, in Group A, as we round it up, they did not win the group, finishing second on 6 points. The winners of the group, Aymar Goni and Tito Alemande on 9 points, and then Gonzalo Alfonso and Cholito Aguirre on 6 points. Martin Abud, Santiago Frugoni on 5 in third place, and Santiago Rola and Facundo Lopez in fourth place with 3 points. That wraps up Group A and the semi-final berths on that group. We now move on to the last matches of Group B, and next up in the next 10 minutes we have Fede Chiostri and Maxi Sanchez taking on Rama Pereira and Juane Di Pascual. We bid you goodbye and we'll be back with you in 10 minutes time for that specific match.